बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
Sangham saranam gacchami.
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
Buddham saranam gacchami.
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
Sangham saranam gacchami.
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
Buddham saranam gacchami.
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
Sangham saranam gacchami.
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
Buddham saranam gacchami.
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
Sangham saranam gacchami.
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
Buddham saranam gacchami.
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
Sangham saranam
Hello. Hello. Um, Tashi Dele, and a very good morning to all. I would like to extend my sincere regards and would like to welcome all of you today at the conference with our third series of Theravada and Mahayana, um, emphasizing on the four immeasurables and eightfold noble paths. Now, before I proceed, I would like to request everyone to kindly keep your mobile phone on silent mode so that we do not have any interruption. Right, thank you very much, everyone. Now, please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Kunga Chindan, Program Coordinator of Tibet House, New Delhi, and I'll be moderating this inaugural session. On behalf of Tibet House Cultural Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, I would like to extend our warm welcome to our respected chief guest, Mrs. Rinchen Lamole, who is a Buddhist member of the National Commission for Minorities, Government of India. And our keynote speaker from Theravada perspective, thank you, ma'am. Our keynote speaker from Theravada perspective, Venerable Dr. Dhammapiya Ji, Secretary General of International Buddhist Confederation, IBC. And our keynote speaker from Mahayana perspective, Venerable Geshe Doje Damdula, Director of Tibet House Cultural Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi, and Professor Mahesh Deokaji, Head of the Department of Buddhist Studies and Pali, Savitribai Phule, Pune University. And our respected chairpersons, esteemed speakers, and my dear participants who are gathered here for this auspicious conference. Thank you very much, everyone. Now I would like to request Mrs. Rinchen Lamole, our chief guest for today's conference, Venerable Dr. Dhammapiya Ji, and Venerable Geshe Doje Damdula, Professor Mahesh Deokaji, to kindly light the lamp of wisdom. Please. Thank you very much, everyone. May I request everyone to kindly take their respective seats? Thank you. Um, Now I request Venerable Geshe Doje Damdula, Director of Tibet House, New Delhi, to kindly present the souvenir and the white scarf to our respected chief guest and our keynote speaker. Mrs. Rinchen Lamole. Venerable, Venerable Dr. Dhammapiyaji, Professor Mahesh Devkoji, thank you very much, Keshila. Now to begin with, I would like to give a brief introduction about Tibet House, Cultural Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi. It was established in 1965 by His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama of Tibet for the purpose of preserving the cultural heritage of Tibet at the time when it faced the extinction in its homeland, as well as for providing a center for Tibetan culture and Buddhist studies. His Holiness' recurring emphasis on developing a sense of universal harmony and compassion as its own effective antidote to global suffering, together with the needs for a meaningful exchange between different religious and cultural tradition, also had a profound effect on the purpose and its activities of Tibet House. Over a period of 5 decades since its inception, Tibet House is recognized as a significant institution for the dissemination of Tibetan culture and for Buddhist studies. Now, Tibet House also has a museum and library of valuable Tibetan arts and artifacts as well. Every year, a publication unit from Tibet House publishes around 10 to 15 books, and a program division which regularly organizes lectures, seminars, conferences, film screenings, and exhibitions. Now, Tibet House also offers 4 different courses on Buddhist philosophy, psychology, and Tibetan language. As you can see on the screen, we have the 4 different courses: Nalanda Master's Course, Nalanda Diploma Course, Nalanda Certificate Course, and we have the Tibetan language course as well. Now, I would like to give you a brief introduction how it started. Firstly, the first batch of Nalanda Master's Course, which was launched on 9th December 2016 on the occasion of 51st anniversary of Tibet House, in the gracious presence of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, along with Shri Kiran Rijiju Ji, the former Union State Minister of Home Affairs, and Sri Najib Jung, Lieutenant Governor of Delhi. The first batch of Nalanda Master's Course, batch 1, is completed with 372 students from 44 different countries. And second batch of Nalanda Master's Course, which has already started in July, in which around 900 participants were enrolled from 54 different countries. Recently, on 2nd June 2023, close to 500 students who have recently graduated from are currently studying in the Nalanda Master's Course and the Nalanda Diploma Course offered by Tibet House, New Delhi, received a gracious audience and blessing from His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, an oral recitation, a transmission of J. Rinpoche's In Praise of Dependent Arising. At present, there are more than 4,000 students from 98 countries enrolled in courses run by under the leadership of Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, Director of Tibet House, Cultural Center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, New Delhi. And secondly, the Nalanda Diploma Course, which was launched on 2018. Till now, we have successfully completed with 3 batches, and the 4th batch of the Nalanda Diploma Course is being offered. And for the Tibetan language course, which is both online and offline, till date, we have 24 batches which have been successfully completed, and the 25th batch has already started in the month of June. Now, moving back towards our today's main theme, I would like to emphasize on what His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama and other Buddhist leaders put in sustained efforts to bring the two traditions together in order to learn from each other. It is a great joy to see the fruit of those efforts fructifying today. More dialogues between the two traditions are happening in both the Theravada world as well as in the Mahayana world to further refine the bridge between the two traditions, as well as fostering the joint contribution of both traditions to furthering the knowledge of humanity on a higher academic plane in order to build a more humane world. Tibet House has been organizing these series of conferences on Theravada and Mahayana, and today we have the third series of Theravada and Mahayana. Now, I would like to request Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula, Director of Tibet House, New Delhi, to kindly address the gathering and share his profound wisdom from the perspective of Mahayana. Now, before that, I would like to briefly introduce our Venerable Geshe-la. Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula is currently the Director of Tibet House, New Delhi, the cultural center of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. While being assigned with the responsibility of the directorship of Tibet House, he also facilitated to host several prominent international Buddhist conferences and Mahasanghas across the world. He is also the founder of excuse me for a second. Please excuse. Right. He also gives regular lectures and leads philosophy classes in Tibet House and other places as well. He travels widely within India and abroad to teach Buddhist philosophy, psychology, logic, and practice. He has also worked on several books. As assigned by the office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, he visited US in 2008 to work with Professor Paul Ekman on the book series Art of Happiness, which were jointly written by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, such as The Graded Path. He has written a number of papers for national and international conferences on topics such as the paradox of the brain and mind, and ultimate reality according to Arya Nagarjuna. He is currently in the process of writing two important books, one entitled Journey into the Paradox of Brain and Mind, and the other, What Constitutes the Ultimate Reality, the Effects of Understanding the Ultimate Reality. Now, may I request Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula to kindly address the session.
Respected venerables and respected Arinchen Hamale, the Buddhist section, Minority Commission, the Government of India, and Venerable Dr. Dhamma Biaji. Secretary General of the International Buddhist Confederation under the Indian government. And also we have Professor Mahesh Deogarji, the head of the Department Buddhist Studies in Pune University. And also that I can see many of my long-term friends like Professor Baholgarji, a great Sanskritist, and also Dr. Alokji there, and many of the participants and Dr. Doji there. And one person that I'd like to introduce to all of you here is Mr. Chimbala. Raise your hand. Yes, Mr. Chimbala. And he is the founding director of Tibetan Buddhist Center, Singapore. And also that is the liaison officer or the coordinator for the office of His Holiness the Dalai Lama around the Southeast Asia. And he has been extremely dynamic in organizing many programs, particularly to look for the bridges between Theravada or the Pali tradition and a Sanskrit Buddhist tradition. So now we see that the earlier, many about like 10, 12 years ago, when I attended conferences, I used to be one of the youngest members of the speakers. Now I see there's time for us to retire. There are many young ones coming up who are very dynamic, and we can see a great hope in the youngsters to take the responsibility. Number one, to bridge between the two traditions, Buddhism in Pali language and those prevalent in Sanskrit language. And also that the bridge, the various the members, citizens of the world, believers, non-believers, Easterners, Westerners, in other words, to create the plurality and to create the inclusivity in the world rather than exclusivity, which is a major crisis in the world today, where unnecessary conflicts, fights, these things happen. And in the meanwhile, say there's an economic downturn because of that. And just imagine that world of inclusivity, where all this unnecessary waste of the world resources, financial resources, can be otherwise dedicated for the welfare of the humanity. So this is something which we expect from this group, this conference, that people, the young ones, I can see that most of you, I don't know whether it's the same, the age group when I was 10 years ago, or that I'm growing older and I see everybody so young. So the point is that the young ones, they're taking the responsibility, and the young ones should learn the spirit of inclusivity rather than exclusivity. And keeping in mind that exclusivity, this is son of the animal instinct. And inclusivity is a son of the civilization development. If you are to really look at the institutions, communities, countries, and so forth, where there's inclusivity involved, there's a harmony there, there's growth there. And GDP growth, everything will happen with the principle of the inclusivity. With the exclusivity principle, then everything will go downturn, and the whole world will be unhappy, whole country will be unhappy, whole community will be unhappy, even the family will be unhappy. So this is what we need to keep in mind. Finally, if you really want to grow as a civilization, we have to think of inclusivity. So with this in mind, given that for all programs like this, for example, say there are some schools, institutions who request me to help organize the bigger programs, conferences, festivals, and so forth. And the conveners, there was always one issue, that the last minute withdrawal happens everywhere. And because of which, here I'm not supposed to be the keynote speaker for the Mahayana tradition, but then no choice. When once somebody came to my office, and then they said that I said, how did you come to know about Tibet House? And the person said that Lama Subarambucha sent me here, and he gives such a regard to you. And I said that Lama Subarambucha has no choice. In Delhi, there's only one person. Whether you like it or not, this is the only person, right? So therefore, given that many people, they withdrew the last minute for their own engagements, responsibilities. We understand it. And this is what happens to all the programs, or those on very high level international conferences to the national level conferences. These things happen, we understand it. And as such, that the last minute, the responsibility came to me, and because there's so much tension on the heads of the young, the Tibet House, and the staff. So they asked, Geshe-la, where can we get the next keynote speaker for the Mahayana tradition? I said, don't worry, I'm always there as a substitute. Okay, so this is how it came into being. And meanwhile, I feel this the group not as a very for me not to be too formal, because that most of you are known to me as my very close friends, and so the point is that we need to really know the core and His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And I'd also like to share with you His Holiness's take and His Holiness's sort of approach for the world. Of course, on an international level, today what is known as C-learning, social, emotional, ethical learning, and also the universal ethics, which is the main umbrella of the C-learning. These are happening on a large scale on the international level, happening everywhere. There's a reverberation of this, the program spreading everywhere, and the fruition of this. Let's pray that the fruition happens soon. The youngsters coming with the products, the results in the form of inclusivity, and where all these unnecessary conflicts, wars, and the disagreements, armaments, they will all dissolve very soon when His Holiness's vision and the mission come to the fruition in the minds of the youngsters. So, having said this, we see that today in the modern world, on the one hand, people talk about modern science, and on the other hand, there's the reality of the ancient wisdom or the spirituality. And this ancient wisdom, oftentimes, some really brilliant people like Albert Einstein, for them, ancient wisdom is a great wisdom. And he knows that finally the world should operate on the basis of the ancient wisdom of compassion and understanding of interdependency. This is what Albert Einstein acknowledged so well in one of the addresses, where for him the universal compassion is the answer to all our problems. So where there is the division between the self and others, invariably, a mental prison is created within you, the optical delusion is created within you, where the solution, he says, lies in the expanding of the circle of compassion from otherwise to a very narrow scope of the people, the inner circle of yours, to the most expansive, the humanity. If this happens, this is what I call as the universal compassion. So, this universal compassion, we can't really force anybody. And this is what His Holiness envisioned, put them into the practice, implementation in the form of what is known as universal ethics, or today implemented in the form of C-learning, social, emotional, ethical learning. So where it is not by force, but by, the bringing about cognitive transformation in the individuals, from where otherwise we see things as so demarcated between self and others, that affinity to self and aversion towards others, this invariably is created. Whereas with this division of His Holiness implemented on the larger scale in the education curriculum and so forth, we see that the demarcation between self and others will be dissolved, and we can see the diversity as a beauty of the humanity rather than the evil force of the humanity. Otherwise, as of now, where there's greater plurality, there's more conflicts happening. Whereas, like a beautiful garden, if a garden is made of only one flower, it's not a garden. Whereas a beautiful garden is a garden which necessarily should have innumerable varieties of the flowers. So, greater the plurality, to the greater the extent of the plurality, there should be the greater beauty of the humanity. So this happens only if we see the binding force, which is universal compassion, which His Holiness always envisions. So from this, what I can say is that Mahatma Gandhi is revered, is respected, revered as the father of the ahimsa, progenitor of ahimsa, non-violence. And today, we can very effectively say that His Holiness is the progenitor of compassion. This is so important to make a distinction between ahimsa and compassion. So, we have two great giants there. We have two great progenitors there, Mahatma Gandhi and His Holiness, as gifts for the world, the legacies for the world. Mahatma Gandhi, the espousing ahimsa. No matter what struggle one has to go through, one has to resort to ahimsa. For His Holiness is compassion. So this is one thing that we need to keep in mind. So with this in mind, we see that 2,500 years ago, today the topic, Four Immeasurables and the Eightfold Noble Paths. So why we adopted this topic is that, in the first place, since 1960s, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, in his 20s, he initiated dialogue between Buddhism in Pali tradition and the Sanskrit tradition. And as a very young man, His Holiness is very young, at the age of 20. Who are we at 20? We were just lost in the university, perhaps going to the nightclubs and the pubs and so forth. His Holiness taking the whole initiative, bridging the two worlds of Buddhism. So this is what His Holiness did, initiated, and then over the years, this endeavor continued, and of course, when it comes to His Holiness, it is on a large scale, it is on a very high level, and alongside why I introduced Mr. Jimbala here for all of us, here, is for the reason that he is putting all his efforts to bring about the harmony, to look for the bridges between the two traditions. So in this, the effort of he and his team, several of such programs were initiated between the Buddhism and Pali tradition and Buddhism and Sanskrit tradition. And now, again, he and his team are organizing the same thing in December, where His Holiness the Dalai Lama is going to be invited as the chief guest and as the greatest inspiration for all of us. And also that he initiated many other programs like dialogue between the Islam or Muslims and Buddhism. And because that he is representing His Holiness' office in Southeast Asia, so he brought scholars, practitioners from Malaysia, Malaysian Muslims, and the Buddhist traditions from the different traditions, from the Sri Lanka, Myanmar, Cambodia, Chinese, Tibetan Buddhism, Korean, and so forth. So this is all his amazing efforts, and what we are doing here, this is in line with the visions of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. And I remember having had several discussions, very informal discussions with Venerable Dr. Dhammapiyaji about the commonalities between the Theravada Buddhism and the Mahayana Buddhism. And at one point, I remember I gave him just a booklet, and he just flipped through this, and he came across the Heart Sutra. So where it started, thus have I heard the Buddha was dwelling in Rajgir. So Dr. Dhammapiyaji, Venerable Dr. Dhammapiyaji, said that this is the same thing. What do you find in Pali? What do you find in Sanskrit? Is exactly there in Pali also. So this is a commonality. So this is what is known as one family with the plurality of, the approaches. So this is the basic spirit of this. And let us keep in mind that all these great teachers, like Buddha Shakyamuni and so forth, and they appeared on this earth not to start an ism. Let's not forget it. They did not come on this planet Earth to start an ism. Okay, now I came in as I'm quite popular, so I start an ism. No, this is not the approach, because they saw the world is on fire. World is in problem. Say, in those days, 2,500 years ago, wars happening among the different kingdoms, and so much of, the injustices that you see even in the palace where he was residing. So much of injustices that he saw, wars, conflicts, even in the family, the gender discrimination, all these injustices he saw in the world, and so therefore he left the palace to look for a solution, to save the world, to save the humanity, not to start an ism. Let's not forget it. With this in mind, what did he find? What did he find as a solution to address these problems? So the four immeasurables and the eightfold noble paths. So these are the aspects, these are the parts of the incredibly great wisdoms the Buddha Shakyamuni discovered. He did not invent these wisdoms. He discovered discovered these wisdoms. So keep in mind that everybody shares two things in common as their ultimate aspiration. Whether they could articulate or not is a different story. But everyone, including human beings, whether rich, poor, educated, uneducated, male, female, it doesn't matter. Even as animals, everyone aspires for two things. One, when the threat is there, the person shrinks. The person runs away from threats, the fears. Other, when you're happy, you want to have as expansive happiness as possible. These are the two realities. So with this in mind, say, if you ask what degree of the fear you want to get away from, what degree of happiness do you like to have, if these questions are put forth to anyone, believe it or not, whether you believe it or not, it doesn't matter. But if scientists believe in science, non-science, it doesn't matter. Everybody seeks, for example, with COVID-19, except for some people who are a little suspicious over what you call as a conspiracy, whatever. The reality is that everybody seeks to stay away from COVID-19, particularly during the Delta wave, spread of the Delta wave, which means that this is a common feature. And it's not that the Buddhists run away from COVID-19 and the non-Buddhists ever, or this according to your tradition, COVID-19. Oh, then Christians run away and the Buddhists are so happy, this according to your tradition. No, whether you are believer, non-believer, Buddhist, non-Buddhist, male, female, it doesn't matter. High, low, educated, uneducated, everybody's scared of COVID-19. This is reality. So this reality is what the Buddha discovered, likewise Jesus Christ discovered, like Ram discovered, Prophet Muhammad discovered, Lord Mahavir discovered, Zoroaster discovered, Baha'u'llah discovered. And all these great teachers, they discovered this reality, and then they tried to help the humanity, save the humanity by addressing a solution, by giving a solution to us. So in this connection, for this conference, we have the experts invited from both sides to explain how to address these problems, mental problem, physical problems, and eventually, even these physical problems, they become problem when something is a problem inside your mind. How to fix this problem. So this is, we see that the Buddha, in case of the Buddha, Buddha showed three aspects, three solutions. So first is that we want to stay away from threats, fears, and problems. For this, the Buddha ultimately identified that these threats, they're all finally pulled towards you with your cognitive error. So when the cognitive error is fixed, your problem is fixed. To make it very quick, say you dream, you have a nightmare, and there's so much of fear there. So this fear is all because of the cognitive error in believing the dream is real. The moment you wake up, your cognitive error is fixed and the fear dissolves. So one aspect the Buddha taught us how to get away from the fears of life is by fixing your cognitive error. So for this, the Four Immeasurables and the Eightfold Noble Paths, primarily the Eightfold Noble Paths, is a means to fix our cognitive error, number one. Then number two, not only that, okay, now I'm free from fear, I'm fear-free, free. But life is so boring. Some people, they are very rich, very educated, yet they feel that their life is so hollow and meaningless and very boring. Why? Do they feel any fear? No fear. They feel just boring. They feel the life so bored. So they want life to be so happy. So what is this? where lies the problem? Again, whether you're happy or not happy, whether you have a sense of fulfillment or not, is again determined by your own thought process. So, how to fix this problem? To protect you, or to uncover your true nature inside, which has the nature of total fearlessness, technically referred to as nirvana, and the seeking infinite happiness, that the technically referred to as the Buddhahood, full awakening. It's not about the Buddhahood, doesn't mean that you should be Buddhist. It's about the awakening of your potential. A small child, whatever gender, whatever background the child may be from. But if some people, some smart people, they can see that this child is gifted, even though the child does not have any financial support and so forth. So these really big thinkers, great thinkers, they will think of adopting this child, because this child has a great potential. Likewise, not only this child, each one of us is that child. We have this incredible potential within us, and this potential must be awakened. So awakening is known as Buddha in Sanskrit. Buddha doesn't mean Buddhism. So we should not be really confused. So Buddhism is a system which people followed after this great teacher, Buddha Shakyamuni. Okay. So the reality is that whether you follow Buddha or not, it doesn't matter. The only thing is that we need to identify this potential within us, this incredibly beautiful potential within us. And once I identify that, our job is to awaken this potential. So by two things. Number one, to cognitively fix your mind, and then effectively broaden your circle of compassion. So the four immeasurables is primarily to broaden your the sense of compassion towards all the beings, so that your happiness expands. For example, the kind of responsibility that His Holiness the Dalai Lama has been facing since the time he was like 16 years old, when he took charge of the whole nation being under the threat of the invasion by big power. So despite all these threats today, if you were the person, if I were the one, or you are the one to take up that huge responsibility, by now we should be non-existent, we should have died. But His Holiness, not only that he survived, he thrived in the world, he became the most respected leader in the world today. So what made him that? Because that's a tremendous joy there. No matter what situation that he encountered, there's incredible joy within him. Where is this joy coming from? It's from inside. And how did he uncover this joy? Because of the practice of the four immeasurables. So we see that one is by cognitively fixing our erroneous mind, and the other one is expanding the effective mind, element of your mind, by cultivating the four immeasurables. And then these two must be supported by the stabilizing meditation. That is known as the single-pointed meditation or the shamatha meditation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Venerable Geshe-la. Now, let me take this opportunity to briefly introduce Mrs. Rinchen Lamolle, our chief guest for the conference. Mrs. Rinchen Lamolle studied in Central Institute of Buddhist Studies up to 10th standard, and then completed her bachelor's degree from Jammu University. She has two daughters. In the year 2015, Srimati Rinchen Lamolle was nominated as a counselor of the 5th LEHDC lay and successfully completed her 5-year tenure. During the entire period, she dedicatedly performed her legitimate duties for the welfare of women in the society. Before nomination as a member of NCM, she has been working as a state president, BJP Mahila Morcha. In December 2021, she was nominated as a Buddhist member in National Commission for Minorities, and has since then been tirelessly working for the welfare of minorities. Now may I request Mrs. Rinchen Lamolle to kindly address the gathering. Please, ma'am.
Gangi thuksing e zungna tawa thamchat spangwe chir tampechus ni ston zatpe gotam tela chaksalo. आज के इस समारोह में उपस्थित गेशे दुर्जे डमडुल्ला, वेनरेबल डॉक्टर धम्मपिया जी, प्रोफेसर जी और सभाघर में उपस्थित महानुभवीगण, मैं सबके नाम नहीं ले पाऊंगी। आप सबके सम्मुख यहाँ पर आज अपने विचार व्यक्त करने का जो सौभाग्य प्राप्त हुआ, इसके लिए तिब्बत हाउस के गेशे दोर्जे डमडुल्ला के नेतृत्व में जितने भी कर्मचारी हैं उन सबको मैं तहे दिल से धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगी कि समय समय पर आप लोग बहुत सारे ऐसे कार्यक्रम आयोजित करते रहते हैं जिसके माध्यम से खासकर हम बौद्ध धर्म को मानने वाले समाज के, चाहे महायाना के हो या थेरावादा के हो, ऐसे बहुत ही अच्छे टॉपिक को सामने रखकर समाज के सामने लोगों की अज्ञानता को दूर करने की आप लोग चेष्टा करते रहते हैं। इसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद बोलना चाहूंगी। ऐसे विषय पर आप जैसे ज्ञानी लोगों के बीच में मैं खुद को बोलने लायक नहीं समझती हूं, क्योंकि ऐसे विषय पे हम सिर्फ सुन सकते हैं, हम इसके बारे में कुछ एडवाइस नहीं कर सकते हैं। लेकिन फिर भी आर्य अष्टांगिक मार्ग जो है, इसी के माध्यम से भगवान बुद्ध ने हमारे जो जीवन जीने के एक आचरण है, हमें अपने सोच को कैसे रखना है, हमें अपने आचरण को कैसे रखना है, हमें अपने इंद्रियों पर कैसे काबू रखना है, ये चीजें सिर्फ संत महात्माओं के ही काम नहीं है। आप लोगों के आदेश अनुसार, आप लोगों के मार्गदर्शन के अनुसार हम जैसे जो आम जिंदगी बिताने वाले लोग हैं, आपके उपदेश सुनते सुनते आम लोगों के जीवन में भी कई बदलाव ला सकते हैं, कई बदलाव आते हैं, ये हम महसूस करते हैं जब जब हमें आप लोगों के उपदेश सुनने का अवसर मिलता है। परम पावन दलाई लामा जी सदैव हिमालयन रीजन, खासकर लद्दाख जैसे एरिया में अपने आशीर्वाद हमेशा बरसाते रहते हैं, और उनके शुभ वचनों को सुनकर भी हम ऐसे रास्तों पर चलने की अथक प्रयास करते हैं। तो इसके लिए हमें बहुत बड़े बड़े पोथी और ग्रंथों को, मेरे ख्याल में अगर हम उस रास्ते पर जिस तरीके से एक संत महात्मा चलते हैं, जिस तरीके से गेशेला चलते हैं, जिस तरीके से हमारे बनतेगण चलते हैं, लेकिन फिर भी हम लोग भी अपने प्रयास के बल पर अगर इनमें से 8 मार्ग में से हम एक एक करके भी, हम थोड़ा थोड़ा करके भी अगर हम आगे बढ़ पाएंगे तो हम अपना ये जीवन हम सार्थक और सफल बना सकते हैं। इसके लिए हम कहते हैं, कई लोग कहते हैं कि मन साफ होना चाहिए, ऐसे पूजा करके क्या करना है, जब तक मन साफ नहीं होगा तो कोई फायदा नहीं है, ऐसे कहते हैं। लेकिन मैं समझती हूं मन साफ होने के लिए हमें इन विचारों को जानना जरूरी है। जब तक हम सुनेंगे नहीं, जब तक हम इन विचारों को जानेंगे नहीं, जब तक हम प्रयास नहीं करेंगे, तब तक हमारा मन भी साफ नहीं होगा ना। तो इसीलिए सबसे जरूरी है सुनना, बार बार सुनना, बार बार आप लोगों के वचनों को सुनना, बार बार हिज होलीनेस के वचनों को सुनना, बार बार रिम्पोजेगण के वचनों को सुनना। और हो सके तो आजकल हर चीज हमारे सामने उपलब्ध है। पहले जब तक हमें पाली भाषा नहीं आएंगे, जब तक हमें टिबेटन लैंग्वेज नहीं आएंगे, हम कैसे पढ़ेंगे? एक ऐसे दुविधा थे लोगों के सामने। लेकिन आज टेक्नोलॉजी इतना एडवांस हो चुके हैं कि हमारे सामने आप जिस लैंग्वेज में ही पढ़ो, जहां भी बैठ के आप पढ़ो, अपने मोबाइल फोन में आप कुछ भी आप सर्च करके आसान से आसान शब्दों में हम भगवान बुद्ध के वचनों को समझने के और अपने आचरण में उतारने के हम कोशिश कर सकते हैं। ये आज के 21वीं सदी की बहुत बड़ी देन है। हम समझते हैं कि समय बीतते बीतते तब के युग बहुत अच्छे थे जब यहाँ पर अच्छे लोग थे, अब तो बहुत खराब हो गए हैं। हम इसको एक नेगेटिविटी के हिसाब से हम देखते हैं, लेकिन आज के इस युग को हम अपने तरह से अगर हम पॉजिटिविटी के तरफ भी देखेंगे तो ये सारे चीजें कंग्यूर संग्यूर बुम से लेके जितने भी भगवान के वचन है सारे आज, चाहे आप हिंदी में पढ़ो, इंग्लिश में पढ़ो, जिस लैंग्वेज में भी आप पढ़ो, आप अध्ययन कर सकते हैं। ये आज के युग की देन है। तो इन चीजों के लिए भी हिज होलीनेस दलाई लामा जी के नेतृत्व में हर चीज आज हमारे गुरुगण, हमारे गेशेला लोग जो है, इनका नवीनीकरण करते हुए समय समय पर इनको जो है डिजिटलाइज करते हैं और अनुवाद करते हैं। पहले हमें अनुवाद वाले पुस्तकें बहुत ही दुर्लभ होते थे, बहुत ही मुश्किल से मिलते थे। आजकल हर चीज का अनुवाद मिलता है, हर चीज हमारे सामने है। लेकिन अगर नहीं करेंगे तो सिर्फ हम अपने कमी को छुपाने के लिए हम कहते हैं कि मुझे तो वो भाषा नहीं आता है, मुझे तो वो समझ नहीं आता है। अगर जो भी ऐसे कहते हैं तो सिर्फ अपने कमी को छुपाने के लिए, एक्सक्यूज के लिए हम कहते हैं। अन्यथा हमारे लिए बाकी चीजों के लिए हमारे पास बहुत समय होता है। बाकी चीजों के लिए हम दिन रात मोबाइल से हम आजकल जुदा ही नहीं होते हैं। जिंदगी का एक अभिन्न अंग बन के हम चाहे अपने बिस्तर में भी लेके जाते हैं। आजकल बच्चों को हम देखते हैं। लेकिन आदत कीजिए इस टेक्नोलॉजी का हम सही तरीके से उपयोग करने के तरफ भी हम अपने बच्चों को ऐसा शिक्षा और ऐसा ज्ञान देने की जरूरत है, ऐसे समझ पैदा करने की जरूरत है, ताकि आने वाले पीढ़ी भी इन चीजों के तरफ ध्यान आकर्षित उनका हम कर सके। तो फिर हम ऐसे संगोष्ठी और ऐसे प्रोग्राम्स रखने का हमें सही अर्थ हमें नजर आते हैं। तो इसीलिए मैं जरूरी समझती हूँ ऐसे बड़े जो संगोष्ठी है, बेशक यहाँ पर बहुत सारे स्कॉलर्स हैं, कभी हम स्टूडेंट्स कम्युनिटी को भी बुलाकर उनके सामने भी ऐसा विचार रखना चाहिए, ताकि आने वाले पीढ़ी अगर इन चीजों को जानेंगे तो हम अपने भविष्य को, कई पीढ़ी को हम इन चीजों को पास ऑन करने में हम सफल हो पाते हैं। तो ये मैं इस मंच से आप लोगों से अनुरोध करना चाहूंगी कि बेशक आप बहुत सारे स्कॉलर लोग एक साथ बैठ के तो बोलते हैं, स्कॉलर एक दूसरे के विचार आदान प्रदान करते हैं, लेकिन अगर स्टूडेंट्स कम्युनिटी के सामने हम ऐसे संगोष्ठी रखेंगे तो आप लोगों के विचार उनके लिए एक अनमोल चीज साबित हो सकते हैं, जिसका उनको बहुत ही मुश्किल से उनको मौका मिलता है, क्योंकि उनके ध्यान में ही नहीं आता है कि हमें अच्छा ऐसी चीजों को भी पढ़ना है। अगर हम उनके सामने एक दो बार बोलेंगे, उनका ध्यान आकर्षित कराने में हम अपने आप को सफल कराना पड़ेगा, तब जाके हम आने वाले पीढ़ी तक भगवान बुद्ध के शुभ वचनों को पहुंचाने में हम सफल हो पाएंगे। मैं इस विषय पर ज़्यादा नहीं बोलूँगी। आप लोगों ने मुझे मौका दिया और यहाँ पर आने का और अपना विचार व्यक्त करने का मुझे अवसर दिया, इसके लिए मैं गेशेला का बहुत बहुत दिल की गहराइयों से आपको धन्यवाद बोलना चाहूँगी और इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अपने वाणी को यहाँ विराम देना चाहूँगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you very much, Srimati Rinchen Namule, for such an inspiring, promising, and a noble words to keep our motivations high, and especially to the younger generations like us. Thank you very much, Srimati Rinchen Namule. Now, may I now request our keynote speaker from Theravada Perspective, Venerable Dr. Dhammapiyaji, Secretary General, International Buddhist Confederation, to kindly address the gathering. And before that, I would like to give a brief introduction. Venerable Dr. Dhammapiyaji is the Secretary General of the International Buddhist Confederation based out of New Delhi, India. The position has facilitated him to host several prominent international Buddhist conferences and Mahasanghas across the world. He is also the founder of Dhammapiya Foundation and the founder chairman for Bahujana Hitaya Education Trust in Manu Banku, Tirupura. Under this trust, Venerable Dr. Dhammapiyaji has established the Dhamma Deepa International Buddhist University in South Tirupura with support from the government of Tripura. Apart from these prestigious endeavors, he is a professor and the principal of the Michael Madhusudan Datta College, Tripura. He also takes pride in having established a charitable residential school, Dhamma Deepa Senior Secondary School, along with a monastic education institution, Dhamma Deepa International Buddhist Academy. Over 600 Buddhist monks and novices, along with young boys and girls, are taught Dhamma as well as formal mainstream education in this institution, where they are also trained in meditation. Now may I request Venerable Dr. Dhammapiyaji to kindly address this session. Thank you.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa buddhang saranang gacchami dhammang saranang gacchami Sanghang saranang gacchami. A very good morning to venerable members of Mahasangha, the chief guest of today's inaugural session, Mrs. Rinchen Lamoji, Professor Mahesh Devakarji, and all my brothers, sisters, and friends in Dhamma. At the outset, I would like to thank my friend and scholar Geshe Durje Damdolji for inviting me to this kind of gathering and the discussion. We have been discussing together for a long time on the topic that we know only one historical Buddha called Sakyamuni Gautamadi Buddha. But we have today different traditions being practiced in different parts of the world. And we do not know much about each other practices unless we go and visit and try to know each other. We, the practitioners of Theravada, monks or nuns, or so-called Theravada, I would say, because Buddha has never coined the term Theravada, I'm sure. The Buddha has never coined the term Mahayana, I'm sure. So the new term coined, what we call ourselves Theravadin, or followers of Theravada Buddhism, and the followers of Mahayana Buddhism or Vajrayana Buddhism, or what we say today, the practitioners of Nalanda traditions. So we have an understanding sometimes which it's misleading or not correct. That's how we thought it would be appropriate to bring together the people from different traditions and discuss among ourselves the similarities and differences that we have. And we are very much thankful to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama for initiating the dialogue on Vinaya between the Theravada and Nalanda traditions. That has opened up really an understanding between these two traditions, that though we talk about ourselves as followers of Nalanda traditions or Theravada traditions, but essentially we share the same Vinaya. Little bit here and there, but essentially the same Vinaya. So it's the same with the Mahayana tradition. So like this, there are different concepts, different teachings of the Buddha found in Pali traditions and also in Sanskrit tradition. I'm not sure whether the language spoken by the Buddha to the people at that time was Pali or Sanskrit. Maybe you will be better to tell us. What I understand is the Buddha used to speak in a language understood or understandable to the people of the particular area. So whether it was Sanskrit or Pali or something else that we have to really delve into. But it is sure that Buddha had taught Dhamma alone. Whatever we call the Dhamma or Dharma, which is universal. The Dhamma taught by Buddha is not only for a particular group or caste or creed, but it was for all. He taught the Dhamma to all sections of people at the time. And we are also told that the Buddha taught Dharma or Dhamma not only to human beings, but to all living beings, whoever used to come to him. So the Dhamma taught by Buddha is universal, it is for all, and it is all pervading in the sense the universal law of nature is all pervading. You find it everywhere, not only in India. If Buddha has taught Dharma in India, people might think it is Indian Dharma. Right? Not so. Dharma taught by Buddha is all pervading. You'll find the Dharma everywhere operating in the universe, in the world. And it is eternal. I would say eternal in the sense the mental dharma of the mind, that whenever, wherever we generate the defilements and negativities, what is the result and effect? We experience some sort of uneasiness, unpleasantness, misery, things like that. So this is the dharma of the mind, whether it was in the past or now or even future. This dharma of the mind will be there. So in that sense, it is eternal. And whenever, wherever we generate or develop the attitude or feeling of what we call today here the four immeasurables, the metta, or loving kindness, or compassion, a love, friendliness towards our fellow human beings, or towards even animals or living beings, what is the resultant experience or effect? We feel good, pleasant, light, lively, energetic, right? So this feeling will continue, will remain. It was in the past, today also, and in the future also it will remain. So from that point of view, it is eternal. So here, actually, I'm given the time from 10:45 to 11, 15 minutes. It's only 5 minutes left. So I'll sum up in 5 minutes. The term coined here, Theravada and Mahayana, the perspectives. The perspective is perspective, but truth is the truth. Dharma is universal, eternal, all-pervading. It is same. So we can discuss on the Dhamma taught by the Buddha from different perspectives, as that is the fact today. We have Sanskrit tradition, we have Pali tradition, having little variance or differences or even similarities. I do not know when the term Theravada was coined, as it was not coined by the Buddha. Those who are the followers of Theravada Buddhism, they claim or try to assert that they are the followers of original teachings of the Buddha. The Thera means the elders, right? It may be true or it may be something else, but that is a fact. And with the Theravada Buddhist feel the Mahayana Buddhism or Tibetan Buddhism or the Vajrayana Buddhism, they are later development, right? After 500 years, 700 years, 1000 years. So there are many new things added. So that is not original, for example, right? So it may be true, maybe something else. But it is good to have discussion like this. See, when we talk about immeasurables, we have in Pali tradition two terms, asankhya, apamenya, right? So here it said apamenya somewhere. These are the terms which can have very close translation to infinity or infinite, boundless, immeasurable, something like that. When we talk about these immeasurables, I think we are referring here to Brahma Viharas. 4 Brahma Viharas, the Metta, Karuna, Mudita, and Upekha. These 4 Brahma Viharas, or the 4 immeasurables, are the state of mind of a person who has uprooted defilements and evolved and elevated one's mind to the highest level. This metta moitri, loving kindness, karuna, compassion, they have different categories, different degrees, we can say. I also have metta or moitri. You also have metta or moitri. Everybody has. I think even animals they also have some degree of friendliness and love towards other living beings. I mean, their own fellow animals. So metta is there, but the degree differs. Those who have uprooted and purified the mind to the highest level, their power of metta or moitri, karuna, compassion, will be really great and stronger and boundless, immeasurable. Moitri or metta is such It's like the rays of the light of the sun. When the sun rises, it doesn't have any specific direction to focus or give away its light. The sunlight is open to all, and from all directions we can receive it, but we have to be receptive. So also the Maitreya method of the Buddha, enlightened people, highly evolved people, is immeasurable. Light and power of metta or the compassion, karuna, can be emitted and spread. That will have pacifying, peacemaking, harmonious, environment creating kind of impact. But again, it will depend how much is the world receptive to this. So, the Four Noble Truths we are talking about here are the ways, the path by following which we can purify our mind, we can purify our views. It's very important. Purification of the mind is not enough because we have to purify the views also. If we have wrong views, it will be difficult to purify the mind. So we have to purify the views, Ditti Visuddhi, then the Chitta Visuddhi or the purification of the mind can take place. Of course, there may be argument, but this is what I understand. Both are necessary. At the end, I'd like to say that each of these four immeasurables, metta, when I think, I speak, and I act for the welfare and benefit of all living beings, like the sun which gives out its light for all, then I am working, acting on the principle of metta, the first immeasurable. When my power of love and compassion is directed toward a particular group of people, needy, weaker section of people, or the suffering people, then I'm working or acting on the principle of karuna or compassion. And when my action is directed towards the people who are really joyful for achieving something great, and I also share the joy of that person or the people, then I'm acting on the principle of the third immeasurable, that is mudita. Right? And the fourth one is upekha. You all know. When things go wrong, when things are good, how do we maintain ourselves? If something goes wrong, and if we are so much depressed and down, then we are not following the fourth immeasurable. Or if something is so great, very good happening, and we are so much elated, and we do something wrong, that's also not following the fourth immeasurable. So the following or practicing fourth immeasurable, upekha, is under any kind of situation, whether good or bad in our life, we maintain equanimity, balance, trying to understand the nature of thing, that everything has the nature of passing away, will change. So just be equanimous. That's what the fourth immeasurable. This state of experience of mind can be achieved when we practice the Eightfold Noble Truth and Eightfold Noble Path. That's how I think the Theravada perspective of Four Immeasurables and Eightfold Noble Path. Thank you so much. I have taken more time.
Thank you very much, Venerable Dr. Dhammapiya Ji. Now I would like to request Professor Mahesh Ashok Devkar Ji, who is the professor and the head of Department of Pali Savitri by Pune University, to kindly come to the podium and share a few words. And before that, I would like to share a brief introduction. He has the 25 years of experience in teaching and has supervised 5 MPhil theses and 7 PhD theses. His field of specialization include comparative grammars of Pali and Sanskrit, Theravada Buddhism, contemporary Buddhism, translation and editing. He has published many works like Technical Terms and Technique of the Pali and Sanskrit Grammars, Central Institute of Higher Tibetan Studies, Sarnath, Varanasi, 2008. He is the recipient of several awards such as Dr. Baba Saheb Ambedkar Jeevan Gaurav Award, Bahujana Bhusana Award, Pilu Kambata Award, Best Teacher Award, National Association for the Blinds, Nashik Unit, Samaja Bhusana Award, Kavya Mitra Sanstha Pune, Kalidasa Sanskrit Sadhana Puraskar, Government of Maharashtra, August 2021. I would like to request everyone to welcome Professor Mahesh Deokarji. Thank you.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. It's my great honor and privilege to be here among the great dignitaries on the dais, among the audience. So my sincere homage to the Triple Gem, the chief guest of today's function, Mrs. Rinchen Lamole, and the two keynote speakers, the director of Tibet House and our guide and Kalyana Mitra, Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdullah and Venerable Dhamma PIG, who is shouldering many responsibilities, and I'm really happy to be here among these great dignitaries. I just have 2 minutes and I'll finish off very quickly. Actually, this particular initiative, the series where we are having a dialogue between the Theravada and the Mahayana tradition, the dialogue is basically to bridge gaps if there are any, because sometimes the gaps are illusory. There is a beautiful share which I remember just now, so I just share it with you, that फासला नजरों का धोखा भी तो हो सकता है. So the फासला नजरों का धोखा भी तो हो सकता है. So the distance could be just an illusion of your eyes. साथ मिले न मिले हाथ बढ़ा कर देखो. So you never know whether you will get company or not, but at least try to stretch out the hand, right? So I think we need to stretch out hands and see whether we can go along, and I'm sure we can go along, because as Geshe-la has rightly said, this is a garden with many different flowers, and the common ground for all that is the Shakyamuni Buddha, right? So this garden is basically growing on that very solid ground, right, of the Shakyamuni. And so whatever teaching we have, I mean, the Shakyamuni has given us parameters. He says that whatever reduces your passion, hatred, and delusion, that's the Dhamma. Now, the only difference would be like from what viewpoint, what view you take and you proceed, right? So I think the difference is basically that of from where you start, from what is your viewpoint, what are your goals, so intentions and the goal and the purpose. There you could see some differences according to, as the Buddha Shakyamuni himself was for plurality and always said that he's teaching us for everyone, right? People of all inclinations, people are all of all dispositions, and so on. So there has to be plurality. I mean, Buddhism cannot work without plurality. So this is something which is we have to keep in mind. And therefore, Buddha, whenever he give discourses, he always said these are dharma pariyayas, right? So this is just a pariyaya, one of the many options, many ways which he has shown us. So I think our job is to explore these different ways and to see how they coincide, how they kind of complement. See, there are two approaches. One is to say that everything is same, there's no difference, right? I mean, we try to kind of, if there are any differences whatsoever, then just try to put them under the carpet and whatever commonalities are there, we can work with it. So common minimum program, right? So that's what people work with these days. But I mean, what we are trying to do in Buddhism is to actually understand these differences and to learn how to how to view them in a complementary manner, so that we acknowledge the differences, not ignoring them, but by acknowledging the differences, we are trying to make sense out of it, and that would be basically our task here. So I think we as followers of different traditions will have to, there's no need to say that they are same, but I think, in my opinion, we should acknowledge the difference and also the beauty which lies in that difference. Because the way the Theravadin with the realist viewpoint looks at the world, and the way a Yogacharyan with a Chittamatra view looks at the world, I mean, there could be differences, but these are different ways of understanding the world, understanding the reality around us, and I think everything holds its own value. So as the Buddha said, I mean, idameva satcham mogamayam, that's what we call as view, wrong view, right? This alone is true, and the rest is false. But I think we Buddhists are of the opinion like idamapi satcham, this also can be true, and this so this is something which will make the world, I think I mean, we can understand the world better. As Venerable Dhammapiyaji was saying, that the truth is there, and we are just having different perspectives, right? Looking at the same truth. So we are viewing the same Himalaya from different sides. And I think what all of us are saying, and the very famous saying of this, the story of the elephant and blind men, everyone is in a way showing some aspect of truth, and we have to put them all together to understand the holistic picture. So I'm really thankful to Geshe-la and the Tibet House for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts few minutes before you. Before I stop here, I would like to present two of our next volume, because we are having at the Pune University, Savitribai Phule Pune University, this project of having a dictionary of Buddhist terms in Pali, Sanskrit, Tibetan, and Chinese, so comprising all 4 classical languages of Buddhism. And this is a dictionary focused on Buddhist terminology specifically. And you can see this as one of the attempts to you can say it's one of the attempts to understand different traditions, right? So now, as rightly our chief guest has said, now not knowing a language cannot be an excuse, right? So I think we are having this dictionary which will further reduce that excuse. So because now if you want to have some word in Pali, you can have a parallel in Tibetan or Sanskrit and Chinese. And I would like to present the next few 2 fascicles to Geshe-la, and would request Geshe-la to also release it in your presence. Yes, and I will also request the dignitaries, the chief guest for today's conference, and also Dhammapiyaji. So there are these 2 fascicles, the fascicle number 5 and 6 with 100 entries each, including Pali, Sanskrit, Tibetan, and Chinese. I would like to send this fantastic Geshe-la. And it's always an honor to be here with in Tibet House and to present these dictionaries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Mahesh Deokaji, for your promising words. Now, before I conclude today's inaugural session, on behalf of Tibet House, New Delhi, I would like to thank each and every one of you, and especially our chief guest, Mrs. Rinchen Lamole, for the event, and our keynote speaker, Venerable Dr. Dhammapiyaji, Professor Mahesh Deokaji, and our director, Venerable Keshe Dojit Abdullah, for gracing this occasion. Thank you, thank you very much, everyone. Now, may I request all of you learned ones to kindly stay for a group pic, a quick group picture. Thank you very much. Now we are going to start with the first session in 5 minutes. So kindly be seated. And the theme for the first session is actually very interesting and exciting, I would say. It's the 4 immeasurables and the 8-fold noble paths in Pali and Sanskrit Buddhism, sutra and commentarial sources, study, reflection, and practice. And for that, my colleague, Ms. Tenzin Domala, will be moderating the first session. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the first session. And please allow me to introduce myself. I'm Tenzin Doma, currently working as a program coordinator at Tibet House, New Delhi. And good morning and good evening, good afternoon, those who are watching live from Tibet House YouTube and live from Facebook all across the countries. And welcome back to the first session, which is on first immeasurables and eightfold noble path in Pali and Sanskrit Buddhism. Sutra, commentarial sources, study, reflection, and practice. And in this conference, we have brought different topics, and each of two traditions will share so many different things in common, as the earlier inauguration session that all the speakers has already spoken before. And each of these traditions has appreciated in the sense of similarities will be born on only if each side realizes that there is a much more in common than there is differences in two traditions. And also in contrast, in a previous thinking that kept two sides apart, each have much to learn from each other, and also both have long, rich, and living traditions of philosophy as well as practices. With this thought, we will begin with the first session. And for this session, we have our chairperson, Professor Lata Devgarji, adjunct professor at Department of Pali and Buddhist Studies, Savitribai Phule University, and the speakers, Professor Rana Purushottam, Dean Faculty of Buddhist Studies, Professor and Head of the Department of Buddhist Studies in Navanalinda Mahavira University, Bihar, and Venerable Dr. Tenzin Chiringla, Assistant Professor, Department of Buddhist and Tibetan Studies, Namgyal Institute of Tibetology, affiliated with Sikkim University, Venerable Professor Mireshwati Vimalanana, Department of Buddhist Culture, Postgraduate Institute of Pali and Buddhist Studies of University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka, and Venerable Keshilodu Sangpula, Monastic Coordinator of Science for Monks Monk Program and Emery Tibetan Science Initiative. And I would like to request our chairperson and the respective speakers to come up on the dais and take their respective seats, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. And before I proceed to the Professor Lata Devgarji, please allow me to introduce you. Dr. Lata Mahesh Devkar is an academic director of Deshana Institute of Buddhist and Allied Studies and a visiting faculty at the Department of Pali and Buddhist Studies, Savitribai Phule, Pune University. She has completed her PhD in 2007 from the Tilak Maharashtra University in Pune. Her topic for PhD was a critical study of the Amara Kosha and its Kamadhenu commentary in Sanskrit and Tibetan. She has received prestigious research fellowships such as, I'm sorry if I mispronounce, Monbusho Research Fellowship from the Japanese government and the Alexander von Humboldt Research Fellowship from Germany, and her main field of research are Sanskrit and Tibetan lexicography and Buddhist Sanskrit literature. Please welcome Professor Lataji.
A very good morning to all of you. Am I audible? Hello. Hello. Yeah, a very good morning to all of you. Yeah, at the outset, let me express my gratitude to Geshe Dojo Damlu La for giving me this opportunity to chair this session. Normally, I'm used to be on that side of the table, not this side, and this is, I think, my first time. And it comes from Geshe-la, so it has, special importance for me, and I'll try to do justice to my duty. So since this is the first session of this conference on the Noble Eightfold Path and four immeasurables, I thought that it's better for me to speak on the basics of these two concepts, which are very important for Buddhism. This Arya Ashtangika Marga or Aryo Ashtangiko Maggo is the road of moral living. It is a path of righteousness. It has 8 constituents that deal with spiritual training, mental development, and moral conduct. As such, it is the final of the 4 noble truths proclaimed by the Buddha. Dukkha, that is suffering, Dukkha Samudaya, arising of suffering, Dukkha Nirodha, cessation of suffering, and Dukkha Nirodha Gamini Patipada, the road or the path that leads to the cessation of suffering. As we all know, the Buddha proclaimed his path in his first sermon, the Dhammacakkappavattana Sutta. This is also the middle path, Majjhima Patipada, which arises above the 2 extremes of addiction to the worldly pleasures, Kama Sukhallikanu Yoga, and addiction to self-torment, Atta Kilametanu Yoga. The path leads to the cessation of suffering. The Princeton Dictionary of Buddhism interprets this phrase, Arya Ashtangika Marga, not as the Noble Eightfold Path, but Eightfold Path of the spiritually noble. So as per this interpretation, those who follow the path are noble. As we all know, this path comprises of 8 interconnected practices that are meant to help individuals achieve enlightenment. And these 8 practices are right view, right intention, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. In the Mahachattārisaka Sutta of the Majjhima Nikaya, Buddha also makes a distinction between the path which appears to be motivated in view of merit and therefore clings to rebirth, and the path which is not intoxicated with any desires and which is transcendental, Lokuttara. Here, right concentration leads to perfect insight, Sammayana, and to perfect deliverance, Samma Vimutti. The Eightfold Path is also called the method for the realization of certain conditions which are more sublime than heavenly pleasures, as they culminate in the realization of the emancipation of mind and heart. The path covers one's moral life, sila, power of concentration, samadhi, and understanding of the truth, panya. From these aspects, the 8 constituents of the path fall in 3 categories: right speech, right action, and right mode of living deal with sila. Right endeavor, right mindfulness, and right concentration deal with samadhi. And right understanding and right intention lead to insight into the truth. Thus, the path, the Noble Eightfold Path, emphasizes the importance of developing awareness, compassion, and right conduct in order to attain spiritual awakening. The second concept which we are going to deal today is 4 Brahma Viharas, that is loving kindness, compassion, empathetic joy, and equanimity. These are meditative topics used for the cultivation of shamatha, tranquility. These are taken up as objects of meditation to counter the influence of specific unwholesome states of mind For example, loving kindness counteracts hostility, compassion counters harmfulness, empathetic joy counters dissatisfaction or envy regarding others' achievements, and equanimity counters both the desire and hostility arising from sensuality, as well as the desire to win the approval of others. So, the Noble Eightfold Path provides a roadmap for developing the four immeasurables. For instance, right intention, speech, conduct, livelihood, and effort enhance the cultivation of four immeasurables. By developing right intentions rooted in the desire to promote the well being of all beings and engaging in right speech, while abstaining from malicious or hurtful speech, we cultivate loving kindness and empathy towards others. By adopting right conduct in our personal and professional life, we promote compassion and empathetic joy, which leads to equanimity when we interact with others. Right mindfulness helps to cultivate a clear and focused mind, which supports both the Noble Eightfold Path and the four immeasurables in our daily practice. So this is the gist. Being a lexicographer, I think I have dealt with these, and these are mere, so to say, for me, it's Noble Eightfold Path, Arya Ashtangika Marga, Arya Ashtangika Magga. And this is very, so to say, very simple from a lexicographical point of view. But as we delve into these concepts, then only we realize they are really very deep and very important to cultivate one's mind and to lead on the path to spirituality and to nirvana. So yeah, with this I conclude my few words, and I now invite Professor Purushottam Rana, who started his academic career as an assistant professor in the Department of Buddhist Studies, University of Delhi. After completing MPhil and PhD in the same department from the same university. In September 2010, he was appointed assistant professor in the Department of Pali in Navanalanda Mahavihar, Nalanda. In November 2020, he became full professor in the Department of Buddhist Studies in Navanalanda Mahavihar. Currently, he is Dean of the Faculty of Buddhist Studies and the head of the Department of Buddhist Studies, Navanalanda Mahavihar. In pursuance of his research, he has presented a number of papers in various seminars and conferences held from time to time in India and abroad. He has many published articles and books to his credit. In order to broaden his academic horizon and expand insightful paradigms, Professor Dr. Rana has done a fieldwork at different archaeological sites in Thailand, Cambodia, Vietnam, Philippines, Pakistan, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, China, and Indonesia. Today, Professor Rana will deal with the Noble Eightfold Path and the concept of limitlessness.
Namo Tiratnaya. Respected chair, venerable sitting on the dais, and learned persons of the dais, my mentor, Gesed Amdullah, Professor Mahesh Devkar, Professor L.P. Singh, Professor Bahulkar, Professor Renuka Singh, the galaxies of scholars sitting in the house, and we are here to deal with Eightfold Path and four immeasurables, and we have to measure within 15 minutes. So it's really a big task for me. Actually, when we see the Buddhist philosophy, the most dynamic philosophy of the world and of the human civilization. How and why I am issuing this statement, the most dynamic philosophy. Immediately after getting enlightenment, the Buddha expressed, he uttered a verse that is, Yada have patu bhavanti dhamma, atapino jhayato brahmanasya, athasya kankha bapayanti sabba, yato pajanati, the key line, yato pajanati sahetu dhammam. When the nature of the Dhamma is clear to a mendicant, how it is clear? Because he knows the roots of the world, roots of all phenomena, roots of all activities. So, roots of karma, roots of akarma, consciousness, morality and immorality, time and space, and rebirth. All roots are clear to a mendicant. So, when Buddha, at the first moment of his enlightenment, the Shakya Muni discusses about the roots. The so dynamic concept he has introduced to the world. And because of that, the theory of momentariness, the theory of suffering, and theory of non-substantiality appears in the civilizational history. And because of that, it makes Buddhist philosophy very dynamic, because the whole world is a kind of flux. It's not static. And you have to understand the changing nature, the fastest changing nature of the world. And you can't see through the naked eye. You have to inculcate, you have to attain the eye of wisdom. So, and why? Buddha has established so many things here, so dynamic things here. It is clear in Arya Paryasan Sutta. Arya Paryasan Sutta, I am just quoting one line, first line. Ekaccho bhikkhave. Ekaccho attana jati dhammo samano, jati dhamme adi navang viditva, ajatang anuttarang yogakhemang nibbanang parivesati. What is the task of a Arya people? First, you consider yourself that you are a born being. And then you have to considering the Adinava, the dangers and the defilements of this process, you have to proceed for the ultimate liberation. This is the aim and objective of your life, aim and objective of the Arya people. That is why the whole exercise has been done by the Buddha and the scholars of the world. So, this is the key statements issued by the Buddha, and then Buddha says that I discusses about two things only. So from the very beginning of the journey of Buddhist philosophy, the Dhamma, journey of Dhamma, he started talking about the four appamaya. Appamaya, limitlessness, immeasurables. So he says, Dve ime bhikkave desemi dukkhang cha dukh nirodhang. This is alphabet of Buddhism. Dukkhang cha dukh nirodhang cha. You have to identify the suffering and you have to search for the way for removal of suffering. And he has already given the Eightfold Path. And Eightfold Path and immeasurables, this is non-separable. And Eightfold Path is just like a highway, a way. You know the cyber highway? In the same way, there is Dhamma highway. And it starts from the South Pole to North Pole and North Pole to South Pole. And there is discussion about Mahayana, Theravada, Vajrayana. No. When highway crosses different geographical and spatio gaps, then some changes occurs. When it goes through the group of different type of people, then some new things added. And this is the matter of interpretation and addition of ideas into the dharma, into the dhamma. This is not a separation. This is not creating a separate boundaries, so-called Theravada and Mahayana and Vajrayana like this. This is development of time and space, inspired by time and space. In 5th century AD, in 1st century AD, the Nag Sen discusses about Dhammanagar, the righteous city. And it depends on you whether you live in the physical city, material city, or you are living in Dhammanagar. So, I am just giving you the points, the bullet points, and you authenticate my lecture through the scriptures. Go through the scriptures in Milind Prashna. There is the discussion of Dhammanagar. And now, in 5th century AD, Buddha Ghosh has added new thing. He is talking about the ocean, Sansar. 4 ocean. Jal Sagar, Sansar Sagar, that is different thing. But the two important thing is Naya Sagar and Jnana Sagar. The knowledge of the Buddha is also an ocean, that is Jnana Sagar. And the scripture of the Buddha is also an ocean, that is Naya Sagar. The whole scriptures, this is as deep, more deeper than the ocean. Ocean can, the depth of the ocean can fathom, can measured, but the knowledge cannot be measured, the scriptures cannot be measured until or unless it's a part of your practical life. And making the Dhamma a part of your practical life is very difficult. Here also the two things, very difficult and very easy. It depends on you. This is the therapeutic aspect of, therapeutic beauty of Buddhist philosophy. Friends, now the Buddha has given 4-fold methodology. You can apply everywhere. You can apply in social science, material science, and Buddhist sciences. Understanding problem, understanding the roots of the problem, removal of the roots of the problem, and path, the prescription. And the Buddha given this 8-fold path, and the first one is Sammaditthi. Sammaditthi is seed of all philosophies. Sarvadrishti prahanaya. When Nagarjuna just proclaimed this sentence, then it says so many things. Sarvadrishti prahanaya. Drishti, false view. Ditti, false view. And the younger generation, Gesela, in his beginning, just in his remark, he was saying, now this is the time of younger generation. You just examine the false views in current theorization in economics, management, statecraft, and in all disciplines. How Ditti, false views, has made this earth a hell, not a heaven. Because of that, because of false view. So don't understand the Samma Ditti, the first path of two words only, Samma and Ditti. This is as deeper as ocean. And you have to see the implication of Mithya Ditti and Samma Ditti, the struggle between Mithya Ditti and Samma Ditti in the whole world. And it depends on the new generation to opt whether Samma Ditti or Mithya Ditti. Initially I told you how I can measure in 15 minutes. So these are the and Samma Ditti. So, and the second one is Samma Sankappo. I will explain because it's a very fascinating, very romantic topic. Gesela has chosen 4 immeasurables and 8-fold path. The first one is Samma Sankappo, Nekhamma Sankappo, Avihinsa Sankappo, and Avyapad Sankappo. Again, Nekhamma Sankappo is very deep. The renunciation from the material world, the renunciation from the negative things, so on and so forth. And the last two is Avihinsa and Avyapad. When this is Avihinsa Sankappo, determination for non-violence, and Avyapad, determination for non-harming others, then this is the origin, this is the beginning point of Maitri, Karuna and Maitri. So Maitri and Karuna, these two immeasurables have a great therapeutic value. My students, when they are getting frustrated, I tell them to gain energy, you sit for meditation and you sit for metta bhavana, cultivation for friendliness. And it will give you, this is the experimented truth. You will get a lot of energy in your personality within 10, 15 or 20 minutes. And because of its therapeutic value, in Vipassana meditation, the 11th day is called Metta Day, Maitri Day. Why? Because you have, whatever you have earned, whatever you have learned in last 10 days, through Maitri Day, Metta Day, you can just analyze and extend your merits to the whole world, all being of the world. So this is the beauty of Buddhism. And now some aspects, the 7 paths are very deep, profound, and each path I will request Gesela. Of course, Tibet House has made this effort, and Samma Sati, one-day seminar has already been conducted on Samma Sati for introspections, but each and every path of the Eightfold Path requires a whole day. Now the same thing has been discussed under Brahma Vihar, and the same in Abhidhamma, that is Chetsikas, mental events, or Chetsikas, mental factors. So the same concept travels to different headings, under different headings, in the same context. And the understanding and definition of the same thing is different at different context. So this is the thing, this is the beauty of Buddhist philosophy, which one has to understand, the new generation has to understand. And the another thing is, we should start a study from Theravada, like Eightfold Path, like Immeasurables, and in each and every sects, this is not sect, each and every point of development we can compare from Theravada to Mahayana to Vajrayana to Nichiren to Tendai, all. And you have to conclude whatever is suitable for the whole world, because the main aim and objective of Buddha is to make the world suffering free. And here, the first verse, Dve me bhikkhave desemi dukkhang cha dukkha nirodhang cha, this is the starting point of Bodhisattva ideal, Bodhisattva view. When he talks, because Samma Ditthi is for yourself, but Samma Sankappo for the society, Samma Vayamo for the society and yourself, both. So, the concept of Bodhisattva, the Bodhisattva ideal, is for himself and for others also, for the whole world also. So, this is the implication of all these things. And now, before getting second slip, I conclude my speech, and I salute Gesela for such type of event, and being a dean of Faculty of Buddhist Studies and head of the department, I am saying from this place that Gesela doing a tremendous service to the Buddhist philosophy and Buddhist studies, and this is the best center in India. Every time I learn from Gesela how to run the department and how to run and how to deal with the philosophy for the modern world, for the contemporary world. Thank you. Namo Buddhaya.
Thank you, Professor Rana, for your excellent talk. And now we move on to the second talk. Venerable Dr. Tenzin Choing. She is an assistant professor at the Department of Buddhist and Tibetan Studies at the Namgyal Institute of Tibetology in Gangtok, Sikkim. Her doctoral research topic is Nagarjuna's philosophy of emptiness and J. Tsongkhapa's exposition, Descent into Prolific Periods. She has teaching and research experience with a range of institutions including University of Delhi, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Tibet House and YMCA. Venerable Dr. Tenzin Choing has numerous publications, and she has also presented papers on themes such as practice of emptiness, a Buddhist approach to inner and world peace, Buddhist psychology, form and substance in Buddhist philosophy, and so forth at national and international conferences and seminars. She is proficient in Tibetan and German and has taught the latter for many years at the University of Delhi and other institutes. Today she will be speaking on Eightfold Noble Paths, Sutra and Commentary Sources, Study, Reflection and Practice from Mahayana Perspective.
Good afternoon to everyone. Am I audible at the back? Okay, thank you. So at the outset, let me express my gratitude and thank to Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula and Tibet House for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share my views on one of the core teachings of Buddha Shakyamuni, the Eightfold Noble Path, Sutras and commentarial sources, study, reflection and practice from Mahayana perspective. I also would like to thank respected chair, Professor Lata Diokarji, for the kind introduction. Also would like to thank the previous inaugural session esteemed speakers and dignitaries, and also feel very honored to share the dais with esteemed speaker from different traditions, expert in Buddhist studies, Buddhist philosophy, psychology, and other. Okay, so without taking much time, I would like to start with the topic. As I said, the topic for today's talk Okay, so the topic for today's talk is one of the core teaching of Buddha Shakyamuni, and I think as respected chair already mentioned, and also so well elaborated by Professor Rana Purushottamji, that this Eightfold Noble Path seems to be a very simple teaching, but when we really study it systematically, then there are so many nuances to unfold, not only to see the differences and the commonalities of the two different traditions, but also within one tradition there are so many different views and so many nuances when it comes to different schools. So therefore, it needs a lot of study and research and exploration. So now, so I'll be presenting the Mahayana perspective. So this Eightfold Noble Path, this, this was taught by Buddha Shakyamuni at different occasions. And one of the occasion was the sutra known as Noble Mahayana Sutra on the rice seedling. In Sanskrit, Arya Salistamba Mahayana Nama Sutra. So in this sutra, as I read, Buddha said, okay, it so happened that Buddha was passing by the rice field and gazing at a rice seedling. He said, Bhikshus, whoever sees dependent arising sees the Dharma. Whoever sees the Dharma sees the Buddha. And then in the same sutra, you will see there is a discussion and the discourse happening between two. Venerable Shariputra asking question to Arya Maitreya upon what Buddha, about what Buddha said in the morning in the passing through a rice field. So then Venerable Shariputra asked the Buddha, asked Arya Maitreya that in the morning, Venerable Tathagat said, Bhikshus who sees dependent arising sees Dharma. Whoever sees the Dharma sees the Buddha. So what is this dependent arising? And then what is Dharma? And who is Buddha? So then answering to each of the question, the response given by Arya Maitreya, if you see the entire content of the sutra. So first he discussed what is dependent arising, and he extensively explained the different kinds and the meaning of dependent arising. Then he goes on to explaining what is Dharma. So when explaining the Dharma, I read the sutra, Arya Maitreya said, the Dharma is the eightfold path of the noble ones. Right view, right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration, the topic for today's talk. And then he goes on saying, this Eightfold Noble Path of noble ones, combined with the attainment of its results and nirvana, is what the Bhagavan has called the Dharma. So here we can say, here we can see that, okay, we are talking about the Eightfold Noble Path, but this is not just the one teaching that you have to study, reflect, and meditate in order to attain enlightenment, but there are many nuances of what we should be practicing when it comes to attaining the two goals, which in the inaugural session, Venerable Geshe Dorji Damdula so rightly pointed out that finally, when it comes to two basic aspiration of not wanting suffering and wanting happiness, we all share this in common. And these two aspiration, in technical terms, we call it nirvana and Buddhahood. So for attaining these two goals, there are so many nuances of the path, and one of the very important aspect of the path, or very important path, is Eightfold Noble Path. Okay, and then the other sutra, just for your reference, it comes in the Dashabhumi Sutra also, where the sutra reads, the Eightfold Noble Path is like this. Right view abides in isolation, abides in detachment, abides in cessation, and is meditation directed towards through complete abandonment, and this is applicable to all other 7 paths. Okay, so I think the formatting issue. So these are the Eightfold Noble Path: right view, right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood, right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. Due to the paucity of the time, I'll be quickly going through them one by one. Okay, so right view and right thought. So what is right view? So basically these Eightfold Noble Path, they are, when do you attain them? When we talk about the attainment is of these Eightfold Noble Paths, they are attained on the Arya paths. They are attained on the supramundane paths. So when we talk about the path to enlightenment, we talk about the 5 paths: path of accumulation, path of preparation, path of seeing. Okay, just for your reference, if I move on to the slide, here. So in the Heart Sutra, Arya Bhagavati Pragya Paramita Hridaya Sutra, I think most of us are familiar with this mantra, Taya Tha Om Gate Gate Para Gate Parasam Gate Bodhi Swaha. So Buddha delineated here 5 paths that one has to follow in order to fulfill or in order to attain the 2 basic aspiration known as the aspiration of fearlessness and the aspiration of infinite happiness, in technical terms nirvana or Buddhahood. And these 5 paths in this mantra are so beautifully encapsulated, which are known as number 1, path of accumulation, path of preparation, path of seeing, path of meditation, and path of normal learning. So now when it comes to Eightfold Noble Path, when do you attain this Eightfold Noble Path? Then the sources say that they are attained on the Arya path. And when it comes to, okay, the presentation of the 2 brothers, Arya Asanga and Acharya Vasubandhu, they differ, their versions have slight variations, but one commonality is that they are attained on the supramundane path, means the path of seeing. What is the speciality of this path is that you have seen the ultimate reality directly. You have seen the empty nature of the world directly. So as Kishila was mentioning in the opening remark, that finally we have to fix all the teachings given by Buddha Shakyamuni is to fix 3 things. First of that was fixing the cognitive error. Fixing the cognitive error, which is to see all phenomena as intrinsically real, or seeing all phenomena as objectively real while they are just dependently originated or are empty of intrinsic reality. So now, right, so although these are attained on the Arya path, which starts from the path of seeing, but we can practice them, right? So what is the right view? So right view is defined as the meditative experience of subtler realities, such as the experience of the 4 noble truths, impermanence, emptiness, and so forth in meditative states. So as I think Rana Purushottamji so well encapsulated in his lecture, that this is extremely profound. This sounds very simple, that okay, we have to gain insight into impermanence, we have to gain insight into 4 noble truths, but when it comes to the nuances of what is the right view in the sense the subtler realities, the realities which are hidden for us for the time being, and through consistent study, reflection, and meditation, we can explore those reality and meditate on them. So now these realities, this right view, in fact, to study this right view, there are 4 schools, where Bhashika, Sautrantrika, Chittamatra, and Madhyamika, and within Madhyamika further divisions are there. So what is this right view as explained by Buddha Shakyamuni in staircase to reach the final view, which is the view of emptiness of intrinsic existence, itself is a huge topic to be studied. Now the next is the right thought. So basically the first one is basically when you get to the nature of the reality in the meditative state. When you meditate on this single pointedly in the meditative state, this is known as right view. Then when you come out of this meditation and then what you experienced during your meditation, this influences your thoughts, right? So the next is right thought. It says, influenced by the meditative experience of reality, the thoughts enabling one to communicate to others in the post-meditative state. So now what you have meditated in the meditative equipoise, getting to the subtler realities such as emptiness, impermanence, and your thoughts being influenced by that, and then you communicate it to others through the influence of the right view in the meditative state, that is known as right thought. Next is the right speech and the right action. So right speech and right action basically include abandoning the 7 known virtuous actions of body, speech, and practicing the 7 virtuous actions. So I'm just enlisting them. What are the 7 virtuous actions? No killing, no stealing, and no sexual misconduct. These are 3 of the physical. Then no lying, no harsh speech, no divisive speech, and no idle gossip. 3 of the verbal. So I just quoted one verse from, actually 2 verses from Arya Nagarjuna's Precious Garland, Ratnavali, in which he cited the direct results of engaging in these 10 non-virtuous actions. I'll just read it for everyone. By taking life, we will be short-lived. Violence will bring us lots of harm. Through stealing, we will lack possessions. Through adultery or sexual misconduct, we will face rivals. Through speaking falsely, which is lying, we'll face slander. Divisive talk will separate us from our friends. Harsh speech will mean hearing unpleasant words. Gossip will cause our speech to lack nobility. Then right speech, okay, when it comes to, of course, as we are talking about the 2 traditions, Theravada tradition and the Mahayana tradition. So when we talk about the Mahayana tradition or the Bodhisattva path, where the goal is to attain full awakening for the welfare of all sentient beings, great emphasis was laid on the right speech. When it comes to the Bodhisattva path, utmost care is taken on when to speak, what to speak, where to speak, whom to speak, how much to speak. So incorporating your right speech with skillful means is extremely, extremely important to practice when it comes to the Bodhisattva path, a path where you aspire to become fully awakened one, a Buddha, for the benefit of all sentient beings. Next is the right livelihood. So right livelihood is a ways of procuring our requisite, means our livelihood, such as food, shelter, clothing, medicine, that are free from the 5 wrong livelihoods. So what are the 5 wrong livelihoods? One is hinting. So hinting is like, you don't say directly, but you hint the things that you want others to give you. So hinting, number 1. Flattery, where you use some pleasant word with the ulterior motive that the other will give you something. Then the bribery, you use something smaller in order to get something bigger. Then the coercion, where you put other person in a position where they cannot say no and are forced to do something to give you. And then hypocrisy is where you do not have qualities and pretend to have them. So avoiding these 5, and of course many other aspects, one can, in simple terms, we try to get our livelihood and as much in a very clean way as much as possible. Okay, now next is the right mindfulness. For right mindfulness, which is the 7th one, we should make distinction between introspection and mindfulness. So usually we tend to mix up the two, introspection and mindfulness. Introspection in Tibetan is the station, and mindfulness is timpa. Mindfulness, we know in Sanskrit, is smriti. So what is introspection? As the slide says, awareness which is being vigilant of what your mind is doing, whether or not the focal point is lost due to mental excitement or mental laxity. So basically introspection is a mind. It's just a simple one function of the mind to be vigilant of what your mind is doing. So is your mind is having a right speech, right livelihood, or right action, or your mind has already gone to something wrong. So this is the job of the introspection. It's even oftentimes the analogy given is the analogy of the spy. Just as the job of a spy is just to watch what is being happening, likewise the job of the introspection as a mental function is to see what your mind is doing, whether your mind is on the correct object or it has gone to the wrong object. This much is the job of the introspection. But mindfulness is more than that. Sometimes we tend to see mindfulness means just being mindful of what you're doing. But here the mindfulness is extremely, extremely sophisticated. I read, it says, seeks to return the focus of the mind to the intended virtuous objects. So even the Sanskrit word smriti express this meaning. Mindfulness is, okay, now after introspection, once your mind, through the introspection has seen what your mind is doing, let's say your mind has gone to wrong speech, or your mind has gone to the wrong, procuring wrong livelihood, then the job of the mindfulness is to bring the mind back to the virtuous object. So therefore it says intended virtuous object, not any object, but a virtuous object. So therefore the role of the mindfulness, sometimes the analogy used is the rope of the mindfulness. So as I've used the picture here, so what is the job of the mindfulness? Through the introspection, you come to know that your mind has wandered off, and then through rope of the mindfulness, you bring the mind back to the intended virtuous objects, such as right view, right thought, right speech, right action, right livelihood, and so forth. Okay, and then this function of the 2 mental factors, introspection and mindfulness, is extremely, extremely important when it comes to the meditative practices also. They eliminate hindrances to meditative concentration, such as mental excitement and laxity. Finally, the 8th noble path is the right concentration. So through right introspection and mindfulness, you have a mind which is very channelized and now can focus on the object. So right concentration is stabilizing the mind, necessary for the first 2 of the 8-fold noble paths, which are right view and right thought, namely the right view and the right thought. By means of right concentration, we are able to cultivate the higher knowledges and to focus on the meaning of the subtler views, such as emptiness, 4 noble truths, single-pointedly. So basically, right concentration through the right mindfulness, your concentration becomes extremely, extremely powerful, and then you can focus on the first 2 noble paths, which is right view and right thought, single-pointedly. Okay, so these are the 8-fold noble paths. And now, knowing the nature of the 8-fold noble paths, we should know that this is a common practice when it comes to Theravada tradition and the Mahayana tradition. In fact, what makes the difference of the two tradition is not just the labels. It's actually the difference in terms of the aspiration, the goals that they are seeking, and the path that they follow, and therefore the object of abandonments of their path. So I've just listed the difference. So Theravada tradition or Theravada path, where, or also called Pratimoksha seeker path, where the motivation is renunciation, to liberate oneself from the grip of samsara, to liberate oneself from the grip of all kinds of fears and suffering. And therefore, the goal becomes the personal liberation or nirvana. And then what you abandon through on this path to attain your nirvana or personal liberation, they are known as afflictive obscurations. These are technical terms I'm just giving for the reference. Afflictive obscuration in Sanskrit known as klesha varan. And then the Mahayana practitioner or the Mahayana path, why it is called Maha? Because the goal is Maha or great. In terms of the goal is to become Buddha for the benefit of all sentient beings, not just freeing yourself from the grip of suffering and samsara, but working for the benefit of all sentient beings, taking them to the state of full awakening. So Mahayana practitioner, the motivation is called bodhicitta, which I said. Bodhicitta is a mind which aspires to become Buddha for the benefit of all sentient beings. But this bodhicitta can never be there when the renunciation is not there. Why? Because if you do not want to free yourself from the suffering, how can you aspire to make all sentient beings to be freed of suffering? So therefore, renunciation becomes the ground for bodhicitta. And then for bodhicitta to develop, the other part of the theme is four immeasurables. So as Professor Rana Purushottamji so nicely explained four immeasurables today, so that is the another ground for bodhicitta to be cultivated. And then what do you abandon when you follow the Mahayana path? On top of afflictive obscuration, klesha varan, you abandon also the cognitive obscuration known as jnana varan, the obstructions to omniscience. And then, thank you, removing them, you attain Buddhahood or omniscience for the benefit of all sentient beings. Now, I'll just quickly, because the slip is already here, I'll quickly correlate the Eightfold Noble Path with the 5 paths to enlightenment and the 37 factors, 37 harmonious paths to enlightenment, Bodhi, Pakshpradi. So this, actually, they seem to be very different, but they are all correlated. So now, as I mentioned, there is a mention of the 37 harmonious paths to enlightenment, Bodhi, Paksh, Dharma. So these can be broadly classified under 7 sets, right? 4 mindfulness, 4 absolute abandonments, 4 miraculous feet, 4 powers, 5 strengths, 7 paths of enlightenment, and the last one, if you can see, Eightfold Noble Path. So where do you attain these on the path to enlightenment, which consists of 5 paths? So there is a present, okay, first, just for your reference, what are the 37 harmonious paths to enlightenment? I won't be reading them. So these are the first 3 sets, and then the next 4 sets. Okay, now these 5 paths to enlightenment, where do you attain them? So now, I'm so sorry for the formatting. So now this first is the, okay, so now when it comes to the presentation, where do you attain these 37 factors to enlightenment? The 2 brothers, Arya Asanga and Acharya Vasubandhu, they differ slightly in their presentation. In fact, both of them are known for their contribution to the Abhidharma system, Abhidharma tradition of the Mahayana perspective. And then Arya Asanga, as we all know, is the trailblazer of Chittamatra philosophy, although his own philosophy is the Madhyamika philosophy, which we can confidently say from his writing, which is known as the commentary on Uttara Tantra Shastra by Arya Maitreya, where he explained the Madhyamika view. But when it comes to the legacy that he left for the world is the Chittamatra philosophy. And then next is the Acharya Vasubandhu, again extremely, extremely important figure from the Nalanda masters, who is also known for his great, great contribution to the Abhidharma tradition. And we all know the text written by him, Abhidharma Ghosh, which is like the encyclopedia of Buddhist psychology, philosophy, epistemology. And it is said that the initial part of his life, he was more expounding Vaibhashika and South Tantrika, which we see from the Abhidharma Ghosha. And in the later part of his life, he expounded Chittamatra philosophy, as we see his text known as Vimshatika, 20 verses, and 30 verses, Trimshika. Okay, so as we can see, so I won't be reading the entire thing. We can just take a note that the Eightfold Noble Path is attained in terms of realization. The true realization come to you on the path of meditation as per Arya Asanga's system. And this system is followed by the higher schools, Chittamatra and the Madhyamika. And then according to Acharya Vasubandhu, you attain the Eightfold Noble Path on path of seeing. which is the start of the Arya path. And this is followed by the two lower school, Vaibhashika and Sautantrika. Okay, now I'll quickly correlate the Eightfold Noble Path with the three higher trainings also. So previous panelists, they mentioned about the Shil, Samadhi and Pragya. All the teachings of the Buddha, they can be so well be categorized under three major categories: the practice of the Shil, practice of the Samadhi, and the practice of the Pragya. In English known as practice of the wisdom, practice of ethics, and practice of concentration. So where do these Eightfold Noble Path fall? Are they totally different things, or they are related? So as I have mentioned here, they are related. So in the practice of the wisdom, so the first two, right view and right intention, it falls into the practice of the wisdom, pragya, and then the right speech, right action, and right livelihood in the practice of the ethics, and then the right mindfulness and right concentration in the practice of concentration. And then as you can see, right effort, this is required. Right effort means finding joy in virtue. So the virtue of cultivating wisdom, virtue of cultivating compassion, virtue of cultivating single-pointed concentration. When you find joy in virtue, that is extremely, extremely required for all kinds of practices. Therefore, right effort is something which belongs to all three practices, practice of Shil, Samadhi, Pragya. Okay, and finally the purpose. Finally, the purpose of Eightfold Noble Path comes from many of the sutras given by Buddha Shakyamuni. In fact, his whole endeavor is to help us to attain the two aspiration, which is to remove our suffering and the fears and attain the infinite happiness, which is technically known as Buddhahood. So now in the Wheel of Life, as you can see, he explained the mechanism of the rise of samsara, or the suffering that we all dislike, that how these sufferings or the fears that we dislike, they come into being. Immediate causes the contaminated karmas, which in turn comes from the impure minds such as afflictions. And finally, the worst of the affliction, the worst of the impure mind, or the first of the distorted mind, which is the cause of all kinds of problem, is self-grasping ignorance. Which self-grasping ignorance? Of course, school differ, but according to the highest Buddhist school, the Madhyamika system, Prasangika Madhyamika, this self-grasping ignorance is the ignorance which views all phenomena as objectively real while they exist merely subjectively. Or the self-grasping ignorance is the mind which views all phenomena as truly real while they are mere dreamlike or illusion-like. So now how Buddha taught that this whole chain can be reversed when you cut the root cause, which is self-grasping ignorance. Because self-grasping ignorance is an ignorance, the antidote should be the wisdom. And which wisdom? Because the self-grasping ignorance, the subtlest of the self-grasping ignorance, which is at the root of all our problem, is the ignorance which views all phenomena as objectively real while they are subjectively real. The wisdom of emptiness, which views all phenomena as empty of objective reality and sees them as merely mentally imputed, that is the wisdom that one has to cultivate in order to cut this root of samsara, in order to reach nirvana. And when driven by the force of bodhicitta and four immeasurables, that can lead us to Buddhahood. Okay, so and finally, let me just take 2 minutes. Finally, I would like to also correlate them, the Eightfold Noble Path, because I'm presenting the Mahayana perspective, Eightfold Noble Path with the 4 branches of Bodhisattva path. So this basically comes from Arya Maitriya's text known as Madhyanta Vibhanga, differentiation of the middle and the extreme. There is one verse which explains that, okay, when it comes to the Bodhisattva practices, I mean the practices of those beings who aspires to become Buddha for the benefit of all sentient beings, how this Eightfold Noble Path can be correlated. So the verse reads, one that thoroughly realizes, one that makes you understand the 3 factors that make others develop trust as antidotes to those on the opposite side. These are the 8 factors of the path, or Eightfold Noble Path. So how do we correlate? As we can see, I have just extracted the same thing from the verse. First one is one that thoroughly realizes. So the first one, right view. This helps us to thoroughly realize the subtle realities, the nature of yourself and the world that we live in. And this cuts the ignorance. So this branch is known as branch of affirmation because it affirms the nature of the world and removes the ignorance. Now the second one is one that makes you understand. Now with this right view, then in the post-meditative state, through right thought, your thoughts are influenced, and then these thoughts give rise to verbal expressions to benefit others. So it says one that makes you understand. So now the second one, right thought, as a bodhisattva practices, you use that to make these subtler realities be understood by other people as well. So one that makes you understand. Now the third one is the three factors that make others develop trust. So right speech, right action, right livelihood. When you comply to the right speech, right right action and the right livelihood, this helps others to develop trust in your actions. And then finally, the antidote to those on the opposite side. So right mindfulness and right concentration, the seventh and the eighth one, they, as I mentioned earlier also, they help us to remove the obstructions to attain the various paths such as concentration, wisdom, bodhicitta, and many other. And then finally, right effort is required for all. So with this, I conclude. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Venerable Dr. Tenzin Choing, for taking an extensive overview of the Mahayana approach towards the Noble Eightfold Path and for immeasurables by quoting from various sources like Asanga, Vasubandhu, and other texts. Thank you very much. So now the next speaker is Venerable Professor Mirisavathe Vimalagnana. He is a professor and head of the Department of Buddhist Culture of the Postgraduate Institute of Pali and Buddhist Studies, Kelaniya, Sri Lanka. He earned his bachelor's and postgraduate degrees from the University of Peradeniya. Since 2006, Venerable Professor Vimal Gnana has served in 3 universities, including Bhikshu University of Sri Lanka and the University of Peradeniya. He was promoted to professor in 2015. He has written over 40 research papers for local and international journals in Sinhala and English and has authored 2 books. Venerable has presented many research papers for international academic forums in Sinhala, English, and Pali. Today he will be speaking about Brahma Vihara, its practice and efficacy.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Professor Diokar. I would also should thank Dr. Venerable Professor Geshe and the organizers for bringing me here and letting me stay in the Delhi comfortably. Now today we have learned a lot. Actually, now I am not a good presenter. Now I also have the ability, the difficulty to talk quickly. Okay, so therefore I don't know whether I'll be able to present everything that I have in my mind, but I have prepared in the presentation. But okay, I give my best. Today I'm talking about Brahma Vihara, how it is practiced and the efficacy of it. And my talk is very much from the, rather than a scholar's point of view, it is very much the practitioner's point of view. How I am a practitioner, although I'm working in a university, we are practitioners. So I'm interested in talking from that perspective. And Professor, as you mentioned, Brahma Viharas are meditative objects, but I should say that at the same time they are they also fall within the day-to-day life, because from the Buddhist philosophical perspective, these are dharmas, mental states. So each and every mental state is something that belongs to the day-to-day life, as well as there are dharmas that we can develop up to the level of up to higher levels. So for example, one good example is Tatra Madhyatata in the Abhidharma. Tatra Madhyatata is concentration. So each and everyone has some amount of concentration at this level. You are listening to me and you have concentration on my talking. So it's general level, but this can be developed to the jhanic level. So then there are different levels of each and every dharma. So Brahma Viharas falls within the fold of day-to-day life and also in the meditative experience. And there is the interesting thing of Brahma Viharas is, I think this is the social aspect of Buddhism, because now Venerable said that the personal liberation. I think if you profoundly study this Brahma Viharas, we feel that the Brahma Viharas are not for myself, it is totally for others. So the people who practice Brahma Viharas, I mean, this is one of the the significant most significant teachings in the early in Buddhist tradition, so even in the Theravada tradition. So these Brahma Viharas are not intended for day-to-day supporting in this general life, but also in the spiritual life up to the enlightenment. So that is why it is highlighted very much in the in the Buddhist tradition. So therefore it is not just for, I mean, any tradition is not highlighting personal liberation, so it is personal liberation plus the liberation of others. So this is associated with others life. So okay, so now I have put my presentation, I mean, into 4 categories. So healthy emotions, the most needed, the Brahma Viharas and Appamanya. I'm trying to say something about these 2 words, and the textual elaborations on the pervasion of Appamanya, psychological pervading loving, psychology of pervading loving kindness. I'm not going to talk about, I mean, these are how they are presented in the text. So I'm not going, because in the Pali traditions we don't have the scholars like in the Sanskrit tradition, because in the Sanskrit tradition, scholars in the sense that separate scholars, the people who wrote the commentators actually are representing the tradition rather than their own personal idea. So this is something that we see in the Theravada tradition. So we have books, of course, written by people, we know the authors, but they are representing the tradition, so they are not coming under the personal name. But in the Sanskrit tradition we have authors, they are representing their own view, they are representing the tradition, at the same time they are interpreting the tradition. But in the Theravada tradition we do not see that. So therefore I'm trying to show how they are interpreted in the Theravada tradition, in the Pali tradition, rather than in the personal observations of the different authors or scholars, masters. Now when you are talking about emotions, actually some decades ago emotions are not very much highlighted, because emotions were thought to be antidote to rational thoughts. But today it is a different thing, because we know that in order to treat the human beings actually in a better way, you need emotions. Plus rational views are important, but at the same time emotions are necessary. So Brahma Viharas are, in a way, they are psychological kind of reactions to the external world. Okay, it's a kind of 4 psychological reactions to the external world outside. So they are, in a way, they are emotions. So emotions are necessary actually. So now when you're talking about the definition of immeasurables is very important. Now this is how it is given. So the first thing is actually real friendliness. Okay, real friendliness. So it is friendly disposition. So metta is friendliness. So it's not for one person, it is sabbe sattva, so it's for everyone. So this is how it becomes universal. It's not for just one particular person, it is sabbe sattva. When you say sabbe sattva, there is no any discrimination, there is no division. Okay, it's myself and others, and also every people. Sabbe sattva, not only human beings but also other beings. So it is basically a friendly disposition. It is said in the hita sukha. There are 2 aspects. Hita means friendliness, sukha means comfortableness. So these 2 things are important in when you pervade metta. So one is your friendliness, and also the easy living, the comfortable of the other person, comfortability. The difference between metta and karuna is when you come to the second thing, actually there should be some suffering. When you see suffering, there is a strike of the heart. So there is a strike, and you are struck by the suffering of the other. So there should be some sort of suffering when you have compassion. So in order for you to generate compassion, there is some amount of suffering in of the other person. You see that, or you experience that, and you generate compassion. And in the third case, I think it's the third one, the mudita, altruistic joy, is the most difficult one, because normally it is said even today that I have seen that don't tell your progress to anyone else, because jealousy is there always. So we hear this. So it's very difficult to be happy seeing the other people's progress. So mudita is, I think it's a very difficult thing for anyone to generate. So mudita is your happiness. So it is interpreted the happiness, seeing others being happy, endowed with good, comfortable, and non-dissolution from the loud is mudita. The fourth one, I think, what makes balance. One of the problems that we have, for example, when you are doing counseling, you are always instructed, don't be overwhelmed by your emotions, when your feelings, when you do counseling, because if you are innocent, you are innocent person, your heart is sort of honest. Then when you hear the suffering of the other people, when you are put before your suffering of another person, you are struck by that. You feel that you are overwhelmed by the kind of suffering of the other person. But this one, we understand in the fourth, at the fourth level, in relation to the fourth one, we understand that there is a limitation that we can interfere into the other suffering. For example, when my mother passed away in last December, no, she was staying in my avase, in my residence, and I saw what is happening to. I knew that she is going to die within 2 weeks time, but I don't like crying monks. I have seen monks crying. This were not good. That's ugly thing. If a monk is crying for when he sees something seeing suffering of someone or any other thing, that's ugly thing, because we must be able to maintain this upekha. So it is said, maintaining an mental equilibrium at the pleasure and the pain, thinking that things become evident due to one's own karma, is upekha. So it's basically highlighted, the karma is highlighted here, the fruition of action is highlighted. So everyone, so some of the suffering cannot be stopped. Death is there, you cannot stop. Suffering is there to some extent, it cannot be stopped to some extent, but still there is a level that we can go, there is a stage that we can reach, but not everything we cannot stop. Okay, so Brahma Vihara and Apamanya is the second thing. Okay, in order to limit my presentation, I would, I'm trying to summarize what I'm going to say, my speech. Brahma Vihara is the old name. Okay, this is found in the early Buddhist text. So Apamanya is not found in the early Buddhist text. So Brahma Vihara comes from the two words, Brahma and Vihara. Brahma is Brahma, but this is not the creator Brahma in the Pali. But this Brahma is the Brahma lives in the pure, the pure lands, pure abodes, that Brahma worlds. So the people who develop these four abodes, when they die with that experience, they are, according to tradition, they've been born in the pure abodes called Brahma realms, and these are them. They are very honest, and their thoughts are very pure. So when we practice these Brahma Viharas here, they are as equal as those beings there. So the Brahma here is the Brahma Vihara means maintaining yourself. So when you maintain yourself, okay, Vihara is maintenance. When you maintain yourself according as similar as, okay, in the line of the mental setting of the Brahmas, okay, in the line of the Brahmas mental setting, mental states, that is Brahma Vihara. So that is the word that we find in the old text. But later on, we find this name Apamanya. Apamanya is found in the commentaries and in the Visuddhimagga, written probably in the 5th century, but actually the texts are older than that, but they were written in Pali in the 5th century or 4th century. Apamanya. So the Apamanya is the technical term. These four immeasurables. Actually, the immeasurables come from Apamanya. So Brahma Vihara comes from that idea, in relation to the Brahma idea, but this comes from the pervasion of metta. It can be pervaded to a large number, immeasurable number of beings. So they have given this technical term. The commentators have given this technical term. Abhidharma masters have given this technical term, Apamanya, immeasurables. So immeasurable means, there are two things immeasurable, the two meanings of immeasurable. That one thing is that it could be pervaded into many beings. The second meaning is, even in case of one person, there are many contexts. For example, in life, there are many instances in life that you have to generate metta, karuna, mudita, upekka, because you have you are as an infant, we are looking at an infant, there are many situations, right? In the same life, there are many situations, many contexts. So even in case of one person, there are many situations. So Apamanya means, if the number if bigger, that is also appamanya, immeasurable. There are also many situations in the same person's life. If you pervade or generate 4 immeasurables in case of one person in many contexts, that is also appamanya. So, okay, now I think that's clear. Okay, in Abhidharma, actually, you know what Abhidharma, I think in the Abhidharma tradition, what basically happens is you identify ultimate realities. So each and every mental or physical states are thought to be really existing, dependently existing. So in the Abhidharma traditions, we see the same 4, but the names are a little bit differentiated, because according to them, metta is adosa. So they, in the Abhidharma traditions, they are not called the loving kindness. So metta is not called as metta, it is called adosa. And upekha is basically tatra madhyatata. Because in the Abhidharma tradition, what is important is the Abhidharma masters tried to find out the basic elements. So adosa is the fundamental element, psychological element of metta. It can be developed to certain levels, but the beginning point, that is the basic element, is adosa for them. So that is why in the Theravada tradition, the Abhidharma masters has found 170 dharmas. 170 dharmas, not more than that, because they thought that 170 dharmas are the fundamental elements. So there are no more dharmas than that. So in the Abhidharma tradition, adosa is the metta, and the upekha is named as tatra madhyatata. I mentioned this one, tatra madhyatata, but the other two are the same. So karuna is the same. It is called karuna in the Abhidharma tradition, and upekha is what is the other one? Karuna, mudita is also mudita in the Abhidharma tradition. Okay, textual elaboration on pervasion of appamanya. I will read this. But actually, this in the early Buddhist text, you find a very few interpretations, because early Buddhist texts, Digha Nikaya, Majjhima Nikaya, they do not normally interpret, but the interpretation are found in the commentaries and the text like Visuddhimagga. Okay, here it is given according to Kathavatu. Normally, each 4 is intended to counteract with another unwholesome mental state. It is given according to Kathavatu, hatred, Vyapada, or Vyapada versus loving kindness. It means kindness, loving kindness or metta counteracts hatred, Vyapada. Cruelty or torture, that is hingsa, is counteracted by compassion. Dislike, that is arati versus altruistic joy. Now when you have altruistic joy, means actually your happiness about other people's success. So basically this arati, this dislike, is because of your inability to bear the inability to to bear other people's success. So that arati, dislike, comes up because of that. So when you have mudita, you don't have this kind of conflict between you and the other person. You can bear it. Okay, you are happy with it. And the equanimity, detachment, patigha is the Pali word. Detachment is counteracted by equanimity, upekha. Because you know that when you have upekka, you understand the nature of the life, and then there is a lot of you don't basically, you don't have this what we call any there is no detachment, of course. The commentary that Attasalini and the Visuddhimagga says equanimity, upekka, is suitable for one who is endowed with desire. So actually upekka has many dimensions. So basically Abhidharma has one definite statement, one definite interpretations, but other texts have different kind of interpretation. Other text might have, which are not Abhidharma text, might have different interpretations, but basically there are slight variations in interpretations. Number B, loving kindness should be cultivated to eradicate hatred. So the same thing is found in the early Buddhist text. I have taken this from early Buddhist text, Majjhima Nikaya, Metta Bhavitabba Vyapadasa Pahanaya. All 4 are meditative objects. Now the number C says all 4 are meditative objects and can be cultivated in order to attain trances and liberation. So they can be developed up to the trance level, that is jhanic levels. So it is said that the ability, so it's the first time I come across this situation. This is, I mean, for the second time. In the first time we come across in the Satipatthana Sutta, whoever develops the mindfulness on four bases of mindfulness, Kaya Anupassana, Vedana Anupassana, body Vedana, feeling, etc., can reach to the Arahant level. In the same way, we find even the person who developed these four is able to reach to the Anagami level, not Arahant level. So I think that is their efficacy. So they are in the day-to-day life, but at the same time, the highest cultivation of of them is the level of Anagami. So if the person has no grave offenses, grave unwholesome action done, which can give result in the next life, he actually can be a non-returner person. That is not so on, not stream enterer, not Sakadagami, once enterer, once returner, but the third level in the path of liberation, that is the Anagami level, non-returner. So that is the efficacy, the highest spiritual level that these four measurables can lead you. Okay, so some of the things I don't think I have time to explain. Okay, so I will talk about, yeah, I know. Okay, differences at the level of trances. So I will read this one. Among the subjects of meditation that brings about trances, Visuddhimagga is very specific on the efficacy of the trances. It says that if you develop it as a meditative object, this is the level you can reach. The Visuddhimagga says, among the subjects of meditation that bring about trances, the 10 kasinas together with mindfulness of breathing bring all 4 jhanas. Okay, 10 kasinas like Nila Kasita, Pita Kasina, the 4 clay circular slabs that we are using for meditation are called kasinas. So these objects can take you to the 4 jhanic levels. But when you come to these 4 measurables, actually they are limited to some extent because they are psychological. In Theravada tradition, the most powerful meditative objects are the physical objects. For example, breath is the most powerful physical object because that breath is wonderfully, wonderful experience, physical experience. There is no anything in this world, a physical experience that human or a being can get similar to breath. So therefore, it is the most, I think, the highest. It has the highest efficacy in bringing you to in the samatha level, in the mental composure. But when it comes to these are much more psychological. But when it comes to the mental concentration, powerful meditative objects are the physical objects. So breath is very powerful, and the kasina objects, that is the clay circular slabs in different colors that we are using in meditation in the Theravada tradition, are also powerful because they are also physical objects. The mental objects in that sense are less powerful. So therefore, some of the jhanas, they can take you to the 4th jhana, but the last upekha is powerful to generate the 4th one. That is how it is said. Okay, so these are very important jhanas. So simply I will give you one example. So if you practice, now this is how these meditations, 4 immeasurables, are highlighted in the Theravada traditions. It is said that if you practice 4 immeasurable just for a moment, it is spiritually higher than giving alms 100 days to 100 people, 100 days in 100 times in one particular day. So this is how it is highlighted. So to have these 4 immeasurable in heart is valuable than alms giving for 100 people 100 times in 100 days. So that is how it is interpreted. So the practice is you start from me, you can expand it to the other people. That is how it is in the tradition. This is not found in the text, of course. In the practice, in the modern practice, that is how it is practiced. You start from may I be happy, may I be comfortable, may I be free from worries. So then you start from me and you extend it to the other people. immeasurable number of people, any number of people. So that is metta. So I don't think that's, I think that's enough because I have taken my time. So maybe we can talk in our discussion session, question and answer session, things more. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Venerable Professor Vimalagnana, for your very illuminating talk on the four Brahma Viharas, their practice and efficacy, and I'm sure that will be helpful for those who want to practice these four immeasurables, not just gain understanding of the textual knowledge. Thank you very much. So now I invite the last speaker of this session, Venerable Geshe Lodoi Sangpo. Since 1992, Venerable Geshe Lodoi Sangpo has been studying Buddhist philosophy at Gaden Jangse Monastery and was able to attain Geshe Larampa degree in 2018. He did his 1-year study of Tantric philosophy at Gyoto Monastery in 2019. In addition to this, he started learning science in 2006 and got the opportunity to study at Emory University for 3 years. After completing his study at Emory University, he has been serving as a science teacher and coordinator of Gaden Jangse Science Center for many years. Presently, he is serving as a supervisor of Unit B, Thukdam Project, and monastery coordinator of Science for Monks program and Emory Tibetan Science Initiative. Today, Venerable Geshe Lodoi Sangpo will be speaking on the relevance of practicing Eightfold Noble Paths and Four Immeasurables in modern times.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, I want to express my gratitude to Geshila and the staffs, organizers, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to represent Tibetan Buddhist, sort of community, Sanskrit-based Buddhist. And I'm thinking, the Anila gave a wonderful presentation and covered most of the things that I wanted to cover. And at the end of the her presentation, I felt like she gave presentation on my behalf. Anyway, I have come up with some lists of the sutras and their commentaries, where you can find the highlights on the eightfold noble paths and the four immeasurables, and the sutras of 10 bhumis, and Buddha Avantam Sanka Sutra, and Samdhinirmochana Sutra, and the Sublime Continue, and Letter to a Friend by Nagarjuna, Differentiating the Middle from the Extreme by Arya Sangha, and Ornament of the Sutra, Abhidhamma Samukaya, and so on, and so many. And these are some sort of, few examples. Then I thought maybe I should give an example how these 8 noble fold paths are presented and highlighted in Mahayana tradition. And of course, there is so much, sort of, lengthy discourse on this topic, and I will try to come up with some example, but most of them are already covered in Tenzin Chuan's presentation. And the one, maybe, I do a little bit highlight on this in the sublime, the differentiating middle from the extreme, the branch, the noble eightfold paths are categorized in some sort of 4 branches. And the branch that thoroughly cuts off, the branch that brings understanding, the branch that generates trust or confidence in others, the branch that serve as the antidote. the branch that thoroughly cuts off. So here specifically refers to these noble eightfold paths, what to say, the attributes or the characteristics or the mental qualities of the Aryas, those who has, highly progressed in their spiritual journey. And the right view from, in this context, it specifically refers to the attributes of these Aryas and, spiritual practitioners. And right view, by definition, the reason why this one is regarded as the branch that thoroughly cuts off is because at the path of the seeing, having a clear and correct understanding of the object could be the 16 aspects or attributes of the Four Noble Truths, or it could be interdependence or whatever, and having a clear and correct understanding and able to carry on this sort of correct understanding into their post-meditative period, or the what we call the subsequent attainments, and also at the same time uncutting of all the negative afflictions that need to be abandoned by the path of the seeing, and undecisive, unwavering, and so on. And because of that, this one is regarded, the right view is regarded as the branch that thoroughly cuts off. And right view also, I think, in many commentaries presented it being the foundation, and also some sort of the noble path, the real sort of noble path, because the others are some kind of the right view also presented in another sutras and commentaries, like the right views and other noble eight paths as the right view is as the eye, and then the other rest of the seventh noble paths are the feet when you see. And then when the right view is just kind of seeing the truth, the depth nature of the reality, and then just to seeing the things and then moving toward that, as served by the the feet, is something like the other seven noble the noble paths. And then right thought, here specifically it refers to in alignment with the right view, understanding, having proper understanding on nature of the reality, or the 16 attributes of the noble truth, and then also having some sort of intention or the motivation, and to teach that to other people so that they can also enjoy the their realization, enjoy the realization, and enjoy the journey of the spirituality and so on. And then the branch that generates trust in other, the right speech and right action, right livelihood. I will not define what is the right speech and what is the right action, right livelihood, but for examples, not telling lie, and the harsh, not divisive, using not divisive speech and harsh, and then gossiping and all these things. And the right action would be just refraining, doing unwholesome actions, killing, and then right livelihood is pretty much what Anila presented, avoiding 5 wrong livelihoods and so on. So basically these are regarded as the branch that generate trust in other, because these are more sort of physical expression, the behavior sort of the gestures, and then the behavior, gestures, and expressions actually are the indication, sort of the indication of spiritual realization. We can understand or we can feel the vibe or the aura that brings by the the highly spiritual and practitioners. For example, His Holiness Dalai Lama, in his presence we can feel the compassion, and we can feel the caring and all these things. And similarly, these sort of right speech, right action, right livelihood plays some sort of important role in terms of other people's, gaining trust for their for the practitioners, the sincere and rigorous journey in terms of practicing these paths and so on. Then the branch that serve as antidote, right effort and right mindfulness, right absorbed concentration, and right effort actually channeling all the physical and mental resources into developing in spiritual spiritual journeying, rather than kind of developing some sort of outside resources or the the reputation or the whatever kind of the out the outwardly sort of focused sort of fames and all these things. And then the right mindfulness and the right I will not speak about this because she has already covered. And then I will try to little bit on this one, presenting 8 noble paths with analogy to the Dharma wheel. I think this is quite common in both traditions, in Theravada traditions and in the Mahayana tradition or Sanskrit-based traditions. And then these 8 noble paths are kind of subsumed in 3 trainings. And in regarding to the the wheel, in terms of analogy, and the right speech, right actions, and right livelihoods are the navel of the wheel, and then the right view and right thoughts are spokes of the wheel, and the rim of the wheel, right mindfulness and right concentrations are the the rim of the wheel, and presented in that way. The navel, the right speech and action and livelihoods is some kind of base that holds everything together, which is the kind of Vinaya, sort of Buddhist discipline, ethical conducts, and the spokes and the right view and the right thoughts are the spokes of the view, because they are the one that directly challenging against the opposing force of the negative emotions. Such like misunderstanding or misconceptions and wrong views, and then the right thought is more kind of oriented on focusing on others' well-being and giving some kind of spiritual generosity such as teachings and teaching right views and all these things. And then the right mindfulness concentration is the rim of the wheel, because in Buddhism, Mahayana Buddhism, generally we talk about the 2 different types of meditation, and then the shamatha meditation, and then the analytical meditation. Shamatha meditation is kind of focusing on one single object, and actually inwardly converging all the scattered thoughts into one kind of focus, and in that way it strengthens mental capacity and also increases the mental stability, and because of that it is kind of it puts in analogy of the rim of the wheel. And that is the something that I think I have pretty much covered these things. And then this one, I think another illustration given in the Buddhist commentaries in regarding with the 8 Four Noble Paths, and it says really kind of rough translation. The point what here is making what is making here is that when we have a pure and refreshing and smooth texture of the water, when it goes into different vessels, vessels of having different sort of elements, saltiness and all these things, because of that the taste changes. It gives many different type of flavors, and similarly to that when the Eightfold Paths, the taste of the Eightfold Paths varies in corresponds to the different mental capacities of the the individuals. And so this one I I personally, like this, stanza. The reason why I like this stanza is because in the most of the texts, when they give highlights on the right, highlights and the presentations on the Eight Noble, paths, usually they talk these being the attributes of the Aryas and kind of, attributes of the, those who have gone through the spiritually high sort of, progressive status. But in these stanza or verse speaks about some sort of, the some sort of noble path varies in their degree, in terms of we as an individual, someone who is the ordinary being, we also do have this kind of seeds, or maybe the little bit partial of this kind of Eight Noble Paths. And because of that, we can clearly see the connection and the relevance of these Eight Noble Paths in our own sort of status. And I think that is very important, and to have some kind of relevance, to have some sort of connection and relevance of this practice in our day-to-day life. And of course, the maybe we of course we do not have the very highly advanced sort of this noble ed path, but we can practice some degree of it, and that degree of practice can truly shape our mental attitude and mind streams and our ways of perceiving things, and because of that, the way how we behave and the way how we interact with other people, it can change, it can truly shape on different levels of our interactions. And I think that is quite important. And then I will talk a little bit on for immeasurables presented in sutras and their commentaries. Sutras, the source that I have come up with here, the least White Lotus Sutra, Anmaparinivrana Sutras, a letter to a friend by Nagarjuna, Abhidhamma Samukhaya, and then the list goes on and on. And the four immeasurables, I will say these concept and this practice is most sort of practice sort of Buddhist concept in Tibetan community and in Tibetan Buddhist community, because in every day we recite these words, stanza, Simje Tumje Devada Devi Juda Dembachi Dunga Dunga Junda Dunga Maybe Devada Medevachi Niri Chanan in the Tavidanyam. It is not these recitations not done by only the sanghas, only not the monks, but every lay Tibetan peoples. They do recite these sort of standards in every morning on daily basis, and because of that, I think this is most well known and most practiced sort of concept and spiritual elements in Tibetan Buddhist community. And then at the same time, when you recite these stanzas, of course, you are supposed to contemplate on these concepts on more kind of deeper level. And this is some sort of very condensed sort of stanza that really, if you really think a little bit deeper or dive into the deeper sort of this contains carried by stated by these stanzas, actually it captures the whole Four Noble Truths. You see, the Simjentanja Devada Devi Juda Dembich, the cause of this happiness and the happiness itself, what are the cause, and the cause of the suffering, and then what is the suffering itself. And then this is pretty much the law of the causality. We talk about this one in the Four Noble Truths. And then the appreciative joy, empathic joy, and then the equanimity. The empathic joy, actually, empathic joy is not just rejoicing other people's success, their happiness, but also aspire them to be in that joyness and to be in that sort of, success. And then the equanimity, I will speak that part a little bit. Okay, I think I don't have much time for that. Okay, then I think these stanza beautifully captures the way how actually practice these four sort of measurable things regarding with the equanimity, loving kindness, and then the compassion. And this stanza puts in some sort of metaphorical ways, and the equanimity itself being the field, and then the loving kindness as a moisture, and then the compassion is the kind of the seed, and then through this practice grows into the tree of the true altruism. And this one beautifully captures the sequence, or the equanimity being the base, and then the loving kindness and the compassion and all these things. If I have time, I can maybe a little bit elaborate on this, but okay, I will not go through much detail of on this. And then I will the equanimity and loving kindness, compassion, and the sympathetic joy. Here I come up with the list, the near enemy, far enemy, or whatever, what kind of the equanimity overcomes. It's sort of it is being the antidote, and what's kind of the negative opposing factors for that. Indifference. And equanimity is, as I said before, it's not just seeing everyone equal or not, but also at the same time having sense of aspiration to attain all living beings, not trapped in the tensions of too much attachment, and not and then the other sides of the negative force, the anger and frustration, hatred, and all these things. And then loving kindness, yes, and compassion. I will maybe speak a little bit on compassion, maybe just 1 minute, so then that's all. And compassion, when His Holiness Dalai Lama speaks about the compassion, and he's himself is the truly embodiment of these positive mental qualities, and he will say that the compassion is not luxury, but it is a necessity. And he also put these positive mental qualities in analogy to the water, and then the ingredients of the the tea that we have, and the religious elements are some kind of the ingredients of the the tea, and then the compassion is some kind of the basic needed sort of necessity sort of on our survival. And another one reason to support this statement, His Holiness Dalai Lama will say that the compassion, if you look into the biological system and based on the scientific findings, we will see that when someone is going through too much sort of the stress and anxiety and depression, then there is some sort of negative impact on physiological health and process. And that clearly means biologically these negative emotions are not suitable or compatible with our biological system. But when we do some kind of cultivate these compassions in infinite sort of scale, it really boosts our own immune system, and it doesn't harm or it brings any kind of damage to our physical body. That itself is telling us something, that these compassion and positive mental qualities are some kind of deeply ingrained in our sort of biological and system, and in our blood. And because of that, there is a foundation, and there is some kind of the seed, compassion within us, and then there is a hope for that. And yeah, this is pretty much, this is pretty much, I wanted to say. And thank you so much. And thank you.
Thank you, Venerable Geshe Lode Sangpola, for the excellent speech. And now, do we have time for question and answers, Geshe-la? Okay. Sorry, I think we are running behind the schedule for almost 1 hour. So now there is no time for question and answers. But I hope that those who have questions to all the speakers, they can discuss during the lunch break. And thank you once again, Geshe-la and the entire team of the Tibet House for giving me this opportunity. I thank all the presenters for making wonderful presentations, and thank you, learned audience, for their patience listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Professor Lata Devkarji, and to all the speakers. And now I would like to request Professor Baulkarji to kindly do the honor of presenting the souvenirs to the chairperson and the speakers, please. Professor Lata Devkarji. Professor Rana Purushottamji. Venerable Dr. Tenzin Chingla. Venerable Professor Mireshwati Vimala Nana. Venerable Geshe Lode Sangpola. Thank you, Professor Baulkarji. And now we will recess for the lunch break, and we will resume at 2:30. And the next session, which is on Eightfold Noble Path in Buddhist and Pali tradition, textual sources and practice. And my colleague, Ms. Kamasujala, will be moderating. Before that, I would like to request this to all the speakers and the speakers already on the dais to kindly come up on the dais and take pictures, a group picture with among us. Thank you. Thank you. Okay.
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि बुद्धं शरणं gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami. Buddham Saranam Gacchami. Dhammam Saranam Gacchami. Sangham Saranam Gacchami. Sangham Saranam Gacchami. Buddham Saranam Gacchami. Sangham 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 Sa gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami. gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि संघं शरणं गच्छामि बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि धम्मं शरणं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam.
Hello. So we are now about to start the second session. So please be seated. Uh, Good. Um, Good afternoon to all my dear brothers and sisters gathered here today. So we at Tibet House are really grateful to our speakers for hello. So we are now about to start. No. Yeah. Okay, let me start all over again. Um, Good afternoon to all my dear brothers and sisters gathered here today. First of all, we at Tibet House are very grateful to our speakers for accepting our invitation and being part of this panel. And I also would like to thank to all the participants for joining today's program. So for this session, we have Professor L.P. Singh and as our chairperson, and the speakers for our second session are Professor Mahesh Ashok Deokar and Venerable Geshe Lode Sangwola. And we will have 20 minutes Q&A session in the end of this session. So please, I request everyone to request your questions until the end. So I now request our chairperson and speakers to kindly come up on stage and take your respective seats. Thank you. Thank you all. So before I proceed with today's session, I would like to share a brief introduction about our chairperson. Our chairperson, Professor L.P. Singh, spent about 2 decades as a mendicant in search of truth and salvation. He was awarded Doctor in Literature from Ranchi University in 1972. He retired as a professor of philosophy from Magadh University, Bodh Gaya, in January 1996, and in February of the same year, he became Senior Fellow of the Indian Council of Philosophical Research, Government of India, for 3 years. In 2000, Professor L.P. Singh was awarded Fellowship in Indian Institute of Advanced Studies, Shimla. He became a visiting research professor in 2004 at the Catholic University of America, Washington, D.C. He was also awarded Indo-French Cultural Fellowship in 1994. During his sojourn at Paris, he delivered lectures at the Department of Philosophy, Sorbonne University for Paris. He also addressed the students and staff members of Nihon and Toyo University, Tokyo in 2006. He delivered a special lecture at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Konkan University, Thailand. Sorry if I mispronounced, in 2013. Thank you. Now I request our chairperson to kindly lead the session. Thank you.
Om Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhasya. I salute the monks and the nuns present here and friends. I am very grateful to Geshe Lamdum for inviting me to come and preside over the sessions. I was in 2 minds whether I should accept the invitation or not, because in these days I am living almost a withdrawn life. So I am in search of course, like all of you, my own identity and destiny. And sometimes we start talking like myself, like Buddha has advised you talk to yourself. You try to understand yourself. So all these things, so because I thought that Geshe Lamdung is such an enlightened monk, and when I come here, then I will get some blessings from him. Actually, I met him 1 or 2 years back when both of us were traveling to Sarnath to attend some seminar there at the Tibetan Higher Studies. Both of us are the member of the executive committee of that Sansthan. So I was very much impressed by Geshe Lamdung, and I thought that I would get another opportunity of meeting him. Actually, I have also written book on Buddhism. Actually, 2 books. One is on Buddhist Tantra, another is on Zen Buddhism. And I feel that when Buddha got enlightenment under the Bodhi tree at Bodh Gaya, then he started to understand the nature and the significance of Nirvana. And out of that came Buddhism. So he started. Then he started to understand, to deal some of the soteriological and reflective metaphysical problems. And you just see that teachings of Buddha is so profound, so sublime, that the different acharya have interpreted in different way at the different periods of time. But because of that doesn't speak of the poverty of the teachings of Buddha, but the sublimity and profundity of the Buddha teachings. It's a tradition here also. If you just go through some of the Vedanta literature, then what is the canonical literature of Vedanta? Upanishad, Brahma Sutra, and Gita. But that canonical literatures have been interpreted by different acharya like Shankaracharya, Ramanujacharya, and Madhvacharya, and other and different school of Vedanta. So like that, the Buddhism, different aspects of the different dimensions of Buddha's teachings have been explained by different acharya. And to my mind, of course, the Tripitaka is the basis, no doubt about it. Tripitaka is the basis. But the Tripitaka has been interpreted by Nagarjuna, Vasubandhu, other Kamal Sir in a different way. But they all did same basic problems, soteriological and the metaphysical problem. I consider Buddha is the greatest philosopher that the world has produced till this day in the annals of human history. Because Buddha is the Lord, Buddha is the only person who had not only founded a school of philosophy, but the world religious order. So there is no one in the whole world, in the annals of human history, that who have the distinction and the honor of founding the school. When we say the school of philosophy or philosophical system, it means it has original metaphysics, epistemology, logic, aesthetics, so on these different. So this is the school of philosophy. And the school of philosophy, and at the same time, you see that a religious world order. I consider that the philosophy of Nirvana and the compassion, Buddhist religion is full of compassion. So Buddhist religion is of compassion, and philosophy is that metaphysical foundation of the nirvana. So these are two different, say, aspects of the Buddhism religion, and then of course it has been interpreted by different way also, and there has been a lot of controversy has been raised in the Buddhist world also, because one of the person who was the instrumental in taking Buddhism to the West, Mrs. Rhys Davis, she has raised this problem that the core concept of Buddhism, Anitya, Anatma, Dukh, she has said that Buddhism is the world religion, profound religion. How could it be dominated by some negative thoughts? So say no, but she has argued that the concept of this anitya, sufferings and nirvana, that's it, anitya, anatma and dukkha, has been interpolated in the teachings of Buddha, but that is not the part of the Buddha's teachings. But you know that in every religious traditions, there are inbuilt mechanism to defend it. If we don't believe in the authenticity of the Tripitaka, that will say that we have to question the authenticity of Vedas. We have to question the authenticity of the Avesta. We have to question the authenticity of Bible. So the original teachings of Buddha has been preserved, and of course it was the first time rendered in, say, the Singhali language at the time of in 82, when that I'm forgetting the name of the king that has been done. And of course after that the different traditions has been, and I have the fortune of visiting Sri Lanka also, and I know that. So all these things, so I have personally been greatly influenced by Buddha's teachings, and of course with the teachings of Mahatma Gandhi also. But you see, it's so profound that Buddha's teachings are coming very, even the latest scientific development like quantum mechanics is coming closer to Buddha's teachings, particularly the Pratitsamutpat. And if you just read and try to understand the concept of Pratitsamutpat, then you will find that the seed of the principles of uncertainty, which has been propounded by Heisenberg in 1935, which is the foundation of quantum mechanics, it is there in Pratitsamutpat. So I just request some of the scholars, particularly the Buddhist scholars, that try to see something about relevance of Buddhism. Buddhism is the most relevant. It is more relevant today than it was relevant at the time of, in the 6th century BC. 6th century BC is known as the era of Renaissance. In India, Buddha, Mahavir. In China, Lao Tse and Confucius. In Greek tradition, you will find that Heraclitus, Parmenides, all these things. So that is the age of the Renaissance, era of Renaissance. And it is very, very relevant today. And I personally feel that teachings of Buddha could alone save the world today from the total annihilation. So that way it is very important, and I have had the fortune of interacting and with meeting with His Holiness Dalai Lama, because I was a professor of philosophy at Magad University, Bodh Gaya, for more than 25 years. And I have so many times I invited him also. There I was the general secretary of one of the organization. He is the president, Shiva Maitreya project. So I came in very close contact with His Holiness, and even I went to McLeodgan and with a delegation, because he has stopped visiting, yearly visit to Bodh Gaya for certain political reason. Then we requested him and he accepted our invitation and continued that. And with that, so I am really grateful to Gese, Venerable Gese Damlu, and because of him I have come here, and I consider very fortunate in meeting lot of persons here, very enlightened person here. Now there are two speakers only, so I would just like to introduce the first speaker, Professor Mahesh Ashok Devkar.
I think there is no need because I was already introduced in the morning.
You have been introduced in the morning.
So
Okay,
I
then
think we
please.
can save time.
Okay, then I request you to continue from here also, you can talk. Okay. Pardon? Oh, okay.
Namo tassa bhagavato arahato samma sambuddhassa. So, let me just have a look at the watch first before I start. Anyway, so I have 30 minutes, right? Yeah. So thank you very much. I pay my reverence to the honorable members of the Sangha and the chairperson of this session, Professor L.P. Singh Ji, and my co-panelist, Lode Sempaji, and so very good afternoon to all of you. Of course, this is a most challenging session after lunch, so I'm not so much worried about getting slips here, but getting slips there. So, so please watch out so that you don't get much. Actually, my visit here was planned, but my topic is not so much planned. It was more like an accident. Unfortunately, my office, sent a different abstract than what I actually prepared for the conference, and therefore I had a different topic. But when I saw it in the program, I thought that okay, that's also a good thing, because I saw that many speakers are already talking about the basic concept of eightfold path and the four Brahma Viharas. So I thought that it's good for me that I can say something different. So in this 30 minutes, what I plan to do is I'll just bring up some aspects of the Eightfold Path just to complete the discussion. I mean, we had already speakers discussing this in the morning, but there are few things which I would like to point out as an addition to our discussion, because I think in a conference like this, it's our joint effort to actually cover all different aspects of the topic. And then in the second half, I will be talking about, as our honorable chairperson just now mentioned, about the relevance of these teachings in modern times, And I'll be talking about two important thinkers in this connection. One is Acharya Dharmananda Kosambi, and the second is Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar. Okay, so just to start with, just one point about the Eightfold Path, which we should always keep in mind, is that, as Buddha has said, that he is a discoverer of a path, right? He is not someone who has created this path. So we have discourses in the Pali canon, and we also have parallels, of course, of this in the Mahayana Sutras, like Lankavatara, where we are talking about the city of Nirvana and the Buddha discovering the path leading to that city of Nirvana, which was in a way was somehow forgotten, was lost in the bushes of ignorance and oblivion, and he is someone who discovered it. So that's an important point to note, because that in a way highlights the eternal nature of this path. So this path in itself does not depend on the Buddha to be there, right? So the Buddha says that no matter whether the Buddha is there or not, but this path is always there. So whosoever follows this path will reach the city of Nirvana. So this is something which highlights the independent kind of nature of the Eightfold Path. That was one point which I thought that I must highlight. The second point which I want to also discuss here is that, see, the very word path, I mean in English, but in Sanskrit and Pali, in Sanskrit we have the word marga, which is magga in Pali. And marga, the word marga in Sanskrit is actually, it has come from the root mrug, to search. I mean, this is how the commentators always love to define it. So this is something which goes in search of nirvana, right? So it has nirvana as its object. So this is a path which has a fixed goal. The goal is already decided, and that is nirvana, right? And so one has to always keep in mind that when we are talking about the Eightfold Path, the Eightfold Path has nothing but nirvana for its goal. There is another etymology of this word which is highlighted by scholars, and that is from the root mr, or in Pali we say mar, that means to kill, to destroy, right? Marna, Hindi mein. So this is a path which goes on destroying all the impediments, hindrances on this on our journey to nirvana, right? So that tells us basically the application or the function of the Eightfold Path. The function is to remove all the difficulties, hindrances, obstacles on the path to nirvana. So whatever comes in the way of nirvana is removed by this path. So this etymological explanation, again, as I said, is important because it shows the goal of the Eightfold Path and its function. So from these 2 points of view, the etymological understanding is very important. And when we talk about the commentary literature in Indian tradition, it always loves to link all these words with their basic concepts, and so they're always helpful. I mean, to understand the underlying concept. Now, when we discuss the path, as we have already seen that it has 8 limbs, and therefore it is called Ashtangika Marga. And in the morning, as Dr. Lata Devkar had made a reference to this Mahachatalisa Sutta, which talks about not 8 but 10 constituents, 10 limbs of this path. So then it becomes kind of a Dashanga Marga, not Ashtanga Marga. There it adds, I mean, the sutta adds right knowledge and right liberation. So jnana and vimukti as two additional aspects of this path. Now this in a way completes the course, right? Because when we talk about the Eightfold Path, we talk about morality, we talk about concentration, we talk about wisdom. But ultimately, where does it lead a practitioner to? So it leads the practitioner to knowledge, right? Knowledge, and then that ultimately leads to liberation, right? So in this way, this Eightfold Path becomes Tenfold Path, and it is very interesting that actually in the Pali canon we have this Anguttara Nikaya, which is famous for its numeric classification. So it groups discourses of the Buddha referring to 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, 4 points, such in this order. But when it talks about there is a Attaka Nipata where we have the groups of 8, and interestingly there we don't have the mention of Eightfold Path, which we otherwise would expect. But we have these 10 limbs discussed in the group of 10. So this also can throw some light on the development of this on these ideas, right? The next I would just like to refer to is the understanding of different limbs. I will not repeat what other speakers, learned speakers have already mentioned, but I'll just add a few things just to, as I said, to complement what they have already said. Now, how to understand the Eightfold Path? I mean, there is in terms of classification, we have already discussed in the morning the threefold classification into Shila, Samadhi, and Prajna, right? So morality, concentration, and understanding, or insight, or wisdom. But then there is also twofold classification where we talk in terms of understanding and practice. So in that kind of classification, Samyak Drishti, right view, forms the understanding group, whereas the remaining 7 limbs go into the practice part. Okay, so this is another classification which is significant. Now let's talk a bit about these different limbs. When we talk about the right view, as you all know, I mean, Geshe-la in his talk several times always highlights the importance of view in Buddhism, the importance of view. I mean, this is very significant. Otherwise, I mean, what we say is that in most of the religious traditions, morality, concentration have lots of similarities. When we try to compare them, we see lots of similarities. But what is you can say a unique feature or distinguishing feature of Buddhism, and that is in its right view, right? So the right view is the most important aspect. Now, before that, let me also tell you that you know, we in the morning we discuss about the place of Eightfold Path as a part of the scheme of Four Noble Truths, right? So it is the fourth truth of the scheme of Four Noble Truths, and this is something. I mean, there are 3 truths which are important, but the most important truth, if one may ask, is the truth of the Eightfold Path, because that is something which brings the Buddha Dhamma in the field of realization, in the field of your experience. Otherwise, it is more theoretical, right? So suffering, knowing suffering, its origin, its cessation. But all that one realizes only when it comes to the practice of the Eightfold Path. So Eightfold Path as a fourth truth, in a way, carries the essence of Buddhism or Buddha's teaching. And it is a very comprehensive teaching. So as they say that the teaching of Four Noble Truths, the Buddha compared it with the footprint of an elephant, in which all footprints of all other animals can go in. Similarly, we can say that Eightfold Path is a teaching in which all other teachings of the Buddha can be incorporated. We'll see how that could happen. Anyway, so when we talk about, I'll come back after this a small excursus. So when we talk about the view, you see, I mean, there we have difference when we discuss like Theravada and Mahayana schools. In the Theravada system, of course, it is quite clearly mentioned that knowing Four Noble Truths, knowing three characteristics of existence, knowing Pratitya Samutpada, right? The doctrine of dependent co-arising. Now, these are the three essential aspects of the right view. Elsewhere, right view is also understood as believing in the law of karma, the efficacy of good and bad actions, right? Like donation and so on. So this is something which is understood roughly as right view in the Theravada tradition. Now, when we go to Madhyamaka or Yogacara schools, now there, of course, we add few things. So, for example, for the Yogacara, for the Chittamatra, knowing that whatever we experience is mind only, would form a right view. For a Madhyamaka, understanding that everything is empty would form a part of the right view, right? Now, so there would be a kind of a variation at this part, because as you all know, I mean, the Theravada school is primarily from a philosophical point of view, they are realists, right? So they believe in the real existence of a world outside, right? So, but when it comes to the Chittamatra, for example, we say that whatever we experience is mind only. Now, then actually the basic questions come up, like when you try to make sense of the remaining parts of the Noble Eightfold Path, how are you going to work with this view? And therefore, in sutras like, I just recall like Vimalakirti Nirdesha Sutra, for example, in chapter 6 discusses, I mean, there's a question asked, if you think that the world is a mere reflection, then how would you make sense of the practice of Maitri, Karuna, Mudita, and Upeksha, right? And there, or we see again in the sutra like Vajrachedika Prajnaparamita sutras, we talk about, okay, now we know the ultimate reality is that the world is empty, right, of any independent existence. But then where is the scope for practicing the Eightfold Path if everything is empty? And there you see, I mean, the way these schools try to understand the Eightfold Path in that particular, from the particular viewpoint, is quite interesting. I mean, that is something where the beauty of the Buddhism lies, because we have different philosophical standpoints, and from that different perspective, we are viewing the path, because the path is same. Path does not differ, but when your view differs, the way you look at it as a practitioner would differ. So in the Prajnaparamita literature, we talk about, for example, like the Chanda Pranidhana level, where we make aspiration, and at aspiration level, we take recourse to the Samruti Sat, the conventional reality. Whereas when we slowly start moving to the Yoga Samapatti part, where we are actually practicing and start kind of realizing the truth, we try to, also work on deconstructing our ego. And this is where we bring in the Paramartha Sat. And actually, with the combination of both, that's the Prajna Paramita, where we try to seek balance between the conventional reality and the ultimate reality, right? From the Chittamatra point, again, we do the same, we take the same approach while we are dealing with this, the remaining practice. So whatever you take as appearances, so with that kind of view, where that everything we experience is an appearance, we practice with that upeksha without getting involved, with wisdom, and then we are not working for a goal, but we are working out of our pure intention. So therefore, when we say the Buddha's karuna comes from that aspiration or intention which is more genuine within, right? These are a few things. There are a few other points, but I think since that alarm has gone out, I'll just come to the last part of my talk where I wanted to talk about the modern implication of these teachings. And as Buddhism allows this kind of freedom to interpret, Nitartha Nayartha has been the tradition of Buddhism. Now, when we come to the modern thinkers, like for example, when you talk about Dharmanand Kosambi. Now, Kosambi came from a background, he was a very ardent seeker of Buddhism, but went abroad, came in contact with socialism, was influenced also by the communist revolution in Russia. At this time, he was studying Buddhism at the early 20th century from 1901. He started studying and he passed away in 1947. So he basically mostly did his writing before independence, Indian independence. And he was witnessing the two world wars, the rise of Russian Revolution, Gandhiji's Satyagraha movement. So he was looking at Buddhism in that kind of a framework where he saw that Buddhism could be a way of thinking which would guide modern India. Now, when he tries to understand the Eightfold Path, it's very interesting that he interprets right view. He says right view is that you understand that the world is full of suffering. Now, the modern thinkers have never said that the world is suffering, but they say world is full of suffering. I mean, there is a difference in what you say. So they say the world is full of suffering, and the suffering is caused by man's craving. Craving of mankind. So they are not talking about personal cravings, but they're talking about these concepts on a very social or a more broader, from a very broader perspective. So he says that whatever suffering we are having, for example, all sorts of social evils. So Dr. Ambedkar, for example, he looks at the practice of morality as a practice of human purity, or purity of one's mind and behavior. He understands the practice of Eightfold Path as a practice of righteousness, where when you act righteously, you kind of create a society which is not affected by injustice and inhumanity. And then the practice of virtue in terms of the practice of paramitas, where he says, I mean, it is interesting because we also had a discussion about the 4 apramayas, the Brahma Viharas, that he understands upeksha in a very different sense. He says upeksha is that kind of, it gives you that kind of attitude where you work without caring for its good and bad effects, its success and failure, and you work being very with a very neutral, so to say, but proactive, in a proactive manner. So it is very interesting to understand this concept from the point of view of these modern thinkers, because I think they continue the Buddhist tradition and the legacy of this interpretation, reinterpretation, trying to understand Buddha's teachings to suit the modern times and modern problems which we are facing. So I'm thankful to the chair for this time, and I'm thankful to Geshe-la for giving me this opportunity. And also thanks to my secretary for sending the wrong, wrong abstract, so that I get the chance to talk about this topic. Thank you very much. Thank you.
That makes a comment. Thank you, Professor Ashok Devkar. You have given a new interpretations of the Eightfold Path. That's very good. I'm very much impressed by your interpretation, one by Kosambi and other by Ambedkar. Actually, I just would like to quote Ludwig Wittgenstein. he is considered as the father of the philosophy of language in the West. And he has stated that language depicts the cultural form of life. So we have to understand the Buddhist terminology in that context. Of course, that could be interpreted in a different way. That's very important that you did it. Because Ambedkar interpretations is very relevant today. Because in the Marx interpreted history, that is economic interpretations of history. Hegel interpretation of history is a different ideological. That is his idea that controls, that shapes the human destiny, the history. And Marx said, no, it is the economic structure that determines the human existence, socio-economic, political system. So Ambedkar, of course, given a new meaning to the Eightfold Path. Of course, Ambedkar has done great service to the Buddhism also, I consider him. So that way I congratulate you for giving a new interpretations. Because, so language, the word doesn't have a fixed meaning. Its meaning is determined in the cultural, in the context. I give you one example, just for, say the Hari, word Hari, has three meanings. Hari means serve, Hari means God, deity, Hari means the frog also. So Hari Hari को खा रहा है, तो इसमें हरि भगवान भगवान को नहीं खा रहा, सांप man को खा रहा है. So we have to understand that cultural context. So in the present cultural context, the socio-economic situations that we are facing, that the interpretations of Ambedkar is very relevant, I consider it. But he has given new meaning to Buddhist Eightfold Path. That this is why I congratulate you for presenting a very scholarly view on this subject. Thank you very much. Now, yes, sir.
Yes.
You will make some comments.
Yes, I am here as a respondent. I think my job here is to ask questions and make some comments based on the presentation given by Professor Mahesh. And I truly agree, all the things that he shared, and he touched on the Eight Noble Paths, pretty much on goal-based, and then their function, and in regarding to the that the goal as a Buddhist, someone who seeks the liberation from the samsara, the goal has to be some sort of nirvana, and then the function of this path is actually to get rid of all the obstacles and obscurations that comes along the spiritual journey. And in that sense, the noble noble path has its own sort of significance in that context. And then I really enjoyed, delighted of his presentation on right views from the different philosophical schools, thoughts, school. And then the first question is, when we bring these Buddhist principles out of Buddhist concept, out of Buddhist context, and make it accessible and give a reinterpretation accessible to the larger world in corresponds to the relevance of the the social needs and demands and benefits. Then my concern is that not I will not say it's my concern, but the question regarding to that is actually Buddhist principle and then the spiritual practice are pretty much goal oriented sort of approach, and not just goal of this life, but also some sort of long sighted goals of attaining liberation and all these things. So when we bring these sort of path out of Buddhist context and give a reinterpretation, then as time goes on, what might implication comes up in the generations in terms of losing the deep philosophical understandings, and then and then the principles behind this sort of instructions and tools. That is my first question. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Hello? No. Hello? Hello? No. Not working. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. I think this is you asked a very, very pertinent question, because many a times this kind of question is raised, and this kind of concerns are articulated. So I think especially I know that of course people do talk about some of the Buddhist concepts, taking them out of context and so on. But when I'm talking about, for example, Kosambi or Ambedkar, I think I look at them from a point of view of like they are in a way broadening the understanding of these concepts, not taking them out of context. See, because in Buddhism, of course, for example, we talk about Eightfold Path as a personal practice, right? Now, when we talk about personal practice, the question could be asked whether that personal practice really remains personal. Now you take any tradition, for example, you take the Theravada tradition. Theravada tradition says that when somebody becomes an arhat, even though he is having his own personal liberation, but that personal liberation is affecting the people around him, the community around him, the village, the country, and so on and so forth, right? So therefore, in Pali, in the Dhammapada, we have a verse which says that the place where Arhat stays is a Ramaneyaka. Yeah? It's a beautiful place, because his presence affects the entire surrounding. I mean, the world around him. Now, so if we keep this in mind, and of course in the Mahayana tradition we do have a Bodhisattva doctrine, and we all are aware of it. Now, for example, what Kosambi is trying to do, he talks about, for example, he talks about craving at personal level, at the communal level, and even at the national level. See, because otherwise you will always puzzle, like how can we understand what is happening right now in Russia and Ukraine? Do we have a Buddhist solution to this? Or do we have a Buddhist interpretation of this? Right? Or these two world wars which Kosambi experienced, he says about it that these are the results of national craving. He says the colonization which took place, where all the European countries, they actually, exploited Africa and Asia, was a result of national craving. And he actually says that when craving becomes national, it has more adverse impacts than when it is on a personal level. Because when craving at a personal level, it looks ugly. But when craving becomes national, then it is lauded, and those who are
who perform it, they are celebrated in their countries as heroes, right? You just try and recall the history and see what has happened, right? So what Kosambi is trying to do is he's not taking out this Buddhist concept out of its context, but he's trying to give it a broader context, right? Because he has seen what Gandhiji was doing at that time, how he was trying to include non-violence and truth and satyagraha into a national movement. And same way, when you see Dr. Ambedkar, what he was trying to do is like, okay, when you talk about right view, when you say that, okay, what Buddha was talking about, that I mean, what he was saying was not anything which was not said by the Buddha. I mean, so he said that right view when you deny speculations, when you deny the shastras, and in a way, if you look deeply, that's what Buddha was doing. I mean, not in these terms, but this is exactly what he was doing. He was challenging the existing notions of religion. He was talking about the equality of mankind and so on and so forth. So when he was talking about right view, Ambedkar brings in this right view, and the Buddha himself said that my only goal of my teaching is to understand suffering and to remove suffering, right? So Buddha said that this is what I teach, the Four Noble Truths, nothing else. So everything goes in that. So what these people are trying to do is that they are trying to give it a broader context. And I think it is a responsibility for us now, because we are trying to, and what His Holiness is doing also, for example, when he talks about universal responsibility, what he's trying to do is he's not taking out the doctrine of pratitya samutpada out of context, but he's trying to give it a broader context, right? Which is more relevant for our problems these days. Otherwise, as our honorable chairperson just now said in his opening remarks, that Buddhism is more relevant now than was in 600 BC, right? So if it is more relevant, then it has to address the issues, it has to engage with the issues of the modern times. Yeah, so that's what I would answer.
Thank you so much. Your yeah, I'll ask the second question. Yes, beautiful answers. Thank you so much. And then my second question is, you know, the Dr. Ambedkar is a very well sort of influential layperson and Buddhist. And today we are in some sort of, you know, in the period of technology and internet and all these things, and so much advancements of the industrialization, and all these things, shaping individuals' mentality and attitude and their behavior and all these things. And His Holiness Dalai Lama at one point in his teaching at TCV said that back in time we used to say the sustainability or the preservation of the Buddhism is depend on the sustainability of the Sangha community, but now I see these days it depends on more sort of the lay people, their understanding of Buddhism, and not just kind of being Buddhist on names, but also being the Buddhist of 21st century Buddhist, which he refers to someone who deeply dedicate time to understand, to study the Buddhism, and become some sort of experts in Buddhism from the lay Buddhist community, and that was the expectation. And I think Dr. Ambedkar maybe is the one of example that in regarding to these sort of contexts, and to establish to nurture more sort of young generation to be in that position, to be in that sort of status, and to be able to understand Buddhism and also interpret that in a more sort of secular way, and so that many people around the world can benefit and can enjoy the teachings of Buddhism. And my question is, what monastics can play roles for disseminating or maybe kind of giving support in terms of spiritual teaching, and at the same time, what kind of the back in I think I visited once in Nagpur, and there are so many Buddhist and a follower of the Dr. Ambedkar, and I was thinking, would they, any of them, have some sort of willing to come to the monastery or dedicate more deeper level of the the Buddhist philosophy, and that sort of approach would be some kind of increase the, I would say, longevity or the sustainability of the Buddhism in the long run. And so what Buddhist monastics and also the lay people in combination, what kind of strategy and approach or the best the optimal ways of we can come up with. And at the same time, just to some sort of follow-up question is these between the bridging between the two traditions, Sanskrit-based Buddhist tradition and the Pali-based Buddhist tradition, Theravada and the Mahayana, by the guidance and vision of the His Holiness Dalai Lama, we have come to a point where we do now see more commonality than rather than the differences, and on the Vinaya and on the other spiritual elements, and what kind of we have been having some sort of conference hosted by different traditions and inviting experts to the conference. But what will be the further steps that we should take in terms of progressing the dissemination of the Buddhism?
Yes. Thank you very much. The two very important questions. The first question about the Sangha community. Now, I think let me again go back to in the history a bit. See, the very lines which we often use in daily practice, paying homage to Buddha, Dhamma, and Sangha. When you talk about Sangha, the Pali expression we always say, Chattari Purisa Yogani Atta Purisa Puggala. So the Buddhist Sangha, when we talk about Buddhist Sangha, we not simply talk about monks and nuns, right? But we talk about monks, nuns, shamaneras, shamaneries, laymen, lay women. So we talk about the entire Sangha. And I think the Buddha always addressed the entire Sangha, even though all suttas, they start with the expression Bhikkhave, and the commentators always say that whenever Buddha say Bhikkhave, that does not mean that only monks, but there were also lay people present there. But there are special reasons for mentioning them, and so we also see the same thing in the commentaries of the Mahayana Sutras. I remember Kamalashila's comment when he also discusses the Vajrachetika, for example, all these expressions. So all in all, in Buddhist tradition, I think the lay people did have a role. We have Vimalakirti Nirdesha Sutra, we have Srimala Sutra. They also talk about the great role of Grihasthas, the householders. Now in modern times, that has become more pertinent, because as you know, everywhere in Buddhist countries is an issue that the monastic community is in a way, I think, reducing a bit. And we are having challenges. In Indian context too, we do have challenges. And therefore, when Dr. Ambedkar was trying to think about the future of Buddhism in India, he had a wonderful article where he talks about Buddhism and future of Buddhism in India, where he talks about what role a Buddhist Sangha should play, what should be its formation, and so on and so forth. So he talks about a Buddhist Sangha which is missionary in nature, So it should be more engaged in service than simply studying scriptures and meditating. So he said we need active monk community, and that was his. And he wanted it to kind of also develop more in on the model of seminaries, where they get knowledge not just of Buddhism but also of other religious traditions. And this is exactly what now I mean what we see happening. I mean that you yourself, I mean you're doing science, and so I mean it was so impressive. Geshe-la is writing this book on brain and mind, and so I mean so things are opening up, and I think we are now getting more members of the Sangha community which are well versed not in just in Buddhism but on many other topics, which are very helpful. I mean, which is very helpful for spreading the Dhamma, because unless and until we make the Dhamma relevant, it is not going to survive. I mean, Dr. Ambedkar says that Dharma is always social, religion is always social, and if it loses that social character, it is it will become, I mean, it will in a way become empty. So, and therefore he wanted to kind of bridge that gap between, I mean, that isolation. See, because what we see in the history of Buddhism in India especially, I mean, when Buddhism disappeared, I mean, Buddhism disappeared not just because the monasteries were destroyed, but Buddhism probably disappeared because it did not remain that vibrant in the lay community, and it did not have its very distinct role in the lay community. So that was another reason. I mean, so therefore now we in the new era, this kind of the Sangha should be again should come in a new role, and therefore Ambedkar, seeing the Indian context at his time when he converted, he in a way at one place he suggested a Japanese model of the Sangha, where the monks also get married and live a married life, but still work for the community, for Buddhism and so on. They are practitioners and so on. So some of the modern Buddhist community, Ambedkar Buddhist communities, also follow that model, which also Venerable Jürgen Sangharakshita advocated, of the concept of Dhammachari. So it's basically a lay plus monk kind of a category, where these are married people, but they are devoted 100% to the practice of Dharma and the spread of Dharma. So because, I mean, seeing the reality. But as you said, I mean, of course, that would be the first step. But again, further, taking it further, we need to produce people, I mean, who go deeper into it, intellectually, as a Buddhist tradition, philosophically, and also on the top of everything, because as we just now said, the path is ultimately for nirvana. So that liberation has to be there. So see, I mean, what I see is that Ambedkar was not in a way against. He was not secular in that sense, because I mean he himself was very much deeply moved by Buddhism. So often people think that it was just a kind of a more political or social reform for him, but it's not the case, because he spent 21 years before conversion. I mean, after he announced his departure from Hinduism. So he spent lots of time studying Buddhism and taking it very seriously. And he was also seriously touched by its philosophical part. But at the same time, he was aware that when he is giving a new religion to people, it should have immediate, impact on their lives. So it cannot be something which is so distant for them. So initially he emphasized more. Unfortunately, he did not live long. But in his writing, like Buddha and Dhamma, you can see that he was very much spiritually concerned and was taking that very seriously. And I think this is something which need to be highlighted and need to be practiced as well. As far as your second question is concerned, I'm tending to forget what was the second question about. Can you just give me a hint? So
yes, the bridging.
Bridging. Yes. Very good. Yeah. Yes. Thank you. So I mean, I'll just give you my own personal experience. I mean, I started with Theravada scriptures, reading Pali most of the time. But when I started slowly, as a need, or started reading the Buddhist scriptures in Sanskrit, all these sutras, then I thought that they made more sense to me. Because probably when I also kind of now see the links between the Theravada and the Mahayana tradition, and I saw that, I mean, this is not totally different. I mean, what they are doing is they are just having it look from a different perspective, right? So that's just a different perspective. And I as I mentioned in the morning, I don't want to just kind of ignore the perspective and say, okay, this is right and the rest is not right. But instead of that, we can say that these are the same. I mean, these are different perspective of looking at the Dhamma, right? And they are all valid in their own ways. And you see, I mean, we also have this idea, but of course, in sutras, I'm aware that there are also a bit of polemics sometime. When you say that something is not so good and this is more superior than that and so on and so forth. But I feel that we are practicing at different levels, right? Right from beginners up to the advanced practitioners. And at every stage, there's something that with which we can connect, and that is something which works for us, right? So I mean, and I think when I look at it from a very broader perspective, I see that when you talk about ultimate reality, to reach there, we have to take recourse to the conventional, right? So without taking support of the conventional reality, we cannot reach ultimate reality. So that's where we need that wisdom. And instead of entering into any polemics, I think it is most essential that we try to understand both the traditions. I mean, in the light of each other. I mean, when I read sometime the Mahayana Sutra, I can understand the Theravada better, and the vice versa. So it works that way, at least for my personal experience. And I think if we can have more dialogues, more very, not just conferences are good, but apart from that, maybe also some close reading sessions, for example, can be also, I think, more fruitful, because when we can get deeper insights into both the traditions. I mean, we talked about these different sutras today. Maybe if it happens in the future, that we read these materials side by side, something from the Mahayana side, something from the Theravada side. I think because then it is not what Mahesh Devkar has to say, or what Geshe-la has to say, but it is what Buddha says, right? So I think that would have more impact, and more we can probably connect more closely with it. So because then it is not coming from any sectarian background, but it is coming from the mouth of the Buddha. So I think this is something which can be done, and I think that would be certainly helpful, because this is not just a bridge, but I mean, we are just trying to take a 360-degree view, and there are different perspectives, and I think it will enrich our understanding of Buddhism. That's what I feel. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Ashok Devkar, or
Mahesh. I think
Mahesh.
you should take this mic. That one is not working.
Mahesh Ashok Devkar.
Can you use this mic?
Okay.
That one is not working.
For presenting a very scholarly paper, and at the same time you have given answering some of the question in the most profound, that was full of profound thought. But there are certain problems. You have stated that Ambedkar propagated that, like the Buddhist monk in Japan, the monk of here in India or somewhere else, they should also get married and start Buddhist practicing life, and they can do greater service to the human kind. But the marriage itself, the institution of marriage is itself in a danger.
they become monks.
No, I tell you, this is a. If you go to the West, I have been visited many times Europe and America, and of course China also many times, and it has become irrelevant. Even India, if you go through who they consider themselves very enlightened person, very civilized person, they don't believe in the traditional marriage, living together. You see, I have visited, say, Holland, and I have found that there are so many persons, they are living together and they have the children, but the government of the Holland have recognized they don't consider that illegitimate children. So they have changed. If you go through the Bertrand Russell book, Marriage and Moral, then you'll find a different kinds of concept altogether. So these are something changing. Morality, there is nothing like absolute. Take off. Pardon? One minute, okay. So all these things are changing, and to my mind, I still think that Buddhism is a philosophy of nirvana and religion of compassion. And it is the only religion, future religion of mankind. This is what I feel. But as I have been asked, as I have given only 1 minute time, so thank you, all of you, for
Topic is immeasurable, but time.
time. You know, the concept of time is a different. You know that there is nothing like it is eternal. Some of the Schrödinger, he said there is no past, present, and future. There is only eternal present. Yeah, past and future.
I think Q&A session. Q&A session.
Pardon?
Question and answer session from the audience.
Okay. Please, this is open to all of you. Start. If you want to push any raise your hands and just. Okay, please. I have seen his hand, so let him up bully.
Please
हेलो दिस साइड इज सूरज राव फ्रॉम जेएनयू सर एलपी सर से ही मेरा सवाल है
I am not the speaker, I am the president.
ओके जो भी दे सकते हैं दे दीजिएगा जवाब
Okay.
भारत में बौद्ध धर्म के पिछड़ जाने का पर ब्राह्मणवाद का कितना असर है, कितना जिम्मेवार है ब्राह्मणवाद?
देखिए, बौद्ध धर्म हमसे पूछ रहे हैं ना सवाल? हाँ, आ रहा है। देखिए, बौद्ध धर्म के पिछड़ने का या पतन का अगर कारण अगर माने तो कोई ब्राह्मणवाद तो शुरू से था और ब्राह्मणवाद के एक तरह से विरोध में ही जैनिज्म और बुद्धिज्म का विकास हुआ, उत्पत्ति हुआ, क्योंकि समाज में इस तरह के सुपरस्टिशन, अंधविश्वास आ गया था और अभी भी है ब्राह्मणवाद में, जो मनुवादी प्रवृत्ति के लोग हैं। इस सब के विरुद्ध में एक बौद्ध धर्म या बौद्ध धर्म दर्शन लगा कि एक नई दिशा समाज को दे सकता है, समाज को शरण से बचा सकता है। बहुत दूर तक बचा, लेकिन बौद्ध धर्म पूरी तरह से पतन हिंदुस्तान में नहीं हुआ है। बौद्ध धर्म हमारी चेतना के अंदर आ गया है। हम एक राष्ट्रीय सिंबल के रूप में आज भी बौद्ध धर्म को मानते हैं। ठीक है, बौद्ध धर्म का मतलब यही नहीं है कि जो बुद्धिस्ट मंक बन गए या नन बन गए वही बुद्धिस्ट है। हम लोग सब बुद्धिस्ट हैं। हम लोग बौद्ध विचारधारा को, जो उसकी उदार विचारधारा है, जो जो उसको हम मानते हैं। केवल आप ध्यान करने से इसे नहीं, ध्यान ही नहीं पाए। ये है बौद्ध धर्म। क्या है बौद्ध धर्म? एक असंप्रदायिक सार्वभौम विचारधारा है। और ये जो असंप्रदायिक सार्वभौम भावधारा है, विचारधारा है, वही समाज को बचा सकता है, विनाश से बचा सकता है। और इसमें मैं जैसे पहले भी कह चुका हूं कि बुद्ध के जो विचार है, जो गांधी के विचार है, आज वही दुनिया को, हमको ही नहीं भाई पूरी दुनिया को बचा सकता है विनाश से। तो इसलिए अगर विनाश से बचना है तो बौद्ध के जो विचार है, जो गांधी के विचार है, मेरे ख्याल से आप अलग रख सकते हैं सोच, वो बच। तो जो अहिंसा का है, करुणा का है, मेत्ता का सिद्धांत विचारधारा है, आज देखते हैं समाज में इतना इंटॉलरेंस हो गया है। तो ये क्या है? ये इंटॉलरेंस हम हिंदुइज्म को भी या बुद्धिज्म को भी हम ठीक से नहीं समझ पाते हैं। क्या कि हिंदुइज्म में भी एक है बोलना, अरे भैया मैं आंसर तो अयंग निज परो बेती गणना लघु चेत साम उदार चरितानांग तो वसुधैव कुटुंबकम, ये विचारधारा है। और इसको नेहरू ने जो पार्लियामेंट का सेंट्रल हॉल में है वहां पर लिखवाया है इस विचारधारा। तो ये विचारधारा तो बौद्ध विचारधारा ही है ना भाई, हिंदू विचारधारा तो सार्वभौम है, तो उसमें कहाँ फर्क पड़ता है। ठीक है, चलो तुम्हारी बात मान लेते बोलिए। अरे वो काम नहीं करता तो यहाँ से आके बोलिए। हाँ,
सबको प्रणाम। My name is Abhishek Joshi. I had a question for Keshila. We are now, and you had asked a very pertinent question to Professor also on the socially engaged Buddhism. In terms of, so there's a religious Buddhism, there's a spiritual Buddhism. I think what predominantly is coming up purely is to get more relevancy and engage to the social causes and be seen as probably working as missionaries. So what kind of changes are you seeing right now purely, since you represent a monastic order also in terms of both monasteries and how, it's changing both in terms of the paradigm of what we are studying purely as monastics and how relevant it is becoming to the social cause. Thank you.
Okay. Yes. To answer your question, I think in the monastery Buddhist communities, we do see influences, from the technology and all these things, but at the same time, implementation of the modern education, such as science and all these things. And there is two ways of look at it, One is that, His Holiness Dalai Lama's vision of, encouraging monks to study science is actually to bring Buddhist values, spiritual values, and the tools and techniques for mind training. And not under the frame of, Buddhist religion, but more sort of, Buddhist science and then make it available to the larger world, and so that we can be in service of of bringing these teachings to the world, and particularly if we able to bring these sort of techniques and tools in a scientific way, then it has its own significance, because science is pretty much sort of the universally accepted sort of medium of education, and in regarding that, I think it has a huge significance and pro and advantages in terms of providing spiritual service. And then, as Buddha said that, Buddhism, actually, Buddhist followers do not need to accept the Buddhist teachings just out of devotion and out of, and faith, but, just through the thorough, investigations. And because of that, His Holiness Dalai Lama himself also, these days, he publicly said that he doesn't believe mountain mirror. This kind of, maybe many sort of, beliefs that has been, transmitted in generations and generation, maybe having no sort of, solid foundation in terms of, rationality and reasoning. And because of that, His Holiness Dalai Lama said that, very specifically and very clearly, if there is any concrete evidence from the science to disprove any ideology or any principles of the Buddhism, then he is ready to accept that. So in that sense, I think in that sense, Buddhism, usually His Holiness Dalai Lama divides in 3 categories. Buddhist religion, which is some sort of, believing reincarnation and nirvana and enlightenment and all these things. But Buddhist science and Buddhist philosophy, sometimes His Holiness Dalai Lama also would like to touch such as emptiness, and to the give explanation, this kind of emptiness on someone who really believes the existence of the self in terms of intrinsic nature and absolute sort of objective existence. But I think because of the technology and because of the modern education, there is a concerns from many Tibetan Buddhist senior monks losing the authenticity of these deep teachings over the time, in generation to generation. And so what we really need to do, what the responsibility that really fall on us is kind of finding the right way, not going through the extremes, but in the middle way and something like that.
Please. Yeah.
Professor Albee Singh ji, I have not really a question. Is here. Is not really a question. I have a comment here. What Professor Mahesh Deogarji said, and which Professor Albee Singh ji really appreciated. In fact, I too joined Professor Albee Singh in appreciating what Professor Mahesh said pertaining to what Dr. Ambedkar ji, how he interpreted, or the other scholar interpreted the right view. Say the right view. So here what I see is that I don't see any contradiction between the original teaching of the Buddha, return to law of karma, with I say how people abuse the contemporary situations and then let somebody suffer. So these two things they go hand in hand, and the karma is also responsible, and the immediate condition is also responsible. So these two things are there. So they oftentimes people who are more learned, intelligent, for them, when you speak about the one aspect of the reality, it doesn't really contradict with the second side. Whereas oftentimes when people are not too learned, so when you give the one side of the presentation, they may tend to miss the other side, then they may tend to forget the law of karma. Whereas people who have so much in law of karma may forget the reality of the interdependence of current situation. So I think that we need to present, they give both the aspects, both the facets of the same reality, where the law of karma is responsible as well as the immediate condition. Whereas oftentimes what can happen is that the immediate condition is actually very powerful, where people abuse the law of karma, and on that basis, many people are exposed to unnecessary problems. So therefore, these things must be addressed the way that, you know, all these revolutions nowadays happening, the French Revolution and so forth. So these things are all on the basis of the acknowledging the reality that there is abuse of the system by some privileged people or some people, and then once that is revolutionized, then there's a greater benefit for the larger group of the people happening. So I would say that both sides are required, but to what extent emphasis should be made, it entirely depends on the situation. This is my comment. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will end the Q&A session now. And you can take the questions later during the tea break. Please. Yeah, please come on.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Mahesh Devkar, for your very insightful research-based share on your topic, and also our chairperson, Professor L.P. Singh, for chairing this session, and Venerable for very skillful answers on the audience questions. So with this, we come to the end of this session, and I would like to request Professor Renuka, Director of Tibet, Director of Tushita Delhi, sorry, to kindly give the souvenirs to our speakers and the chairperson. Thank you. Professor L.P. Singh. Next, Professor Mahesh Devkar. Next, Gisela Lode Sangbola. Now I would like to request all of the participants. So we will now take group photo with the speakers.
Good afternoon. Welcome again, everyone who are present here and those who are joining us from live from YouTube at the conference on Four Immeasurables and Eightfold Noble Paths. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Stanzan Ladul, a volunteer at Tibet House, and I will be moderating this session, which is on Eightfold Noble Paths in Sanskrit and Buddhist tradition, textual sources and practice. I would like to welcome our respected chairperson for the session, Professor L.P. Singh, Professor of Philosophy, Magad University, Bodh Gaya, and esteemed speakers, Venerable Geshe Tenzin Damchala and Professor Shrikant Bhalkarji, to kindly take their respective seats on dais. Please welcome our speakers, everyone. Without further ado, now may I request Professor L.P. Singh ji to kindly proceed the session.
Remark, or I will not talk anything about Buddhism. Here there are greater scholar and thinker of Buddhism than myself. So I have come to learn something from all of you. So the Venerable Geshe Tenzin Damcho is the first speaker. Venerable Geshe Tenzin Damcho first attended lower TCV school, then TCV Vyakalpu Commerce. He did his Bachelor of Commerce from St. Philomena's College of Mysore University. He then joined the Institute of Buddhist Dialectic School, where he studied Buddhist philosophy for 16 years. My God. And was awarded and he was awarded Geshe degree from Drepung Losling Monastery of South India. He was a visiting scholar at Oriental Institute, University of Oxford, and Earlham College of USA. At present, he is working at Sarah College for Higher Tibetan Studies in Dharamsala as a coordinator to the foreign colleges and lecturer of Buddhist philosophy and practice. He is also teaching Buddhist philosophy and practice to the Earlham College students of USA and Tibet Fund students. For Immeasurable and Eightfold Noble Path, Theravada and Mahayana, he also teaches at Oxford University of England and at Oriental Institute as a visiting scholar. So from his introduction, you know that he is one of the great scholar, thinker, and practitioner of Buddhism. Now I request Venerable Geshe to present his paper.
Tashidile Kagi Tuzi Yesunde Tao Tanju Pambichi Tambichin Tenjabe Kodam de la Chate Lo. I would like to pay respect to Venerable Sangha members, Chairperson Mr. L.P. Singh, and my colleague, respondent Professor Shrikant Bahulkar. First of all, I would like to pay gratitude, and I'm grateful and thankful to the Geshe Toshit Abdullah and the Tibet House staffs for having me over here and also organizing such conferences. For me, like in Oxford, I spent almost 1.5 months with the Theravada Buddhist monks over there. And also, in the beginning, I always used to think, let's say, there's a slight differences. But in the morning, when they do the recitation, I also join with them. And while having a meal, I also join with them. Then I came to surprise, like there are lots of similar recitations. Let's say, like the Lama Gyalsho, Sangil Gyalsho, Chola Gyalsho, Genduli Gyalsho, Buddham Shanam Gachami, Dhammam Shanam Gachami, Sangam Shanam Gachami, like that. And also during the meals, when we do the offerings, what we recite is Tirbalame Sangye Rumbuche, Kyobalame, Thamje Rumbuche, Dembalame, Gende Rumbuche, Kyamne, Kunjo Sumla Choba, like that. And for them, what do they do is Bhavatusa, Bhamangalam, Rakhantusa, Badevata, Sabba Buddha, Nubhavena, Sadasoti, Bhavantute, like that. So I found like, wow, there's lots of similarities, right? Then I learned some of the Pali recitations. So it found very interesting. And then from that time onwards, I keep on like having a discussion, keep on touching with some of the Pali Buddhist masters, so the Theravada Buddhist practitioners. So it was always a great pleasure to keep in touch with them. Now, for my talk on the Eightfold Path, so since from the morning, most of the speakers, they have covered what I want to talk. So I don't know, like, what should I like share? Like, it might become repetitive. So please bear with me. So as for me, I just thought of like discussing on these topics, transformation of Siddhartha to Lord Buddha sharing what he discovered, Eightfold Path, and what are the Eightfold Paths, and how Eightfold Paths can be divided into 3 high trainings and the debrief. So the Siddhartha, let's say from the Mahayana, or let's say from the Sanskrit, the practitioners' point of view, what we believe is like from the very beginning, like he has attained enlightenment and he just came over on this earth to show a path, and what all his life experiences was like summarized or concluded in the 12 deeds. That's what we believe. And the Siddhartha first, as a common people, learned all the war tactics and all these things, and also the married, and also they had a child, and later on, like he renounced the worldly life and became a monk, and during his period, he became a kind of like a unique. Why? Because all the people, let's say all the practitioners, the pathfinders, like they were talking about the solutions, but he's the only one like who went to look for the causes, the real causes, the deep root. So then, like departing from his 2 masters and in search of the real cause of the suffering, then as this morning the Geshe-la and also some of the speakers, they have mentioned that he has not invented, he has discovered, right? Everything is within him. So that's why I just try to show the picture of a Buddha with the Eightfold Path on his image. It's more of like the compassion, kindness, and happiness. The people, they try to go and like look for somewhere else, but in reality, the happiness is within us. It's a kind of like a beggar thinking that, oh, I'm so poor. But he doesn't realize, but he doesn't know that there's a big treasure beneath his house. And once he discovered it, what he will feel is, oh, I'm so rich, right? Like the same way, the happiness, compassion, kindness, it's already within us, right? What we need is, we need to spend some time and we need to discover it. And after discovering the Buddha, the Siddhartha, discovering all these things, he attained enlightenment and he became the Buddha. So once he attained enlightenment, what he thought was the profound and peaceful, free from complexity, uncompounded luminosity. I have found a nectar like Dharma, yet if I were to teach it, no one would understand, so I shall remain silent here in the forest. So now these days in Dharamsala too, like let's say over there at the Dharamkot, they have got like lots of yoga centers and all these things. It's more like a bogus, right? So, oh, we will give you like this package, that package. So like now these days, the people, they in one of the Facebook, like they are three days of practices will give you a happiness. So I was wondering, right? So how it could be like the Buddha that he found, like he doesn't know like to whom he has to share. Sometimes like we get excited, right? Oh, like what is it? The scientists who found the bones, Eureka, Eureka, we went with a naked, running naked in the city. Like, so over here, like Buddha thinking, oh, to whom should I share? Is there anyone like who will understand what my teachings, right? So over here, then after thinking all these things, what we believe is the devas, they came down and asked him, like recused him, like, can you just share the teachings that what you have found? Then he shared with the two merchants and also with the 5 companions, right? So first he thought like the things that he found that he will share with his teachers, but with the clairvoyance he came to realize that his teachers have passed away. Now the Buddha's teaching can be have a different perceptions. Some call it a pathway in enlightenment, some call it a law of nature, some call it a science of mind, right? So it's depends upon how you perceive it, like how you want to take it from his teachings. So today, if you want to, like, let's say, discuss on the pathway in enlightenment. So in the praise of the dependent origination by the Lama Tsongkhapa, like though the Buddha has lots of deeds, but the virtues, or like the greatest deeds, that's what he's found was like his speech, right? The things that he has found that he shared to the others. Yes. And also with the Four Noble Truths, then he taught the Four Noble Truths and the Eightfold Path to the enlightenment. So the Eightfold Paths. So these are some of the sources that which is founded in the sutras, and also with the Nagarjunas. Why? Because I'm just skipping it, all these things. Why? Because like it becomes a repetitive, like this morning, everyone has shown it. So over here, the ornament of the clear realization. So the Maitreya has the topics that he has covered. So over here, so in the ornament of the clear realization, he has talked about the 37 limbs, or like 37 auxiliaries to the enlightenment. This morning, Venerable Puja, Dr. Puja has mentioned about it. So I won't repeat it again. And also Nagarjuna's letter. So the wrong is a wrong, even if everyone is doing it. Right is a right, even if no one is doing it. So during the Buddha's period, so when he talked about the Four Noble Truth, when he talked the truth of suffering, and some of the non-Buddhist masters, like they have accused him by saying like, oh, you are making everyone so sad. Why? Because, and also right from the very beginning, you are talking about the suffering. And the Buddha said, it's a fact. And there's some solution to come out of it. So that's why I'm talking about the suffering first. It doesn't depend upon whether it will make someone happy or unhappy. So this is a fact. So right is a right, even if no one is doing it. So you might have visited the Tibetan temples. So on the Tibetan temples, you will see the deer and the prayer wheel over there. And so the middle one, the 1, 2, 3, it represents of the Buddha, Dharma, and the Sangha. And the spokes, the 8 spokes, like it's an eightfold path. So why it is called noble path? These 8 factors which occur during the path of meditation are called the 8 limbs of the path because they are components and elements of the Arya path. The noble eightfold path are proposed by the Buddha helps to attain liberation and enlightenment. So the right view over here, when we talk about the right view is a wisdom which makes through the examination of the object realized in the path of saying during the meditation or meditation analyzing on. So only during the path of saying, then what you attain is the Arya. So when we talk about over here, during the meditation session, one needs to think about the dependent origination, externalism and nihilism to truths, conventional truth, and the ultimate truth. So the focusing, then during this one, let's say, so as I've told you, the path of saying, once you realize and once you see the develop the path of saying, then you will call this the Arya. Then at the right thought, so it's only the Buddha during the right view. It's only the Buddha during the meditation session he can teach and he can preach. But as for the like non-Buddhas, who are not the Buddha, the Aryas and the others, so during the post-meditation, so what they have taught has come and the trying to share with the others. So it's only the Buddha, like as I've told you earlier, it's only during the meditation period, it's only the Buddha. But as for the others, now over here, like the Buddha, not only keeping for oneself and sharing with others, right? So otherwise, the Buddha, if he haven't shared like what he has found, like we won't understand how he realized and how he became the Buddha. So that's make the Buddha special from the others. So as for him, not only during the post-meditation, like during the meditation too, like he can teach. So the right thought, it's having an idea of sharing what they have like found and what they have taught. Now with the right speech, through a dialogue, bring others to the realization that one's morality is absolute pure. The mind is everything. What you think, you become. So what you think, so having a good thought of sharing with the others, then automatically action comes out. And with sharing with the others that you have thought about it, right? And over here, dear fellow Sanghas, don't follow me ignorantly and blindly, like the goldsmith, melt the gold and tear the gold, analyze on my teaching and practice it. Like the same way, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, whenever he gives the teaching, he never says like, oh, consider me as your root guru, right? His Holiness the Dalai Lama always tells like, analyze, always analyze, and the things that I've taught you. And also, right after the teaching, there's a Q&A session. So His Holiness the Dalai Lama and also tells us, don't be hurry to choose the masters. So in the Buddhist text, it says like, to choose one's master, test him for 12 years. And the master, and also it's the duty of the role of a master to choose the disciple, test him for 12 years, right? So regarding the Lama Tsongkhapa and Getsabje and Khedubje, so first of all, they went down, like they don't consider him as a master, they went down to him as a challenger, right? After listening, right, through the speech, after listening, then understanding, then realizing, then choose the master. So over here, when it comes to the right speech, it becomes in the Tibetan, especially with the teachings, what we call is the oral transmission. We consider it's a very important. So what we call is a unbroken lineage. Master passing it to the disciple, and disciple becoming a master, and also passing away to the another disciple. So over here, the Buddha in the main, then the Nyingma, Sakya, Kagyu, Gelug. So all these are the great masters passing from one to another. And over here, some of the people, what do they think is that Tibetan Buddhism is Lama is made by the Tibetan, but in reality, it's not like that. So the Tibetan kings, they are very selective. So as for the king Tizon Gyaltsen, he invited the Indian Buddhist masters and the Chinese Buddhist masters, and he listened and he led them to debate, and he chose the Indian Buddhism, right? So straight away, without blind faith, he didn't adopt. First, he let them speech, like whether the drum makes a good sound or not, you will understand by beating the drums, right? Not by looking on it. So first he let them speak. Then he understood. Then he adopted the Indian Buddhism. So over here, you see the reincarnated lamas, like His Holiness the Dalai Lama on the left side, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, the previous Panchen Lama, and previous His Holiness senior tutor, junior tutor, like that. Then over here on the right, you see now the reincarnated lamas. First, His Holiness the Dalai Lama listened from them. Now he is passing to the new reincarnated lamas. So over here, from the Nyingma tradition, the Dilgo Khyentse Rinpoche, you see the picture of His Holiness the Dalai Lama and the Dilgo Khyentse Rinpoche learning from him through the speech, right? Then in the next, over here, in the right, you see the young Dilgo Khyentse Rinpoche, his reincarnation. Then over here, the same thing with His Holiness senior tutor and the junior tutor, Ling Rinpoche and Tija Rinpoche, and now the reincarnated Ling Rinpoche. Now, next, actually it's a kind of like a taboo not to talk on the passing away of His Holiness the Dalai Lama. Sorry. And if His Holiness the Dalai Lama passed away, and when he comes back, now these lamas, like they will be the responsible to give him back, to like the oral teachings, the transmissions that he has like got from. So the Karmapa, the previous Karmapa and the present Karmapa. So now over here with the right action or the activity is the physical and the verbal expression of one has eschewed the wrongdoing. And over here we talk about the 10 non-virtues and the speech and the verbal. So over here, when it comes about the right action, here, do not commit any unwholesome actions. Accumulate virtues as much as you can. Tame your untamed mind. This is the teaching of the Buddha. So over here, daily basis on the speech and the body, the 10 non-virtues, like the 3 from the the 3 from the body and 4 from the verbal. So with the right livelihood, like from the very young age, like His Holiness the Dalai Lama, he has become the age of the monk at the age of 4, right? Now he's the next month we are going to celebrate 87th birthday. And my teacher, he became the monk at the age of 5, and he passed away at the age of 83, right? All for his life, like for the livelihood, like keeping the precepts in his mind, right? Now it's not only for the monks and nuns, like the earlier session too, like we have talked about the lay community too. So over here, the Marble Lord Sawa, he's married, he's, and also he has a child, but he is considered as the enlightened one. And also the Milarepa, the famous yogi that Tibet has ever produced, right? So it's not only the monks and nuns, and also even the lay communities too, they can do it. So, some of my friends, they used to tell me like, I'm like a monk, but I'm not a monk. So I just got confused, like, what do you mean? Like, I'm like a monk, but I'm not a monk. Oh, I don't go to pubs, I don't drink, I don't smoke, and I don't do bad things. That's how he described him as a monk, but not a real monk. So yes, so if you are able to tame your untamed mind and live a livelihood, right? Like the Gandhiji always says, think globally, act locally, right? So sometimes it's very strange. What do we say is, oh, this Geshe, what I heard was like, he's such a learned, but as a person, he's very aggressive. So not only with the Geshe, it's like lots of us, right? Oh, he talks about lots of things, compassion, kindness, but as an individual, he's a very short-tempered person, right? So it becomes a kind of like hypocritic. So what you say and and you don't practice to put in it, it's kind of like a alcoholic father telling his son, son, don't drink it, it's too bad. First, the son, he wouldn't be able to have a guts to tell to his father, first he should stop, like that. So, like Ajahn Mun from the Theravada tradition, from Thailand, he's considered as a very revered, and also like considered as a bodhisattva, right? So the livelihood. So whatever you say and whatever you teach and trying to put into practice, right? So like with the physical or with the verbal too. Then with the right effort. So with the right effort, the Buddha tame your mind, which is untamed, right? And right exertion or effort purifies the mental action obstructions. It acts as an antidote for the path of meditation. Practice makes perfect, and no pain, no gain. So over here, let's say from the corporate world, their happiness is gross domestic product, right? And the spiritual practitioners, the point of their happiness is gross domestic happiness, right? So both of them, they will show an effort, right? No pain, no gain, right? So like the same way from the corporate world, they are showing an effort. And also, not only the corporate world, the robbers, right? The thieves, right? They are showing their effort, right? But their effort is not a right effort. Their effort is considered as a wrong effort. Why? Because, I'm not talking about the corporate worlds, the thieves and the beggars, right? So, why? Because they are sowing the seed of a suffering. They are not sowing the seed of a happiness. So they become an object or subject of a compassion and kindness. But the people who are doing a practice or doing a meditation from the earlier times, the corporate, what do? Is like they criticize to the vipassana and all these things. Why? Because vipassana and all these things, that talks about the contentment, right? But from the corporate, what this talk is more, like that. So the teaching is totally opposite. So now these days in Korea and Japan, what do they call is minimalism, right? If you have less, it will give you more happiness. It will become a source of a distraction. But from the other point of view, you don't have such things. Oh, what a stingy you are. Huh? You should have more. Huh? Oh, like that. So the happiness itself is a different, right? So everyone is showing effort, right? So that's why the Buddha has made right effort, right? The Buddha hasn't mentioned like effort only, has put right effort. So over here, everyone is showing effort. So what we need to understand is lasso. Okay, so the right path, right? So with the right effort and also with the right path. So to have a right path, so to have a right effort, like first in the path, whether you're looking for the gross domestic happiness or the gross domestic product. So over here too, earlier, Angulimala met a wrong teacher and he has shown the wrong path. And he kept on efforting, killing others to fulfill 1,000 garlands of fingers, right? And over here, the right side, the Milarepa, he was like advised by his mother to take a revenge, right? So both of them in their earlier lives, what they did, they killed. And they developed regret. And they show their effort in a other direction rather than in a wrong direction. They put in the right direction, they get into the right path, and both of them attain the arahat and the enlightenment. So over here, the right mindfulness. In the right mindfulness, is not forgetting aspects of the path which are objects on one's attention. It acts as an antidote for the forgetting. So over here, in the calm abiding mind in the Bhava Chakra, in the Bhava Chakra, the mind has depicted as a monkey. In the calm abiding mind, the mind is depicted as the elephant, right? So, but since people are more familiar with the Bhava Chakra, that's why what we call is monkey mind, like that, right? So over here, so in the calm abiding mind, it teaches you how to show how to show a mindfulness. Over here too, we have a great practitioner called Se Guru Chowang. So he keep on forgetting, he keep on advising his mother to recite Om Mani Padme Hum, right? But the mother keeps on forgetting to recite the Om Mani Padme Hum. So what he did, he tied a little bell on her mother's door and told her, when you hear the sound of a bell, just think, oh, my son told me to recite Om Mani Padme Hum. Think Om Mani Padme Hum. It acts as a mindfulness. So you might have seen the prayer wheel, right? And His Holiness the Dalai Lama told one time, oh, prayer wheel is the portable prayer wheel. Why? Because if you fall asleep, you might hear yourself bang, like that. So it's a good way of showing a mindfulness not to sleep. So different ways. So over here, and also His Holiness the Dalai Lama always asks the monks to keep this particular statue of right beside, next to your bed. No pain, no gain. So the Buddha attained enlightenment not by having parties, picnics, and all these things. So the Buddha attained enlightenment through the effort. So it's a kind of like a joke. So normally when I teach the meditation to the students, right, I used to sing a song. So now everyone is falling asleep, little bit asleep. I will sing a song. So during the meditation, I used to tell them, like, have you watched the movie Dil Wale Duniya Le Jayenge? I used to sing, Na jaane mere dil ko kya ho gaya, abhi tha yahan, tha abhi kho gaya. So sometimes, like by thinking, right, it lets the students to think like, oh, my mind is right over here. Now it's going like that. Now you should show a mindfulness. Oh, pull the back. I'm in a meditation, not in a market, right? Like that. Now with the right concentration is remaining fixed one pointly upon this object, right? So without taking much time, from the very beginning, the birth till to the death, everyone's mind is concentrated. Everyone thinks that I can't do meditation. But the meditation over here is awareness, right? Alertness. From the very beginning of the birth, before the child has not opened his eyes, milk, 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 milk. Like that. Mind is concentrated. Always is concentrated. Even the gamblers, number 5, number 5, number 5, number 5, number 5. Concentrated. The war. Even at the war, I should shoot. Even at the time of death, I have to take 5 rupees from him. Even at the time of death, mind is concentrated. Right. So, but over here, what we need is the right concentration. Right. So over here, right concentration helps you to overcome the 2 obstacles from the liberation and from the enlightenment. Right. So then with the 3 higher trainings this morning, they talked about the sage do not wash away sins with water, neither do they remove sentient beings suffering with their hands, nor can they transfer their own realization to others. They liberate beings by revealing the truth of suchness. Be a lamp unto yourself. Thank you. And one more thing. When the Buddha said, you are master of yourself, and now these days lots of youngsters, they have the wrong interpretation of it. Oh, the Buddha said, you are master of yourself. I don't need any masters. I can learn from the YouTube and the Google. And I used to say, Google tutor sharanam gacchami, dhammam sharanam gacchami, sangam sharanam gacchami, like that. So the last time when the foreigner students, when they came over here, when we discussed, and I told them like, oh, I'm telling you from my own experiences, not by watching YouTube and Twitter and TikTok. Thank you.
Thank you very much for presenting a very humorous and at that same time scholarly paper and scholarly speech. And now Dr. Srikant Bahulkar has to respond. Yeah. So you have already stated that happiness is a state of mind. And according to Mahayana Buddhist tradition also, it's all course depends upon the perspective. From one's perspective, it is a sansar, another perspective, it is a nirvana. So there is no difference between sansar and nirvana. So according to Buddhist tradition, even Jain Buddhism, we are all enlightened. We are all Buddha. It's a ideational problem. And they have presented me a book, that book about His Holiness Dalai Lama, and his Dalai Lama has stated how to see yourself as you really are. So this speaks of the most profound and sublime thought of Buddhism. You have to seek from yourself what you are. That is even Socrates has stated, know thyself. And one of the great recent, Rishi, he used to say, no, you know yourself. That is what I am. That is big. I have become 88 years old, but I do not know what I am. I have wrongly identified myself, which I am not. I am not LP Singh really. I am also enlightened. Brahman, sometimes called the Buddha. But it's perspective. And here is the role of a guru also. You see, you have talked about that 12 years. I don't say that 12 years. 12 years you take it. You know, they say that 12 years in judging who will be your guru, then you will become very, very late. The guru will come, don't worry. Guru will come at that time. One of my friend, and he was search of some guru. Then I'm telling about the real thing, real story. And he consulted one of the great astrologers at that time at Varanasi. He was an engineer. Said that you will get a guru after 30 years. And actually, when His Holiness came from Tibet, he became his guru after 30 years. And I know that person. Probably he is one of the most fortunate Indian who was directly initiated by His Holiness Dalai Lama. So it's a very mysterious. It's not easy to understand the mystery, because even some has written that about the Western philosophy, our tradition is dualistic and doctrinaire. And the Indian tradition, that's Buddhism and all that, is monastic and mystical. So one of the greatest thinker of the last century, just second, putting his time, he said there are some things which manifest themselves. That is a mystica. And his Tractatus here last said, what could not be said, you must consign to silence. So it comes through silence. So I am really deeply impressed by your talk. You are a great monk, great thinker, and great scholar. Now, Dr. Srikant Bahulkar would written something.
Thank you very much, Geshala, for your very interesting lecture which you presented in a lighter vein. Otherwise, the whole session had become very serious at times. But I would like to bring you to the topic you have selected and ask a couple of questions. Already you have made your topic very clear with good presentation. But I think that I need some explanation. When you think of Sanskrit sources, we have a number of Buddhist texts which are in 4 prasthanas, 4 tenets: Vaibhashika, Sautrantika, Yogachara and Madhyamika. And all of them speak of Eightfold Noble Path. And they also speak of Shikshatraya, 3 highest training, that is Shila, Samadhi and Prajna. Generally the order we know is Shila, Samadhi and Prajna. But when it comes to interpretation, it is Prajna, Shila and Samadhi. So what is the difference between that? Is there any difference? And secondly, when you go through Sanskrit sources, And of course, there are Tibetan translations of the original text and commentaries, like you have referred to Madhyanta Vibhaga of Maitreyanatha and Vasubandhu's commentary Bhashya. And also there is a commentary of Stiramati, that is Tika. And all these texts have been translated, interpreted in Tibetan. And also in addition to that, there are extensive Tibetan native commentaries which make the points clear. But as Geshe-la introduced me as a Sanskritist, so I have emphasis on the textual correctness of the text. And at the same time, I must confess that I am not a scholar of Buddhist philosophy. So I have been teaching Sanskrit and editing a number of Sanskrit texts, Vedic texts, classical Sanskrit texts, and for some time Sanskrit Buddhist texts with their Tibetan translation in Sarnath. So I find that it's a problem of a proper editing and proper understanding. When the proper editing is not done, proper understanding is not possible. And mostly Mahayana Sanskrit texts, the manuscripts, are in a very bad condition. There are many errors. There are omissions. There are scribal errors, because those who copied them through the ages probably did not know the subject and the language. Also, Dr. Devkar is also fighting with the same thing. She has also edited a wonderful text and she also faced the same problem. When we come to Tibetan, we think that Tibetan translations are very pedantic and faithful. But unfortunately, I am sorry to say that even sometime in Tibetan translation, there are faults. So when you go through these texts, Tibetan translations of various texts, take for example, Eight Noble Paths, various sources and Tibetan interpretation, do you find the textual differences in that? While going through Madhyanta Vibhaga Sanskrit text and Vasubandhu's Bhashya and Stiramati's Tika and its Tibetan translation, a thesis on that, I find that even these texts have some difference, and sometimes there are glaring differences or omissions. For example, the way in the beginning of Vasubandhu says, it says about Darshana Marga and then it's about Bhavana Marga. The word Bhavana Marga is absent in Sanskrit, but you do find it in Tibetan translation. So my question is, have you come across any such textual differences in Tibetan, which are based on Sanskrit translations and Tibetan commentaries? This first question. And secondly, when you interpret a particular topic, for example, Eightfold Noble Path, as you have mentioned, there are 4 major sects in Tibetan tradition, Tibetan Buddhism. Do you find any sectarian or differences or interpretations and debate on that? Although the basic concepts are the same, common even to Theravada and Mahayana, I think then where is the question of debate? But even Tsongkhapa refutes some views of some others, and Tsongkhapa's views have also been refuted by others later on. So there is a debate, and debate is a good thing. You have Mahashastrartha, and in Sanskrit they say Vade Vade Jayate Tattva Bodha. When we enter into debate, we get to understand the real truth, the truth more correctly. We are closer to the truth. So just I would like to know from you, Geshe-la. Thank you very much.
Just thank you. Make comment.
Okay.
You have talked about.
Sir, let him answer first. Yeah.
There is the problem, basic problem of language.
Okay.
You have said that some of the Tibetan translation is very pedantic.
Yeah.
right? I say that the concept of language cannot be defined. There is no common element present in one language to another language. It's a family resemblance. So you cannot expect that translation of Sanskrit in Hindi or Tibetan or any other will convey the same meaning, same ethos, not possible. So that a nearing to that it could be done, some very pedantic. So it is something very concept of language cannot be defined. This is a very big, it's a very problematic problems. So now you please.
Thank you very much for the question. And I don't know whether I'll be able to answer of your expectation. So as for let's say the first question, the Eightfold Path and the 3 higher trainings. So the Eight Noble Fold Path. So since it's something to do with the Aryas, so one who has realized the emptiness. Yes, who has realized the emptiness and the end, the practices in the beginning, in the middle, in the end is considered as a very important. So as from my view of things, like 3 higher trainings, it might be for the beginners, let's say, not only for the beginners, for the middle, like the lower scope, middle scope, and the higher scope. Let's say for the lower scope, like right away, you can't go and tell them like, oh, you need to think about the emptiness and all these things. So over here, when we talk about the right view, we talk about thinking about the emptiness and all these things. Now, when I teach a meditation to the students, so when we talk about the morality and the concentration and the wisdom, when we talk about the morality, I don't tell them about, oh, think about the 10 non-virtues. Do you know anything about the Gandhiji's 3 monkey? Don't listen evil things. Don't speak evil things. Don't say evil things. So it helps you to concentrate for the for the lower scope, for the beginners. It also helps for the beginners. So that's why I think that the discipline has kept in the higher trainings, it is kept in the beginning. And with the concentrations, when you have a discipline, the self-discipline, it helps you to concentrate your mind. So let's say if I'm a student, and if I bunk the class and accidentally a teacher caught me in the market, so while I'm back in the room, it looks like I'm studying, but my mind is like, oh, whether the master will come over here in my room or not, whether he will give a punishment or not, I won't have a concentration, right? When I don't have a concentration, when I don't have a focus, I won't be able to imply the wisdoms that I know, right? So that's why I think in the higher trainings, he said the morality as the first, and the concentration as the second, and the wisdom as a third, like that. Now, with the Tibetan interpretations, let's say in the translation, in the the end of the 7th century and the beginning of the 8th century, the King Tizal Deonze has invited the Shandarakshita from India. So the Shandarakshita, what he found was the Sanskrit has a drawback. Why? Because in India, it has become a kind of like scholar language. So it's only some scholars who knows about the teachings of Buddha, and the rest of the masses, they are totally ignorant about it. So what they talk is about only the Panchil, like that. Now, seeing the drawbacks, so the Shandarakshita came to realize that, oh, the Tibetans, they have got their own letters. And the Tibetans, we made the Tibetan letters by copying from the Devanagari. During the king Songtse Gampo, he sent one of his ministers to India to study about the Indian language. And when he came back, he invented the Tibetan letters by copying from the Devanagari. And after him, when the King Trizul came into power, he invited the Indian Buddhist masters from Nalanda, the Shantarakshita. And Shantarakshita came to know that, oh, you have got your own language. So it's better to translate everything into Tibetan. So then the Tibetan scholars, they started learning Pali and the Sanskrit. And the Indian scholars, they started learning Tibetan. With a collaboration, they have translated lots of the Buddhist texts. But they have kept the Sanskrit, especially the mantras, as it is. So now, when our chairperson, the Professor L.P. Singh, when he read about my biodata, it's 16 years, like that. So all these 16 years, like to get the highest doctorate degree, we have to study 21 years.
Good.
Like after 16, like 5 more years of examination of 16 years that you have studied. And all these 16 years, the studies, like it has divided into 5 major texts. And all these 5 major texts was translated, the root texts are written by the Indian great masters from the Nalanda masters. So from the very the letterhead, it says like in Indian language, such and such, Pramanavati Karika, like that. Then Abhidhamma Kosha, like that. In Tibetan language, such and such, like that. So let's say with the interpretations, even among the Vinaya too, let's say in the Pali, let's say it's written about when they talks about the negatin, the substances. So in Tibet, like whichever the negative substance it is, you're not allowed to take it, like that. They have completely objected on it, right? But in the Thai, in some of the Pali, the Theravada nations, they smokes, right? Why? Because the Buddha haven't mentioned on the Vinaya. But in the Tibet, when we talk about the Vinaya, all the negative substances are not allowed to take it. So even the smokes, like that. So we have got their own different interpretations. And as for the reliable source, like for your, to be honest, I don't have much knowledge on the Sanskrit, right? And also when we were taught about in the Tibetan, and in some of the, let's say, like schools and universities, they were taught the Pali and also as well as the Sanskrit, and they try to cross-check, right? But as for me, like I don't get such opportunity. So maybe there might be some wrong interpretations, or let's say but from our perspective, what we think is, yeah, this is right, like that. Now, as for the Sagya Kagyu Nyingma Gelu, the tradition, the 4 sects, of course, that's why I've kept the Buddha in the middle, right? No matter whether it's Sagya Kagyu Nyingma Gelu, but the main aim and objective is to attain enlightenment. To attain enlightenment, one needs to realize the emptiness and one needs to develop the bodhicitta. So His Holiness the Dalai Lama has given an example like the analogy of a wind and the energy. No matter whether it's indigo, whether it's Air Asia, whether it's a spice jet, whether it's what else? Akash. Vista. So air hostess are different, pilots are different, the services are different, but without the help of wind and energy, no fly will be able to fly from Pune to New Delhi.
But sometimes landing is also different.
Yes, true.
There is some track
True.
landing as well.
True, but without the wind and energy, one won't be able to fly, right? Like the same way, there are some slight differences, right? It's a kind of like an apple seed. The one single apple seed, it grows thousands of apples. You can't say the apple which grows on the right, the blue one and the green one, it's not the seed of this apple. Why? Because it's a green, like that. It should be a red, like that. So like the same way, there are some slight differences. That's why that's why His Holiness the Dalai Lama always encourage us to practice non-sectarian, right? So as for the Institute of Buddhist Dialectic, after studying 12 years of the Yellowhead, the sect, then we have to go to the Sakya, Kagyu, Nyingma's monastery to learn their texts. And we argue, but the aim is to attain enlightenment. Whether you go by road, whether you go by air, whether you go by sea, in the end, what we need to come over here in the Gulmohar hall, right? So you can't say that, oh, your path is wrong. Why? Because you came by sea like that. So like that, there's some slight differences, but the aim and objective is one.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank
My
you.
pleasure.
Now, it is open for question and answer. So if anybody would like to ask question, please raise your hand.
Please raise your hand if anybody has a question. We will take one or two questions.
It seems everyone has understood what we talked about. Let's go and have a cup of tea.
This is the history-related question. It's interesting that when I studied history of Lamaism, I had studied how some of the principles of the tradition are passed through the generations. Now, when I compare, not absolutely a comparison is not possible, but if I look at the farther history of Buddhism, in our tradition we see, in the Pali tradition we see a pupillary tradition called Bhanakas. Bhanakas were the people, the reciters. The reciter is the English translation of, so the basic belief is that the Bhanakas were hailing from the time of the passing away of the Buddha, and they were the people who passed the tradition, the teachings, and the interpretations across throughout across the history. So, is there when did this tradition, the pupillary tradition in the Sanskrit Buddhism or Lamaism started? From the, now as far as we know, the Lamaism started in in somewhere in the 4th century or so in Tibet, as according to my knowledge. So do we have such a pupillary tradition from that period?
Thank you.
Or that cannot be connected to a farther period of the history?
Oh yes, so as I've told you earlier, the Tibetan king, they are very selective. As for the wisdom is concerned, we have copied from India. And as for the food is concerned, we have copied from China. And it looks very strange, why? Because when you ask your friend, oh, shall we, what do they ask? Like, oh, shall we go and have a Tibetan food? And it's like, what kind of food would you like to have? Like, it's like, momo. But in reality, momo is a Chinese food. It's not a Tibetan food. But as for the Tibetan costume is concerned, we have copied from Mongolia. So all these 5 major texts, as I've told you, in the Indian language, Pramana Karika, in Indian language, Abhidhamma Kosha, in Tibetan language, such and such like that. So it clearly shows that it has come from India. It's not made by the Tibetans. So as I've told you earlier, what the Buddha said was, dear fellow Sanghas, don't follow me ignorantly, blindly, by saying that I'm a great teacher and the learned, like the goldsmith, melt the gold, tear the gold, analyze on the teachings. Like the same way, the Tibetan scholars, they have got their own way of like different experiences when they practice. So that's why like they have written different commentaries, right? But as for the root, let's say the root text is concerned, it's directly from India. And also, as I've told you earlier, it's not made by the Tibetans, it's made by the Indian Nalanda masters. So as for the Vasubandhus, the Abhidhamma Kosha, we are learning the root by heart, that the root text written by the Vasubandhu, not by the Tibetan Lama like that. But we refer some of the commentaries written by the Tibetan Lamas like that. So it clearly shows that what we are learning, it's not made by the Tibetans. It came from India, so it goes far. And as for the Vasubandhu, goes to the Asanga and all these things, the Nagarjuna and all these things. So it comes all the way back to from the very beginning. It's not made by the Tibetans. So to call it is a Lamaism, it's a wrong thing. But as for the, let's say, the reincarnation might be started from Tibet. So what we believe is the Karmapa was the first reincarnated one. So, but as for the teachings, before the Karmapa came, they were all the teachings that you find in the Kagyu, it's far way back before he was born. So it's the same goes back to Indian culture. My pleasure.
Any other? Okay. This.
Thank you, Professor L.P. Singhji, for chairing the session, and our speakers for your enlightening and thought-provoking presentations and dialogues. Now, may I request our chairperson to kindly present souvenirs to the speakers. First of all, Venerable Geshe Tenzin Damchula. Professor Srikant Baulkarji. Thank you, Professor L.P. Singhji. Thank you. Now we will recess for the 20 minutes tea break. Okay, so first, photograph. Now we'll recess for 20 minutes tea break, and kindly gather here after 20 minutes for our next session. It's on student panelist. Thank you.
And also, please take the opportunity, if anybody has a question, so you can ask any speakers during the tea break time. Thank you.
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
संघं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
बुद्धं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि
धम्मं शरणं गच्छामि gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami. Sangham Saranam Gacchami. Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Dhammam Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Sangham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam Gacchami.
Buddham Saranam
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Buddham saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Dhammam saranam gacchami.
Sangham saranam gacchami.
Hello. Namaste and greetings to all who have gathered here today with us. I hope you all had a nice cup of tea. Welcome to the fourth session, the student panel discussion on the relevance of the study of 4 immeasurable and 8-fold noble paths with their respective academic studies and lab experiences. I am Kama Zomba, and I will be your moderator for this session. In this session, we have young and dynamic student panelists, along with our chairperson, Professor Dr. Arvind Alok, Chairman, Buddhist Monuments Development Council, New Delhi, Mr. Dheeraj Nibe, PhD Scholar, Department of Buddhist Studies, Delhi University, speaking to us on importance of Brahm Vihara of Buddhism for the modern world, followed by Ms. Kamasiju, Deputy Coordinator of Nalinda Courses, Tibet House, Culture Center of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, speaking on 7-point mind training from the perspective of Venerable Geshe Chekha Waishi Dorji, Ms. Namsal Hamo, Masters in Applied Psychology, University of Delhi, is speaking on synergizing Buddhist psychology of compassion for psychophysical well-being. Mr. Stanzin Funsok, Master in Philosophy, Delhi University, speaking on the 4 immeasurables and the 8-fold noble path in our day-to-day life. Ms. Vaishali Sarkar, PhD student, speaking on the importance of the Brahm Vihara amidst the unsettling state of our world. Ms. Sneha Singh, Master in Philosophy, University of Delhi, speaking on the Noble 8-fold paths, guidelines to simplifying life. And Mr. Tushar Mani Rastogi, Master in Philosophy, University of Delhi, is speaking on the potential significance of 8-fold noble path as an overcoming paradigm shift and ethical teaching on the contemporary issue of social media, which is going to be an appealing to the audience, and I'm too looking forward to the same. Okay, before we proceed, I would like to take a few minutes of your time. I personally feel the 4 immeasurable and 8-fold noble paths plays a vital role in today's modern era. Why? Because we humans are constantly into the race of competition. Therefore, we are lacking of eliminating the following, like ill will, cruelty, jealousy, aversion, and so forth, as we are engrossed in our own self-interest and not thinking for others. The 4 immeasurable and 8-fold noble paths will definitely shape our lives for the welfare of all sentient beings. Now, without taking much of your time, I would like to request Mr. Chairperson, Professor Dr. Arvind Alokji, and following speakers to come on stage and take your respective seats. Mr. Chairperson, Professor Arvind Alokji, Mr. Dheeraj Nirbeji, Ms. Kama Sijula, Ms. Namsalamula, Mr. Stanzin Funsogla, Ms. Vaishali Sarkarji, Ms. Sneha Singhji, and Mr. Tushar Mani Rastogi. Thank you all. Now, please allow me to read a brief introduction of Mr. Chairperson. Professor Dr. Arvind Alok has 25 years of experience in the field of teaching and educational administration. His specialized subjects are Buddhist, and Indian philosophy, archaeology, anthropology, ancient history and culture, peace and conflict studies, literature, law, Indian studies, positive psychology, mindfulness, sociological studies, international relations, and comparative religion. Professor Alokji also teaches Sanskrit, Pali, and Hindi. He is a popular face on television as an expert. He also worked in state and central government in different capacities. Member of the government committees, he has the honor to have met president and prime ministers of many countries in India as well as in abroad. He led Indian delegations to several countries. He has been also state guest to some countries. May now I request Professor Alokji to lead this session. Professor Alokji.
Namo tassa bhagavato arhato samma sambuddhassa. Most respected Sangha, most respected venerables, Director Venerable Sengila, distinguished panelists in all the sessions who are present here, ladies and gentlemen, and also my dear students. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere thanks and gratitude to the Honorable Director for inviting me to this august discussion of four measurables and eightfold path in both the traditions of Sanskrit and Pali, Theravada and Mahayana. Previously, he had invited me, I think 2 or 3 years before, to head a session on Satipatthana Sutta, where panelists were the professors. But this time the panelists are a student, and I feel immensely very happy to chair the session where the presenters are students, the young minds who have an urge to have understanding of knowledge and aspiring masters as well. In the morning inaugural session, the member of the Central Minority Commission, Mrs. Lamo, had rightly mentioned that need of the hour is to discuss among the young minds and the students about these aspects of life of Dhamma. Because ultimately, they are going to shape the destiny of the society, the nation, the family, and themselves. And they are going to contribute to a peaceful world over, where people of all faith, all castes, all creeds, all races can have a participation equally and very respectfully. They can live a life of dignity. Therefore, I really feel privileged to head such a session where the panelists are young scholars, and they have, I was going through the papers, abstracts also. They are nicely elaborated, and you will see after some time that how important to have papers and presentations and deliberations by the young scholar on such very important subject also. Friends, these two important aspects of Buddhism, which totally and clearly, evidently clarify the whole essence of the teachings of Buddha, the four immeasurables and the eightfold path. They can altogether very much create an understanding of the complete aspect of the teachings of the Buddha. For the beginners also, for the listeners also, for the scholars also, and for the followers of the Buddha, including the people who believe in the teachings of the Buddha. Therefore, this type of deliberation is essentially a very sincere effort to the direction of making a suitable environment in the society where people of all types, all races, all castes can easily find happiness. And this type of living togetherness is only possible through compassion and appreciative happiness, unconditional love, and other aspects of life that are very immensely defined in Eightfold Path. I won't like to deliberate on those every point of the subjects and the topics that were very vividly presented since morning. You were all here, the wonderful listeners. I was also here. I would like to just share some of my own experience that how these two aspects of the Buddhist order and Buddhism impacted my life. Though she had read about me one paragraph, but I think my identity is little bit very simple. My native place is Nalanda. I was born in Nalanda. Just when you visit the Nalanda ancient site, behind is my home, my land, my primary school, my secondary school, and college. I have played with the soil of Nalanda. I lived in Nalanda. Whatever today I am because of Nalanda. When you visit my home, I have named it Nalanda. Everything is Nalanda. And because of Nalanda, I travel entire world. It was rightly mentioned about me, and I feel very honored that I visited the entire world, just not as a traveler, rather on the invitations of eminent people of the world. Venerable, I would like to mention you. People won't believe. When I was 19 years old, I became the president of Nalanda Development Council. The then chief minister nominated me. He saw that young boy has potential. He will do something for Nalanda. Nalanda was just a village. 4 or 5 shops were there. Some lamas were coming, the Tiptams Lama, who had taken refuge in India, some Sri Lankan monks, and Burmese monks. Namnalanda Mahavihar had already started, where Purushottam Ranaji is now teaching. He is now not here. It had started. And professors were from Sri Lanka and Burma. Venerable Dharmaratna was the first teacher to introduce Pali in Namnalanda Mahavihar. And in the village also. The tradition of Nalanda has been that the masters who visit the villages, teach the farmers, the local people. And in lieu of that, the farmers and the local people will contribute to the maintenance of Nalanda Vihara that time. That time nobody was interested to learn Buddhism and Pali in Nalanda because that time situation was very, very difficult. People were in extreme poverty. Because we were farmers, so we had something, a house, our farm to look after ourselves. When this time started, they used to visit villages. Come, study Buddhism. Come, study Pali. Come, study Tibetan language. Very few were ready. I am fortunate that my father, that time he was a rich man of the village because he had enough land. He got convinced that if we have to revive Nalanda, the tradition of Nalanda, we should go first. And he got enrolled in Buddhism. He was very brilliant student. He could have become any officer like that. He did master in Buddhism, PhD in Buddhism, and later on became principal of Nalanda College, there only, just adjacent to my house. So this we have inculcated from our family. And then the responsibility this way came to me also. I did civil engineering. And immediately I had got the job also. At a very young age, I did civil engineering. You will be surprised to know, when I became the chairman of Nalanda Development Council, Sri Nitish Kumar ji, who is now the Honorable Chief Minister of Bihar, was a member because he was the first time MLA from Harnath in this district of Nalanda. Because he had political aspirations, I was from the very beginning that I must do something for Buddhism. I must do something for Nalanda. Friends, you will be surprised to know that I organized a number of conferences in Nalanda as a young boy, where Vice President Shankar Dayal Sharma came as the chief guest. Chief Minister was supporting me because I was the president. Many dignitaries came. Ambassadors used to come because any VIP will come to Nalanda, I was supposed to receive them. So this helped me in spreading the message of Nalanda. And this way, I totally dedicated my life to the tradition of Nalanda and spreading the message of Nalanda, which I have, and this with the blessings of His Holiness, the 14th Dalai Lama. When I saw him, I was a very young boy in Bodh Gaya. My father took him to Bodh Gaya, maybe 7, 8 years old. And he had come to Nalanda also, but just in their car, and the VIPs were their local government, I could not meet. But I went to Bodh Gaya with my father, and I had darsana also. So with these blessings, I explored the world. From Nalanda, I directly came to Delhi. I left the job. The then education minister heard me in Nalanda, and he said, you should not live in Nalanda. By that time, I became 21 years old, and I became officer on a special duty to him. When I saw that it was long before, the Venerable say that you started Hindi course in Ladakh 30 years ago. I said, yes. Really, it was 30 years ago, because after the term of the minister got over, he said, what you will do? I said, I must teach somewhere. Options were 3. Indira Gandhi Open University had started. NCRT already was there. Then Central Institute of Hindi. I was an author as well, young author. One day I visited the institute. I saw many students learning Hindi and Indology of different countries. I said, I would like to join there. And next week, I became assistant professor. And I was given the responsibility, I had the mandate of the ministry to conduct Hindi courses in Ladakh. So really I did. And when Madam was speaking in chest Hindi, I was very happy. Record is also, that time not television, but radio Ladakh had broadcasted very nicely. I will not take much time. And I had the privilege, as I told Venerable Bimal Ratne is here. When he saw my photo, then the Parliament of Sri Lanka, I as a young man, there as a guest of honor, I was just speaking on Buddhist ethics and morality. I had the privilege to address 2 parliaments in a very young age, Sri Lanka and Thailand. Thailand also because of Nalanda, because Sri Dhon, the princess of Thailand, came to Nalanda. I received her. She was so happy, and she immediately asked the ambassador, take him to Thailand to learn Vipassana. I was for 6 months there in forest monastery, and 98 years old master taught me Vipassana. So this type of journey started. Why I mentioned this? Because of this compassionate mind and a very kind heart and a very, a passion of tolerance, brotherhood. They help you to shape your future. Whatever you want to become in life, these teachings taught by the Buddha himself are not meant for the masters only, the seekers of knowledge only, to become a good human being, to be very successful in professional life also. These are very important. Therefore, I won't like to take much time because it will take hours if I tell everything. Recently, 5 years before, there was World Cultural Dialogue in Azerbaijan. There I went as a guest of honor. Macedonia ambassador invited me to speak on such subjects. I keep on traveling because this is the teaching of the Buddha also. Don't get attached to one place. We believe, Ayam Nija Paroveti, Ganana Lajhuk Chaitsam, Udar Charita Namantu, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Whole world is one family. Therefore, I am sure with the presentation of the young minds and the scholars will highlight many of the aspects that were discussed in the morning in a new way, in a young way, and they will finally contribute to a very full, very wonderful understanding of 4 immeasurables and eightfold path, eightfold noble path in Theravada tradition also, and Mahayana tradition also. I would like to quote a very wonderful, which always inspires me and helped me in my professional and personal life when I say, Sabba papasya akaranam kusalasa upasampada sachit pariyad padam etam buddhana sasanam. Very important. If you are free from defilements, you will be a happy man. Practice is more important. Therefore, the topic is a study academically and practice also. Though it is very difficult, practicing compassion is very difficult in modern world, in materialistic world. Buddha had said, Sukarani asadhuni attano hitani cha pamte hitascha sadhuscha tamare param dukkharam. Good things are always difficult to do, but ultimately they pay dividend in your life. Thanks for your patience. Now we will hear our young presenters, and then we will have a views on their papers and presentation. Thank you so much. One more, I always said, no paresham vilomani, no paresham katakatam. Don't follow others what they do. Do follow your own heart, your own mind, your own compassionate mind. Thank you, thank you so much. Bhavatu Sabba Mangalam. Start now. So we have 7 panelists, young panelists. I start with Mr. Dheeraj Kumar Nirbhay to present his paper. I will also advise him to restrict to the time so that people have the patience to listen you and understand you also.
Thank you. As we know, India is the motherland of 4 religions: Buddhism, Jainism, Sikhism, and Hinduism. Buddhism is a vast religion which has spread mostly all over this world. After the Enlightenment, Prince Siddhartha became Lord Buddha. In the beliefs of both Buddhist sects, Theravada and Mahayana, 4 immeasurable and 12 noble paths help people become more happy and prosperous than others. 4 immeasurables called Brahma Vihara are Maitri, Karuna, Mudita, and Upekha. It helps lead to the development of bodhicitta. Bodhicitta is the status of our mind which helps us to become Buddha. Enlightenment, noble truths are the way which help us to know the reality of this world. This time when people and all creatures are suffering from many natural and human reasons in their life, many people lost their happiness, humanity, and compassion in their life. It's a good time for us to return to our ancient Dhamma Magga, which is Buddhism, and it will be helpful for everyone to live life happily in this world. India is the land of enlightenment, and India is the land of Lord Buddha, and India is the land of knowledge. I say the difference between Theravada, the teachings of the elders, and Mahayana, the great vehicles, differences in teachings. It's different regions because Theravada influence in Southeast Asia, Thailand, Myanmar, Laos, Cambodia, and Sri Lanka, and Mahayana, Northern Asia, Tibet, China, Japan, Korea, Taiwan, and Mongolia. Collections of sutta in both sects, the Pali canon, older teachings written in Pali language in Theravada, many new sutras written in Sanskrit, Chinese, and other languages in Mahayana. Achieving liberation in Theravada focused on the development of arhatship or personal insight and awakening. In Mahayana, more focused on bodhisattva and the awakening of the collective whole. Meditation practice in Theravada, developing insight through samatha and vipassana practice with incorporation of heart practice. In Mahayana, mindfulness practice, samatha practices, and use of mantras and rituals in meditation. Icons and rituals. In Theravada, some chanting, statues of the Buddha and prostrations. In Mahayana, much more art, statues, mantras, and ritual practices. The leaders of Theravada, we know the Emperor Ashoka. Emperor Ashoka sent many missionaries to spread Buddhism. Ashoka missionaries were sent as far away as Greece and Thailand. His own son Mahendra and daughter Sanghamitra was sent to Sri Lanka. King Ashoka in Mahayana, according to historical information, the first stone statue of Buddha were erected under Kanishka. The 4 immeasurables that cause Brahma Viharas, boundless, sublime attitudes of heart, mind to be cultivated. Loving kindness, that is metta, compassion, that is karuna, sympathetic joy, that is mudita, equanimity, upekha. The Buddha's noble in full path, Arya, Athangika, Magga, that is Alpha path. Right understanding, Sappa, Ditti. The Brahma Vihara, love, compassion, joy and equanimity. A Vihara is an ever or a dwelling place. Love in Sanskrit is Maitri, in Pali it is Metta. Compassion is Karuna in both languages. Joy is Mudita. Equanimity is Upekha in Sanskrit and Upekha in Pali. The Brahma Viharas are four elements of true love. They are called immeasurable because if you practice them, they will grow every day until they embrace the whole world. You will become happier and those around you will become happier also. Nagarjuna philosophy. According to Nagarjuna, the 2nd century Buddhist philosopher, practicing the immeasurable mind of love, enthusiasm, anger in the hearts of living beings, practicing the immeasurable mind of joy, extinguishes sadness and joylessness in the hearts of living beings, practicing the immeasurable mind of equanimity, extinguishes hearted aversion and attachment in the hearts of living beings. In the Thich Nhat Hanh philosophy, if we learn ways to practice love, compassion, joy, and equanimity, we will know how to heal the illnesses of anger, sorrow, insecurity, sadness, heartache, loneliness, and unhealthy attachments. In the Anguttara Nikaya, the Buddha teaches, if a mind of anger arises, the bhikkhu, monk, can practice the meditation on love, compassion, or equanimity for the person who has brought about the feeling of anger. By Thich Nhat Hanh, January 1997, Dhamma Talk. Asanga philosophy. The 4th century Indian Buddhist philosopher Asanga speaks of two types of equanimity. A meditator on equanimity toward all beings and his or her wish that those beings develop without end. The latter is limitless because beings are limitless. Longchen Longchenpa, the practitioner of Dojang, who wrote in 14th century Tibet, thought both a practitioner's equanimity toward others, he writes, comes from recognizing that everyone seeks happiness by any killing 2014 magazine column. Buddhist philosophy, Acharya Baldev Upadhyay. At Deepa Bhavat At Sarana. That means you yourself become a lamp and don't go in the refuge of others. Go in your own refuge. Its sense is that through the light that comes from your conscience, understand the secrets of religion, and without coming in the shelter of a teacher or a hermit, show your own path. Where other religions have declared the Guru as greater than good and made in the ultimate duty of the disciple to take refuge in him, there Lord Buddha limited the power of the Guru and rendered the importance of the disciple. Bodha Darshan Mimamsa. This picture is taken from Tibet. Longchenpa, Dram Ojen, Tibet, 1899. Nyingma lineage, ground, mineral pigment on cotton, courtesy, Rubin, Museum Award. This picture shows Bodhicitta. For immeasurable for save humanity and nature, all the people in the world. One world, one family, one future, Vasudev Kutumbakam. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dheeraj Kumar Nirvaji, for your wonderful presentation on Brahma Vihara in modern perspective. Now I invite Mrs. Karma Sichue to present her paper.
Okay.
Chanchu Semcho Rinpoche Mage Panam Gegyoje Gebanyamba Mepa Yang Kone Pondo Pelvar Show. Good afternoon to all. So I would like to begin my session by reciting one of my favorite quote by His Holiness. All living beings, starting from insects, want happiness and not suffering. However, we are one, whereas others are infinite in number. Thus, it can be clearly decided that others gaining happiness is more important than just yourself alone. Second, I would like to thank Geshe-la for giving us this opportunity to speak on our experience related to this topic. When I first embarked on my journey towards the world of Nalanda studies, and when I started studying the text written by the Nalanda masters, the question that I asked to myself is, isn't the wish for the happiness of all sentient beings too idealistic? That question was quite prominent and stayed in my mind for a very long time, and it really interested me to choose bodhicitta as the research topic for my MA thesis. So, talking about compassion, compassion is completely different. The thing is, no matter how different we are on the outset, like ethnicity, how we think and all, but when we talk about compassion, we all agree. It is that one thing which brings all of us together. I would like to give an example of Lama Adisha. Lama Adisha, who is considered the master illuminator of awakening, received teachings on cultivating bodhicitta from three main teachers. They are Lama Selingpa, and Lama Dhammarakshita, and Lama Selingpa, Lama Dhammarakshita, and one more, I forgot, sorry. So the thing is, Lama Selingpa from Indonesia, he holds the Cittamatta school of thought, whereas Lama Dhammarakshita, he spoke about Vaibhashika school of thought, but Adisha himself spoke mainly about Madhyamika school of thought. But despite the differences in their views related to the topic on emptiness, when Lama Adisha hears his teacher's sound, he used to fold his hand with deep veneration, with tears in his eyes. So I now would like to read out the importance of generating compassion in the spiritual context. In the sutra called Showing the Secrets of the Tathagata Sutra, it says, Guyapati, Lord of the Secrets, the primordial wisdom of the Omniscient One grows from the root of compassion. Kese Thome Sangpo, in his commentary on the 7 points of mind training, mentions that Guru Dhammarakshita, from whom Lord Adisha received teachings on cultivating bodhicitta, realized emptiness purely through cultivating love and compassion. Arya Asanga, the trailblazer of Yogacara school of thought, had a vision of Arya Maitreya after generating strong compassion towards a wounded dog. And finally, in the precious jewel garland by Arya Nagarjuna, he said, food cooked in 300 pots and given to people 3 times a day, that merit cannot be matched by the practice of loving kindness for just one moment. So talking about my experience, I would like to share something with you all. I believe that most of us, all of us gathered here, experience some degree of fear or uneasiness at some point in their life. But for me, I used to have this fear of missing out when I was young. So yeah, I used to have very strong panic attacks when I was young. So I used to ask this question: when will this fear let go of me? That was the only question I used to ask. So later during the bachelor studies, I used to come to Tibet House on weekends, and Geshe-la used to teach Arya Deva's 400 verses at the time. But that time, to be honest, I don't really understand what he was teaching. I was only awed by the exuding confidence he used to show when he was teaching. So later in office, he used to give advice on me on how to deal with the destructive emotions and all. So the main point of sharing this side of my story is to give emphasis on skillful means and the wisdom to understand the root cause of our suffering. For myself, as for me, I didn't understand like what is the root cause of my fear. I was like trying to escape from the fear, like taking gap years and so on, watching movies and all, but that wasn't the thing. You know, we have to understand the root cause. So I would like to quote what Buddha said in his sutras, like all phenomena arise from causes. The causes are taught by the Tathagata. The cessation of the causes as well is taught by the great seer. So with following that, later I read the book called Shantideva's book on Bodhisattva's way of life. In this book, in chapter 6, patience chapter, the verse 10 says, why be unhappy about something if it can be remedied? And what is the use of being unhappy about something if it cannot be remedied? This verse, when I heard for the first time, I felt it like an oral instruction. So, So talking about the skillful means, so if we were a therapist, like, and also exposed to Buddhist philosophy, if we were to treat people with panic attacks or anxieties or anything, we shouldn't be saying like the root of your problem is self-grasping ignorance, right? This might even make that person go worse, right? Like, so like I said, when Geshe-la taught 400 verses, I didn't understand anything, but what really helped me was his method aspect, you know, like how he advised us, like, you know. So with regards to that, I now would like to draw your attention towards the 7 points mind training. They are the skillful means of practice taught by the Buddha originally. So the 7 verses talks mainly about seven main points. These are preliminaries, the main practice, transforming adversity into the path of enlightenment, applying the practice throughout the whole of life, the measure of mind training, and the commitments of mind training, and finally the precepts of mind training. So actually I'm nobody to talk about the rest of the 6 from 2nd till the 7th. Also, I'm still doing research on this, but I would like to touch briefly on the first one, preliminaries. So today morning, Venerable Pujala correctly said, like, in order to generate bodhicitta, the ground is renunciation. So in order to renunciate the samsaric goals and, you know, mundane concerns, we have to understand what is actually samsara. What is the nature of suffering and all of this, and what is the cause of suffering. And for this, I think it is important that we practice the preliminaries also. And the preliminaries constitutes 4 thought transformation. In Tibetan
My profound respect goes to Venerable Geshe Pandit Thakur Rinpoche for his work, The Soothing Rays of Moonlight. I extend my gratitude to Venerable Geshe Dorje Dandula for his guidance and mentorship for my understanding on the intersection of Buddhist psychology and modern psychology. And my heartfelt thanks to Tibet House team for their unwavering support and dedication to fostering a rich learning environment. To the chairperson, panelists, and all involved, thank you for engaging in a meaningful discussion and contributing to our collective learning experience. My name is Namsa Lamo, and today I have the privilege of addressing you on the crucial topic, the synergy of Buddhist psychology of compassion for psychophysical well-being. I would like to shed light on the significance of the synergy and express my great concern regarding the pressing need for it in our current lives. In our fast-paced and interconnected world, the pursuit of well-being has become increasingly paramount. While modern psychology offers valuable insight into human behavior and understanding on mental health, it is essential to recognize the unique contributions of Buddhist psychology, particularly its emphasis on compassion. It is evident that the modern mental health awareness movement has experienced a significant surge in the later half of the 20th century. While the concept of well-being has always been inherent to human experience, there has been a notable increase in the awareness and effort to promote it in recent times, while also addressing the psychological struggles, increasing stress, disconnection, and societal challenges, where the urgent need for compassion is undeniable. However, the integration of Buddhist psychology with modern psychology remains an unexplored territory. This is a missed opportunity, as the synergy of these two disciplines has the potential to offer a comprehensive framework for promoting well-being and addressing the challenges of our time. By incorporating the principles of Buddhist psychology into modern psychological approaches, we can open new avenues of developing evidence-based interventions that effectively promote well-being and deepen our understanding of compassion's impact on mental and emotional well-being. Where researchers indicate that by practicing compassion enhances positive emotions, reduces stress, fosters resilience, and strengthens interpersonal relationships. Building upon this line of thought, I would like to direct your attention briefly to the three distinctive approaches through which compassion towards sentient beings can be comprehended and fostered. The distinction among them is made on the basis of whether great compassion is directly informed by an insight into the impermanent nature of things, or an insight into the absence of inherent existence nature of phenomena, or none of the above too. Compassion observing the sentient beings, or compassion as in general, which falls under the third category, refers to the compassionate attitude extended towards all sentient beings to be free from the dukkha of samsara without discrimination or distinction. It is an all-encompassing and unconditional compassion that recognizes the inherent worth and value of every living being. It transcends personal biases, preferences, and attachment, and encompasses both loved ones and strangers, as well as beings we might find difficult or challenging. Compassion as general recognizes the interconnectedness and shared vulnerability of all living beings, promoting a sense of universal care and concern. Compassion, observing their impermanence, recognizes the ever-changing and impermanent nature of all phenomena and wishes sentient beings to be free from the dukkha that occurs due to the distortion of seeing impermanent things as permanent. It acknowledges that suffering, just like all other experiences, is subject to impermanence. This perspective helps cultivate compassion that is not overwhelmed or fixed on the suffering itself, but rather to the changing condition and needs of the sentient, acknowledges the transient nature. It allows for a more fluid and adaptable response to the changing conditions and needs of the sentient beings, Compassion as impermanent reminds us that suffering can be transformed and elevated through understanding, support, and impermanent nature of experience itself. Compassion observing their unobservable, or compassion as non-referential, highlights the importance of compassion that is free from conceptualization, where the wish to free all sentient beings from dukkha that occurs due to the distortion of seeing non-inherently existing things as inherently existing. It transcends the fixation and involves letting go of tendency to label, judge, or hold on to specific notions of self and others. It recognizes the inherent emptiness or lack of inherent existence of all phenomena, including the self. By letting go of fixed references and concepts, compassion becomes more inclusive, spacious, and unbounded. It is a compassionate response that arises from a deep understanding. Yes, thank you. Understanding of the interconnected and independent nature of reality. Just as compassion can be cultivated infinitely, the benefits of cultivating compassion is infinite too. Few of the many benefits I would like to express here are: with compassion, you develop a sense of genuine concern for others, respect, harmony, love, friendliness, inclusiveness, trust, acceptance, non-violence, positivity, self-confidence, sense of one humanity and oneness of all sentient beings in wanting happiness and overcoming miseries. Now it is crucial to examine the motivation behind the desire to cultivate great compassion, particularly in the light of the Buddhist perspective that there is no definitive beginning to our series of rebirths. According to this viewpoint, all sentient beings have at some point been one's mother, similar to the one from this life. This profound understanding emphasizes the interconnected and shared history among all beings. By delving deeper among all beings, leaving no sentient beings excluded from this relational framework. By delving deeper into this motivation, we can gain a more precise and nuanced comprehension of the significance of generating great compassion in the following lines. The recognition of all sentient beings as having been one's mother, father, or benefactor, those who have shown kindness by benefiting us in some way. So for example, we may reflect on the countless individuals who have nurtured and supported us throughout our lives, such as your parents, teachers, friends, or even strangers who have extended a helping hand during challenging times. Remembering of their kindness as mothers, fathers, or benefactors, by recalling the benevolent action and support we have received, we develop a deep appreciation for the positive impact others have had on our lives. Like, for instance, we may reflect on how our parents sacrificed their own time and their needs so that they could provide us with love, care, and compassion. Remembrance of kindness as, the mind aspiring to repay their kindness. That is, this motivation involves a genuine desire to reciprocate their kindness, we have received by extending compassion and support to others. So, for example, someone who has experienced the support of mentor during their career development may aspire to become a mentor themselves, guiding and assisting others on their professional journeys. The fourth one, cherishing love that sees all sentient beings as pleasing no matter what. This motivation involves cultivating an unconditional love and empathy towards all beings, recognizing their inherent worth and potential for happiness. For instance, one might develop a compassionate attitude towards animals, advocating for their welfare and actively supporting organizations working to protect and care for them. By developing firm conviction based on these compassionate motivations, it is imperative that we learn the two different methods of cultivating great compassion and bodhicitta. As I have mentioned before, compassion towards other sentient beings is the key to generating your own happiness, and this compassion needs to be cultivated constantly over time by one's own effort. So great Indian masters such as Lama Silingpa and Bodhisattva Shantideva has identified the steps to develop genuine compassion through two different methods. Firstly, the sevenfold cause and effect, Gyunde in Tibetan, is from the lineage of Arya Maitreya and taught by Lama Silingpa to Atisha Dipankara Shrigana. The method is clearly identified and taught by Lama Tsongkhapa in the great treatises on the stages of the path to enlightenment. Second, equalizing and exchanging self with others method, Dakshin Yamche in Tibetan, again, is from the Arya Manjushri lineage and taught by Bodhisattva Shantideva in the Bodhisattva's way of life. Learning and familiarization with these methods will require more in-depth systematic study, and I sincerely urge you to consider the Nalanda programs available at Tibet House, which are geared specifically for working professionals, college students, and others who do not have the leisure of much
Please
time
conclude now.
and yet want to have a better understanding of how to find happiness. Yes, sorry, right there. I hope I have invoked in each and every one of you to take at least a few minutes to truly reflect and ponder on the great benefits of cultivating genuine compassion within yourself. So I would like to end here with the words His Holiness, which he frequently cites from the Bodhicitta aspiration prayers. Rangshi thune rabdubshe chanju semni ke parki. So to perfectly accomplish the goals of oneself and others, generate the mind of Bodhicitta. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Lamo, for your beautiful presentation on the psychological aspect of mental development. Now may I invite Mr. Stanjin Funso to give his presentation. Please keep in mind the time because it is running and other speakers are also here and time is also getting late. So please stick to time. It's okay.
Homage to all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas.
Yeah, I know.
Thank you, Chairperson, sir. Tashidilek and very delightful evening to all present here. Respected Chairperson, guests, esteemed speakers, and all my dear friends. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere gratitude to Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula and all the staff members of Tibet House for providing me such a wonderful chance to express my views and be a part of this insightful conference. Thank you. As we know, the topic for today's student panel is relevance of the study of four immeasurables and the Eightfold Noble Path with their academic studies and life experiences. And I'm going to share my experiences on the significance in our day-to-day lives. The world we inhabit today in the 21st century is one characterized by ongoing wars, religious hostilities, a climate crisis, economic and political tensions, which pit people against one another and which are the source of great suffering. As a university student, I also see that we, the young people, are so susceptible to the stresses and the pressures in this phase of our life and how this create many hurdles as we try to move towards forging careers. I personally feel that there is a strong relevance of concepts like the four immeasurables and the Eightfold Noble Path in our life, in our day-to-day lives. These profound teachings of Buddha Shakyamuni have an enormous impact in our own life because of the level of genuineness and the logical proof this value has. In addition, we have the liberty to critically analyze these valuable concepts to their utmost because, as in the previous session, Venerable Geshe Tenzin Damchola mentioned that the Tathagata, Buddha himself stated just as the goldsmith tests his gold by burning, rubbing and cutting it, likewise we should examine his words and not accept them out of reverence. The immense greatness of these topics in benefiting us lies in the flexibility and the ways in which they can be implemented accordingly in our day-to-day lives. So as Venerable Geshe Dorje Damdula already mentioned this morning about the gravity of sea learning, which is social, emotional and ethical learning. With the profound blessings of His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, the initiative of Sea Learning with the help of Emory University has been a great support, and with its implementation in academics all around the world has really changed a lot in a positive way, where the main foundation of such teachings is Buddha Shakyamuni's teachings. For example, in Ladakh, it has been the curriculum of Sea Learning has been taken into every school as a curriculum with the help of local administrations, and there has been seen a huge positive outcome not only amongst the students but also amongst the teachers. Let's hope and pray that this kind of curriculum to spread across the globe and educate the heart and mind to every individual with its secular approach, which makes it rare. So encountering with these valuable concepts through my study of Buddhist philosophy, psychology, and logic has helped me to approach and tackle my academic studies with much greater ease and mindfulness. I also feel that as I internalize these concepts in my daily life, I'm able to more wisely comprehend the situation and circumstances in my life experiences. With the integration of such concepts, I have noticed that the process of education has become much smoother, easier, and more beneficial, as there is a gradual decrease in the negative emotions such as depression, anxiety, distress, and a great clarity in identifying our goals. So for instance, I would like to narrate a recent incident that happened with me. Like my sisters and I used to look after two stray puppies, and we kept them at our room because they were infected by a viral disease known as parvo disease, which is very viral in like stray puppies. So, and they are under treatment. So unfortunately, one of them couldn't survive and the other one recovered completely. So, so what happened one day, so one of the families staying backside our house heard a loud noise of a puppy as I stepped accidentally on the puppy's feet. So suddenly, you know, like out of nowhere, a woman came out at the balcony and straightly asked me without even thinking for a second, "Kuch galat to kaam nahi kar rahe ho?" So aren't you doing any misdeed? You know, I'll go and inform the landlord. So, you know, and she even said, you know, what if you guys are trying to kill the puppy and eat it? So, you know, just imagine, you know, how you would feel if someone accuses you of a crime which you have not committed. Forget about committing, you know, like, which you even can't think of. So, you know, obviously, you know, at that time I was very sad and broken at the same time. So the lady was, you know, the lady kept on saying whatever comes in her mouth, and, you know, at the same time I was also processing, like, how should I handle the situation, like. So while she kept saying anything, you know, that came in her mind, my mind was totally occupied. So although I feel very bad, but, you know, what I did, you know, after letting her speak, I took some time and I calmed down myself and explained her in details, like how we recovered the stray puppies and how the treatments are going on. So at the same time, you know, back in my mind, I was trying to bring the reasons of Tathagata Garbha, or the Buddha nature, which is present in each one of us. But due to our prime cause, self-grasping ignorance, and tinted by self-centered attitude, we aren't able to recognize it. You know, by thinking like this, I was like kind of able to handle the situation better and convince her. You know, so in the morning, as our chief guest, Srimati Rinchen Lamuji, also mentioned that we must familiarize, thank you. We must familiarize ourselves with such studies. For the remedy to self-grasping ignorance, we must cultivate the wisdom of emptiness. That is the only path of liberation, by studying, reflecting, and meditating, and initially for immeasurables and gradually cultivating the mind of bodhicitta, as Karmala mentioned, as a countermeasure for the subtlest of the self-centered attitude. So my main motive to share this incident is that, like with consistent systematic learning of such insightful concepts has engraved in me subconsciously, which helps me to implement in my day-to-day life, for which I'm very grateful to the Nalanda courses at Tibet House in the mentorship of Precious Venerable Geshe Damdula. And at the same time, for which I would also like to especially encourage my friends, students to always incorporate such studies in their daily lives, especially as these topics are nothing to do with any religion, but with scientific and secular way to manage our emotions in our life. So today's conference has been really knowledgeable and have learned a lot from various dynamic speakers as they succinctly discussed from all the fields. Takeaway from this conference, Venerable Geshe Damdula and other speakers mentioned the importance of inclusiveness and how it leads to the harmony among us. And also, Venerable Geshe Lode Sangpola also emphasized on the practice of great compassion, which really enhances not only our mental well-being, but also our physical well-being by proper functioning of our body. And also, Venerable Professor Mirish Wathe Vimala Gyana also mentioned about how 4 immeasurables lead to a healthy emotional well-being. So it's like very admirable to see how different traditions and disciplines come together to have a discussion and dialogue in sharing and embracing the commonalities, respecting the differences. At last, it's my humble request to Tibet House to keep conducting such noble conferences in future also, so that we as college or university students and all the people can gain more knowledge and establish our supreme goal, seeking infinite happiness and Buddhahood. So I would like to end here by mentioning the Arya Nagarjuna's 5 profundities from Mulya Madhyamika Karika. A ceasing of karma and affections is nirvana. Karma and affections arise from conceptual thought. This arises from mental elaboration. Elaboration ceases into emptiness. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Funsuk, for your presentation on the practical aspect in daily to day life, and you gave an example also. Very nice presentation. Now, I invite Mrs. Vaishali Sarkar, a very young scholar, to give her presentation.
No, Mrs.
Mrs. Vaishali Sarkar. Miss. Okay.
ये बंद कर दूं?
Oh, this is Miss. Oh, it was easy. Yeah.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and venerable Sangha members. Today, I will be speaking on the importance of Brahma Vihara amidst the unsettling state of our world. So global tensions are mounting day in and day out. And in an increasingly interconnected world, global problems and issues have become pressing challenges that affect not only the well-being of humanity, but also the sustainability of the planet. So these require collaborative efforts and innovative solutions because these problems transcend beyond borders and affect all of us. So the ongoing global chaos, to be summed up in brief, could be, number 1, global warming, with human activities playing a significant role in climate change. Number 2, the world's population is undergoing shifts with projections indicating declining populations in Europe and East Asia, while significant growth in Africa and South Asia. Persistent poverty, number 3, continues to be a root cause for various global issues, including famine, disease, and inadequate education. Infectious diseases, number 4, claim numerous lives every year. Additionally, the emergence of new pandemics and epidemics require robust preparedness and response mechanism to safeguard public health. Number 5,
Warfare remains a global concern, and nuclear proliferation raises the specter of catastrophic consequences. Number 6, the digital age has presented newer challenges for us in the digital realm, and striking a proper balance between protecting intellectual property and promoting innovation and creativity and public access to knowledge is remaining a debatable topic till now. Along with this, the rapid advancements in technology, including artificial intelligence and automation, are reshaping societies and economies. Number 7, despite progress, many aspects of civil rights, including women's rights, LGBT rights, and the rights of disabled and neurodiverse individuals are still works in progress. Gender inequality, sexual violence against women, and discrimination against minority groups persists in many societies. So, we all know that our actions speak louder than words. But before that, our mind governs it. Our mind governs an array of cognitive functions, processes, sensations, and actions. It orchestrates complex interactions between various brain structures to enable perception, decision-making, and emotional response to a situation. So what happens when the mind is consumed by conflict or is in a state of chaos? When the mind is consumed by conflict and engaged in a state of chaos, it experiences profound sense of discomfort characterized by feelings of unease, fear, and irritation. This inner turmoil not only affects the mind but also takes a toll on the body. How? It increases our stress level. And this heightened state leads to perceptions becoming distorted. And this is just a manifestation of our inner turmoil. We show it externally. And this perpetuates and flows into different social cycles, creating destructive cycles of violence and hostility. It is here that the practice of Brahma Vihara comes into use. The practice of Brahma Vihara, also known as 4 divine abodes or the sublime states, offer a transformative path to calming our mind and cultivating peace within and without. So let's know what are the 4 Brahma Viharas. This has already been discussed, but since this is a topic, metta or loving kindness, number 1. An attitude of active goodwill towards all beings. By cultivating metta, we develop a deep sense of care towards others. This practice helps us to soften the mind, dissolve feelings of animosity, and promote harmony and understanding. Number 2, karuna or compassion involves recognizing and empathizing with the suffering of others as if it were our own. This breaks down the barriers of self-centeredness and develops a genuine concern for the well-being of others. It also broadens our understanding and perspective of others. Number 3, mudita or sympathetic joy is the experience of rejoicing in the happiness and success of others, even if we were not directly involved in it. What happens if we practice mudita? By practicing mudita, we counteract feelings of envy, jealousy, and cultivate a sense of interconnectedness and shared joy. The practice fosters a generous and open-hearted attitude towards the achievements and joys of others. Equanimity or upekha is a quality of even-mindedness or serenity. It involves treating all beings impartially, without attachment or aversion. By cultivating equanimity, we develop a balanced perspective that allows us to respond to situations with clarity, wisdom, and inner peace. According to Harvey Aronson, he says, the concept of Brahma Vihara was there during 6th century BCE. But the Buddha's perspective completely differed from the ongoing debate of Brahma Vihara or the Brahma world that was going on. How? He says that the practice of mere love and compassion is not only enough to get rid us of suffering, but the practice of metta, mudita, karuna, upekha, coupled with the Arya Ashtangik Marg, can lead us to complete cessation of suffering and also end the karmic cycle and leave us from the cycle of birth and rebirth. The another scholar, Richard Gombrich, he says that the term Brahmavihara had evolved within time and again in the Buddhist framework. And he meant it's an awakened state of mind with a genuine attitude towards other beings, being in the present, simply meaning being aware of all the surroundings in and around. So, our values and our social organizations significantly influence how individuals and communities respond to global change, whether through modifying social structures or adjusting values or actively transforming the environment itself. This integrated web of causality presents a challenge when it comes to projecting the consequences of global change on human societies. The practice of Brahmavihara is transformative and requires mindful awareness and intentional cultivation. Through the development of Brahmavihara, we can break down the complexities and because of it teaches valuable insights which we can embrace and work together. We can overcome these obstacles that lie ahead and create a more harmonious and sustainable world. We must recognize the urgency of the call, united and beyond differences, strive towards a shared vision of a better future. Signing off, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Vaisali Sarkar, for your very nice and beautifully depicted and analyzed presentation. Now I invite Mr. Tushar Mani Rastogi, who is also a student and young scholar, to present his paper.
Okay, greetings everyone. And right, so while studying about this topic and while studying about the Eightfold Noble Path, I realized on the very first path of the right view, there is a gap between right view and right resolve. If I have gotten it right, listening to all of the scholars and all of the practitioners here, then the right view involves the knowledge. Also, it is the mere psychological grasping of these things, right? So it is the knowledge of the Four Noble Truths, right? The importance of them, Pratitya Samutpad, to understand it, the Samvritti Sat, because obviously you cannot grasp the Paramarthik Sat at that level. And so all of that, understanding the mere psychological grasping of that is right view, right? Then you have to go through three ways of gaining wisdom. One is through learning. The next one is through meditation. It is through reflection, right? So you reflect on what you read. Then the third is meditating on it. That you familiarize yourself with it, that you practice it enough that it becomes a part of you, right? Right. Now the thing is, a lot of people, now here is where I found the gap, that a lot of people know, so this is a funny example, a lot of fat people know that if they run on the treadmill for like 6 months, they'll get thin, like they'll get slim. But not many of them are actually slim, right? So what is this thing that happens right here when you have the right view, right understanding of how things are, and right resolve, when you actually resolve to, as a layman, obviously not as a practitioner, to non-violence, to non-ill will. So that is the practitioner, that is the practice of it, right? So how does it translate from mere understanding to action? That is the issue, which I think is of any certain significance, right? So now the thing is, we have to understand that mere grasping of relation of ideas or matters of fact will not motivate the will to act in any direction, right? So what will? So okay, let's just take the fat man's example again. So there is a fat guy, right? And he understands the relation of ideas as in there is a relation between running for 6 months on a treadmill and getting thin, right? That is a relation, right? That's a real empirical relation, right? But the thing is, he does not have enough motivation to do that. Motivation comes from, okay, so then one day he just gets humiliated by some friend who calls him fat, like straight on his face, he calls him fat. And so that creates a certain emotion in him. And that emotion drives that passion in him, that emotion in him. And he wants to find out ways to get rid of this uneasiness, this humiliation that he feels now. And then he uses reason or that relation of ideas as a means to achieve his end, which is to actually get, then when combined with the reason, then passion will actually lead one to action, right? So this is the thing. Okay, so that is basically what, okay, yeah. Wisdom, theek hai. So if I just go through my idea of it, then I would like to read a certain passage from this text of David Hume of the influencing motives of the will, right? Nothing is more, okay, so there is this thing in philosophy and in every other discipline, right? Which is, if you have to decide what will be the basis of your action, it should be reason and not emotions, because emotions are unstable, they are non-reliable. Reason, on the other hand, is well thought of, it is calculated, it is reliable, right? So the thing is, on this, David Hume has a certain thing to say. He says that nothing is more usual in philosophy and even in common life than to talk of the combat of passion and reason, to give the preference to reason and assert that men are only so far virtuous as they conform themselves to its dictates. Okay, so basically the idea is you have to act in accordance with reason. Now there is a problem with acting in accordance with reason. Reason, okay, so for that we'll have to understand a certain technical thing, the empirical theory of the mind, which Hume gives, which is that you get impressions and then you have their faint copies, which are ideas. So if I, for example, go to a doctor and he just injects me with a syringe, right? Then I feel pain. That pain is hurtful. So I feel pain, I feel suffering, whatever that is. And that is an impression. That is a very vivid, forceful impression. I cannot not feel that. I feel that, right? And then I remember it. Then when I go back home, I remember that pain. Then the next day I remember that pain, and the next day I remember that pain. But the thing is, never ever in my remembrance is that pain as painful as the pain that I actually felt in the impression. So this is what he calls impressions, the thing that happens right at the moment, and the idea which is the remembrance of that thing, right? Now just imagine if the next year I have to again go back to the doctor for the same kind of syringe, right? Whatever injection I will get, right? It will create three kinds of feelings in me. These are feelings, these are passions. Again, one will be anxiety, that I'm kind of afraid to go to the doctor. Fear, obviously I don't want to go, and I want to avoid it, right? So these passions are nowhere present in the original impression, but these are reflective impressions which arrive from ideas. So there is a certain gap in the sense that when I get the right view as impressions should create corresponding ideas, which when reflected upon should cause reflective impressions, which should cause me to have feelings of not wanting to hurt others, not wanting to will ill of others. Will ill of others. So that is a certain thing that I figured out in this, and yeah, that's I think pretty much it. I wouldn't want to take more of anyone's time. I think everyone's tired, and so that is my idea, that there is this like whatever we've been talking about since the morning is a certain kind of edification, right? It is a certain kind of talk, and this talk everyone kind of knows it. In fact, I am no more I'm not an expert, right? But people here are not only experts but they are also practitioners, right? So they obviously know more than me. So the point is, it is not about knowing what it is. It is about how you translate it to action. You can't translate it to action if you're trying to fight passions with reason, because reasons are mere relations of things. You understand how things work. So to find 2 plus 2 is 4, you understand that. But that is not going to influence you. You're not going to use it unless you want to. You actually care about it. So you're not going to use this knowledge unless you care about it. So you may be a scholar, but it makes no difference to anyone unless you care about it. That care is what we have to worry about, and that will lead to right resolve from right view. That is what I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Tushar Rastogi, for your presentation, especially focusing on the practical aspect. Now, may I invite Ms. Sneha Singh to present her paper. And I think in this panel, she is the last one.
Good evening, everyone. As the last speaker amongst the student panelists, I would like to thank everyone who was present today, and His Honorable President of the Tibetan House. I'm sorry, I'm a bit nervous. So I'll just start with my presentation. So, can mind be changed? So, while having a conversation at the lunch a few hours ago with one of my professors of Delhi University, we were discussing about how can thoughts and feelings, feeling of compassion can be intrinsically owned by one person, and how can it be taught, or can mind actually be changed? And after listening to all distinguished and honorable speakers, I've come to a short conclusion. From my own limited experience, I am convinced that through constant training, we can indeed develop our minds. Our positive attitudes, thoughts, and outlooks can be enhanced, and their negative counterparts can be reduced. Even a single moment of consciousness depends on so many factors. The mind also changes, and as Venerable Geshe Sangpola mentioned, by feeling compassion for others, our own suffering become manageable. The thing that we call mind is quite peculiar. Sometimes it is very stubborn and very resistant to change. And with conviction based on reason, our mind are sometimes quite honest and flexible. When we truly recognize that there is some need to change, we ultimately ground reason in our experience. And it becomes a bit easy to make profound changes. As a basis for change, we need to recognize that as long as we live in this world, we will encounter problems, things that obstruct the fulfillment of our goals. When these happen, we lose hope and become discouraged, to which Dr. Pooja ma'am mentioned that antidote to self-grasping ignorance is wisdom. Each new obstacle can be seen as yet another valuable opportunity to improve our mind, another opportunity for deepening our compassion. As a result, our own serenity and inner strength will increase. Self-centeredness inhibits our love for others, and we are all afflicted by it, one degree to another. For true happiness to come about, we need a calm mind, and such peace of mind is brought only by right compassionate attitude. Exertions or efforts purifies the mental obstructions. It is an antidote for the path of liberation. According to Buddhism, for a man to be perfect leader, there are two qualities that he should develop equally: compassion, karuna, and wisdom, panna. Compassion represents love, charity, kindness, tolerance. Such noble qualities are qualities of heart, while wisdom would stand for the intellectual side of the qualities of mind. If one develops only the emotional, neglecting the intellectual, one may become a good-hearted fool, while to develop only the intellectual side and neglecting the emotional may turn one into a hard-hearted intellect without feeling for others. Therefore, to be a part of perfect human life and to lead a life, one has to develop both equally and bring harmonious changes in the world. That is the chief aim of Ashtangika Marg, in which wisdom and compassion are inseparably linked together. Concluding, as there's a limit to the time, sir. So, path to liberation is what is meant by Buddhism. The Eightfold Path begins with, ends with, and is paved with compassion. And all roads lead to a better you, a better them, and a better us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sneha Singh, for your beautiful presentation.
I would also like to thank my friend Stans who encouraged me to attend this conference today.
Oh, thank you.
And I'm very grateful of him that he gave me he told me about this and I got this opportunity to stand here amongst all the honorable speakers. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. It was really a wonderful session of young panelists. Their presentation really, I felt so good that new ideas came. Scholars speak, distinguished scholars speak in their own ways after having several years of studies and teachings. These young scholars try to present the papers in the modern perspective because they have the young mind, and I am sure this presentation will contribute a lot in the future for future study of the four immeasurables and the Eightfold Path. I once again thank my panelists, and sorry, sometime I disrupted you because time is also very important and we must maintain the time. I quote the teaching of the Buddha, keeping in view all these deliberations, Maggana Tudiko Setho, Satchanam Chaturupado, Virag Setho Dhammanam, Dvipadama Chakhuma. Is very important. He mentioned everything. The need of the hour is to study them and practice them more. These students have clearly emphasized that we should practice them in our daily life. I quote from one very important. These all traditions we have, but we hardly practice. We should practice for the betterment of ourselves and for the society, for the nation. I quote from the Sanskrit canon, Yo dhurvani paritajya, adhurvani nishevate, dhurvani tasya nyasyanti, adhurvam nastamevai. We should not go here and there. Traditions are here. We have to just see, practice them, and the entire world look at us for aspirations, and we have to play a role. I once again thank you, the very academic and great scholar, I can say, in practical way, the director of the Culture Center, most venerable, for always organizing such conferences and giving the opportunities to everyone, irrespective of the background they have. You have started the Nalanda course from diploma, degree, and now masters, and this we feel the fragrance of those courses when we find these young people going under training under your very able guidance. Thank you so much for propagating this message of Nalanda. One I say in Hindi, जिसे फालतू समझकर बुझा दिया तुमने, जिसे फालतू समझकर बुझा दिया तूने, उसी चिराग को जलाओ तो फिर रोशनी होगी. Thank you so much. Bhavatu Sabba Magan. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
I would like to thank to each speakers for such a wonderful and magnificent topics that you guys all have shared with us. And it was indeed wonderful. May now I request Dr. Durjit Awalla, Assistant Professor, Cluster Innovation Center, Delhi University, to present the souvenir to Mr. Chairperson and to our dynamic speakers. Mr. Chairperson, Professor Dr. Arvindji.
Let's start with the student.
Mr. Dheeraj Nirbiji. Miss Karma Sijula. Miss Namsalamula. Mr. Stanzin Fuzola. Miss Peshali Sarkarji. Miss Sneha Singh ji. And Mr. Tushar Mani Rastogi ji. Thank you. Now, I would like to request our Secretary, Tenzu Kunkyapla, to deliver a word of thanks. Mr. Kunkyapla.
Good evening, everyone. I'll just take a couple of minutes, so kindly bear with me. On behalf of Tibet House, New Delhi, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the speakers and chairperson for accepting our invitation and for sharing your profound knowledge with us and your unique presentations. Thank you to the student panels for your willingness to participate and for your enthusiastic and heart-touching presentations. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Keshe Dojit for the constant guidance to enhance our capabilities. And I would like to thank my colleagues for all the enthusiasm and efforts into putting all this together. Last but not the least, thank you to all the wonderful audience and students for your active participation in this conference. We hope that our audience found the conference informative and enjoyable, and hope to see you all again soon in our future conferences and seminars. As you can find in your program kit, so we have two programs coming up in the month of July. One to celebrate the 88th birthday of His Holiness the Dalai Lama, a roundtable discussion on universal ethics and responsibilities, challenges and solutions, on Thursday, 6th of July from 4 to 5:30 p.m. And on Sunday, 16th of July, a monthly lecture on living a balanced life guided by compassion and wisdom by Dr. John Colkin, internationally recognized award-winning photographer. Both the program will be held at Tibet House Conference Hall and is open for public, so do join us. If you wish to get regular updates of Tibet House programs, you can subscribe to our weekly newsletter by sending us an email mentioned on the last page of the program booklet. You can also visit our website www.tibethouse.in, subscribe to our YouTube channel, follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. That is all for today. Thank you all for joining us and have a great weekend. Thank you. Photo says group photo. Thank you.